Hello again and welcome to another Mordian Glory live stream. It's an ugly stream, a Friday stream, a stream actually pretty positive towards human life. Friday is the last day before the weekend. For many of you, it is the weekend already. Hey, there we are. How are we all doing today, my little chickadees? It's time for another Mordian Glory live stream, and it's the Friday stream, so we're just going to be chilling. We're going to be maxing, relaxing, ain't too taxing. That's what we're going to be doing today, boys. Because it sounds crazy, but I don't actually have any... Oh, that's not true. I do. I was going to say I don't actually have any new beef. I do have some possible beef. Maybe a couple of beef cutlets, perhaps. So maybe we have a little bit of beef. But it should mostly be, instead of beef, what's the opposite of beef? What's the opposite of salt? Sweet. It should be mostly sweet. It should be mostly sweetness. Because it's fucking Friday, man. And it's been good. It's been great. So we will, of course... just play it by ear and talk about anything and everything. Tonight, we're just chatting bollocks. You want to talk about 40k? Great. You want to talk about Old World? Great. You want to talk about bolt action? Konflikt? Great and double great. There we are. We could talk about trench. If you want to talk trench beef, it's a big video though. I might not watch the entire thing, but we can watch like a bit of it. I always say that, then we end up watching the whole thing. But that would be like a 2-hour segment of the stream, so we'll see. But we could talk about anything, guys. We could talk about some competitive play for the 3 people that are still interested in that. We could talk about some casual play. We could talk about some army lists and all that kind of good stuff. So truly, guys, it's just a nice, chill one to see the stream out. And tomorrow, I'm actually going to be filming a Konflikt 47 battle report with Morty Bro. So it's going to be a chill one today, and then like I'll be filming some Konflikt tomorrow, and so that means you lucky ducks, there's going to be 2 battle reports in the bank as well, because I've got my 4th edition one and my Konflikt one. It's all coming up Millhouse. It's all good Millhouse. We can't. But the one thing, okay, there's one thing we're not allowed to talk about. Kettles. I'm sorry. Kettlegate, it's still too soon. It's still too soon. All right? MP Bros, no kettles, I'm sorry. But with all that said, let's get into the stream proper, boys. Let's just, let's not dive into it. Let's not rush into it. Let's just gently saunter into the stream. Just in a very relaxed pace, conducive to human well-being. Okay, it's not that chill. All right. But it is time for our traditions. Traditions are very important on the Morning Glory stream. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and what make us the Emperor's true finest, his Imperial Guard. Stand up and be counted. It's time for roll call, baby! Who is in the stream tonight? Who is ready to rock out with their bayonet out? We have got Denzel Wenzel, Snoopy Steve, Chicken Detonator, Macon, Clanscat, Down Legion, Rolando Rattus, Mark Morkai, Macon, Airborne, Scrumbo, Jack Handsome. We've got Robert M, Mango Shabronsky, Sabian Wilson. We've also... God, I've lost my place. Oh, it popped off a bit more than I was expecting. 1 minute. Woo, okay. Zello, we've got Lysenk and Agis and Squidfist, Eternal Rhombus, Clashcat, Baron Kaza, Mike H, MP Bros, Mark Coyle, Mr. Lackey, Mike P, Michael Drabokic. I'm definitely saying that wrongly. Apologies. We've got Andrew T, and we've got Joe, and High Marshal Bungle, Chicken Detonator, and The Warp Forge, and Patrick H, and Lemmy Winks, and AK Samija, and that's also probably said incorrectly. I apologise. And Whispering Monk, blah, 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 and we've got J Pod. We've got J-Bond, Muckdog, Russell W, Proxart, Glenn Lee, Ozroth, Clanch Cat, Mostly Harmless, Sonsu, Char Watt, Stacey Pierce, Fleaboy, Macon, and Kells O, and ML, and Sheep Waffles, and Chicken Detonator, and Scrumbo, and Mr. Lucky, and Virtual Vecca, and the Canorian. Hey! Welcome. Thank you so much to all of you fantastic people. Thank you for joining today's stream. Hey! Boostfulus, he's told me how to say his name about 10 times, still forgotten. And Glenn Lee, you guys have made it as well. And Jonathan Bradley, hey! There we are. Welcome. And Squidfist, hey! There we go. Welcome to all of you beautiful bastards. Thank you for joining today's stream. Don't forget to go ahead, like and subscribe and all that wanky bullshit that us streamers need. Well, we don't need it, but we just ask it because we're fucking sellouts. And Creeks on vacation, hey, there we are. And also, I want to say a big thank you to everyone that's got the stream popping off, baby. Yes. Thank you so much. To all of you guys that have got the stream started off right, coming in with all the super chats, the member flexes, and all that kind of good shit. And starting us off, we have got Russell W. Russell W, who normally starts off every stream with one gifted membership. But today, he has gone the extra mile. Today, he has gone above and beyond the Call of Duty, coming in with not one, not two, but 5 gifted memberships. Yes! Thank you so much, Russell W, you fantastic, crazy son of a bitch. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, sir. Thank you for the 5 conscripts to hold the line in the name of the Emperor. And you know what? It's never too early to get some mid-hammer shilling going because, I'm still, you know how they say if it's still not gone down after several hours, you should see a doctor? I am still fully erect after getting to play with conscripts yesterday in Midhammer, and I'm never going to call a doctor about it. If I call him, I'm going to brag. Oh, my days. Yeah. Conscripts. It's funny, actually. Russ W, you've triggered a thought in my head. I know, thinking thoughts. Where's that ever got me? But I was actually chatting to one of my mates, Alex, today. I'm actually going to be seeing him on Sunday as well for the K47 event that we're both going to at Warlord HQ. Should be pretty sick. And we were chatting about it. And it's funny because I literally mentioned to him, like, in passing, that, oh yeah, I was thinking of getting into some like old Hammer, some like 4th edition, all this kind of stuff. And he literally mentioned it in passing. Next thing I know, next message I get off him, he's got the 4th edition rulebook. He's like, fresh purchase off eBay. Followed up only a short while later with, dug out this ancient relic from the loft, and it's a fucking it's 3.5 guard codex, and then before I even know it, he's like written my first list of 4th edition in like 16 years. It's like, yes! So it's the revolution is spreading, and we actually I sort of messaged him back like, oh my god, like no way and everything. And then like today I actually that was a few days ago, and then today I actually like rang him. And we had like a good chinwag on the Friday, whilst he was like on the tram home from work. And we were both just gushing over Midhammer. And do you know what's crazy? He has already converted someone else to play the game. Someone who's never played it before. He's got a mate called Joe. Not our Joe. Not our Joe. I don't think so anyway. And he's like, Joe is someone who played like, I think it was 5th and 6th edition when he was younger, left, came back with like 9th edition, learned on 9th, no life 10th, and then has just been like, just completely crashed out of 10th. And has been like, Alex has said, hey, do you want to try 4th edition? Joe's like, I've never tried 4th, but I am so down to try 4th because I've heard really good things about it. And yeah, it's not just talk. Joe literally went and bought his fucking Chaos Space Marine 3.5 edition codex, and now they have got a game of 4th edition fucking scheduled in the bank next week or so. Like, it's crazy. The revolution is spreading, boys. The revolution is spreading. It's happening. It's happening. Like, it's just no matter what, man. The revolution is spreading. There we go. Oh, crazy times. Yeah. So yeah, Russell W. All of that came from you, from your gifted membership to me thinking about conscripts. And Alex he's already got his Valhallans out. He's got all his converted Valhallans. And guess what? He's put 20 conscripts in his list. I was like, only 20? Come on. You're Valhallans. You can pump that number. You can pump those numbers up. All right. So, what do we got next? Okay, we've got Mal, my boy. Mal, thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. Thank you for the extra Ursus. And you know what, Mal? I'm going to be doing you proud today. Not today, on Sunday. 9 Ursus list. Drugov, 2 mates, and 6 Ursus. It's happening this weekend, Mal. And so obviously, you guys are going to have to be ready. If you're in the Discord, you're going to have to be ready for the gushing on the Sunday. And Monday might be a Konflikt 47 event rundown stream. It's going to have to happen. And of course, I'll take pictures. So I can do lots of do an after action report and everything. So yeah. There you go. There you are. Man, it's all happening, bro. It's all happening. Thank you for the support. We've got the Whispering Monk. The Whispering Monk, our spiritual liege. Thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for keeping our souls pure in these tumultuous times. And thank you for keeping our ears clean. Blah, 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 blah. There we go. All right, Whispering Monk. Thank you, bro. And we've got Zadron. Zadron, thank you for super chat. Today, sir, I put Warlord's customer service to a first-hand check. See stream discussion. Ooh. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. I don't really... Okay, I see what you say. I don't really see how it's customer service, though, but you might need to give me more... You might need to give me some more deets on this one, Zadron. So let's have a look. I received my Japan order that you held me at gunpoint to get, of course. And 2 lads are well scuffed. I'm an old 3rd edition player, so familiar with what levels of bend can be fixed. This ain't it, sir. 1 near full loop and 1 more than full loop with a twist. Let's have a look. No, I agree. I actually agree with that one. Because you can see it's already split there. Yeah. You can see it started to split there. Like the metal, if that split wasn't there, I think you could probably bend it back pretty legitimately. But yeah, that's obviously not okay. Yeah. So, I mean, what I would probably do is still give it a go. I'd bend it back, and if it like snapped off, obviously I'd take the pictures first, and then I'd like try and bend it back. And if it snapped off, then what I would probably do is make like a milliput sort of like shroud. Use like a camo shroud over it, and then use that to connect it, but then to make it into a camo shroud, as it were. That'd be one thing you could do. That one's obviously giga fucked. Yeah. That one's obviously giga fucked. 3rd guy, immaculate. Oh, there you go. Yeah, well, that's how it should be. Yeah, that's how it should be. So I see you've put this bit like, obviously you've got these bad bendy bits, but I don't see the Warlord's customer service do a first-hand check. Like, is that the guy they sent to replace it or something? Yeah. Hopefully that's the one that they sent to replace it, and it's all good now. But yeah, like it's obviously yeah. I agree with you. Those are a bit scut. That one you could probably fix. That one probably not. But yeah. So yeah. So John, give us a bit more because I don't really understand where the customer service bit's coming in with it. You know. Did Warlord sort you out or not? Like, is there beef? Let's find. You know, is it a happy ending? You know, what's the conclusion, mate? Yeah. I sent email with photos to see if they could replace just the rifle guys. Oh, okay. Okay, so John. Yeah. I thought the way you phrased it, I thought you had already spoken to them and they'd sorted you out or they'd fucked you up. I don't think they'd ever fuck you up, but you know what I mean? Yeah. Okay, so results of the case are pending. All right, well, keep us in the loop, hopefully. Loop's not probably the right term to use considering how those barrels were bent round, but keep us informed. Keep us informed. And hopefully you get everything sorted out. Yeah. Hopefully you get everything sorted out. This is why, like, in many ways, look, I know we all love our metalies. We love our metalies. But I think, you know, going over to something like Warlord, hey, Sparrow, I hope we can get everything straightened out. Hey! This is why I think, like, going over to, like, Warlord Resin is, like, really good. Because, basically, for those that don't know how the, for those who don't know how, like, basically metal casting works, the mold actually sort of goes together, like, on top of each other, like, two like that, and they open the mold, and they have to, like, peel the models out. And obviously, between peeling them out, snapping them off the, basically, metal sprues they come on, and, like, putting them in the various, like, basically, like, little tubs that they have that they put the models in. Between all that, those have got bent before going into packaging. Or maybe they got bent because they might have bent where they were fine going into packaging, but they got pushed up against the end of the packet and started, like, you know, push, bend. So maybe there's an element of that because it's a very soft metal. But if you just with Warlord Resin, basically, like, I just don't think you'd have that same problem personally. Because it's like, it's a fairly pliable material, but it's one, so, you know, it wouldn't, like, be, it's not so brittle, but it's one that I think would be less susceptible to, like, bending like that. Yeah. That's my instinct anyway. So yeah, Warlord has been going over to more and more Warlord Resin, and I have to say, I have been enjoying a lot of the metal stuff that they used to make. A lot of stuff they used to make in metal, they now make in resin, Warlord Resin. I have to say, it is better, yeah. Yeah. But hopefully, best case scenario is you get those guys replaced, and then you're able to, in some capacity, fix those ones that you've got. Because, like, I think the guy who's bent all around, I think he's done for. But I reckon the one that's partially bent, I reckon you can probably salvage that one and end up with an extra anti-tank guy. Yeah, I reckon you can probably get it with an extra anti-tank guy. And then just need to figure out if you want to do anything with the... I mean, you could probably even fix the one which barrel's basically already snapped off. Like I said, just have, like... Maybe have it so it's... You make it so it looks like a camouflage, like, shroud, like bits of leaves and stuff or something. I don't know. Maybe you could do something with it. Maybe not. Maybe it's a deader. But yeah, you could... It's worth having a play around with. Yeah. But yeah, hopefully you get it. The main things, John, obviously, of course, is that hopefully you get it all resolved. Yeah, quickly as well. Yeah. Keep us informed. We'll see how it goes. We've got Joe coming in next, man. Thank you for the super chat. Happy Friday. Latest Old World Plutonium update in stream discussion. Ooh, he's only gone and done it. I finally grew a pair and painted my Green Knight model. Only disappointment is the banner poles on the back were so bent up and gnarly in the packaging that I couldn't get them looking straight, so I ended up leaving them off. Other than that, I'm pretty happy with how he came out. Yeah! Nice. Dude. Sick. Really, 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 really good. You've done a good job there, man. You've done him justice. I don't even know what the banner polls are, if I'm going to be honest with you, bro. Let me see if I can find another one. Oh, I see. I honestly think he looks better without them on. So, this is the Green Knight with the banner poles on. But if you look at, like, official Green Knight box art, they don't actually have them on him there. So, I actually think he looks better without them, man. Yeah, 3 random flagpoles sticking off him. Nah. I actually think he looks better the way you've done him. I actually think he looks way better the way you've done him. Yeah. I actually suspect that in the full, not even in the fullness of time, I think fairly quickly you will realize that it was actually a blessing in disguise. I was going to say it's a happy accident, but you know what I mean. Like I didn't really phrase that very well. Apologies. Let me say it again. I think to me it straight away looks like a blessing in disguise. Yeah. But really, 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 really good. Yeah, I think I love the different shades of green. You've absolutely nailed them, man. That's a Green Knight right there. Yeah, man. That's a Green Knight right there. Loving it, bro. Nice. What do we got next? We've got Glenn Lee. Glenn Lee, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Thank you for the extra squad of infantry to hold the line in the name of the Emperor. Yes. Amazing, man. And Glenn, I've just seen it. I apologize, man. The alert didn't go off because of stupid currency conversion. Give me a second. 1 minute. 1 minute. Nobody panic. It's all very high tech. 1 minute. It was the Death Strike chat, baby! Yes! Oh my days. Oh my god. Glenn Lee, I'm sorry, man. I didn't see it come in earlier. Because obviously it's in like New Zealand dollars, and then there's like the currency, and then that means it doesn't quite trigger the alert and all this kind of stuff. But I always say like $100, $100 kind of thing, So, dude, thank you so much for the Death Strike, my boy. Hey, holy shit, it's popping off tonight, boys. We're having a big old fucking Friday stream. Yes, nice. Glenn Lee, thank you not only for the 10 gifted memberships, but also for the Death Strike chat. Everyone in chat right now, you know what to do. Spam them 07s. Spam your favorite emojis if you are a channel member. Let's show some love. Let's show some appreciation. Let's show some gratitude, some respect. Let's just fucking go wild for Glenn Lee down the chat, because I think we could all agree that a $100 super chat is a pretty big fucking deal. Oh my god. The Rift Buster! Yes! Oh my fucking god, man. From the bottom of my heart, thank you 1,000 times. Thank you, man. And I've got to raise my glass to you. I got to raise my glass to you, bro. Holy fuck, man. Oh my days. And Glenn Lee, you're getting a bit of some of a reputation, man. Some of a reputation. You're out here fucking dropping death strikes, in a few streams, man. We got a new death strike commander in our ranks. My god, sir. My god. Dude, I just want to say, I mean that in a nice way. I don't think I'm saying any pressure. Like, don't feel like you have to do death strikes. Of course, mate, like, do them because you want to. I just want to make sure you're not like, oh, I'm the death strike commander, so I have to. No, man. Like, dude, really appreciate the support. You've been smashing it at the streams, man. Thank you so much for it. You're absolute officer gentleman. You're absolute gentleman and scholar. And whatever you can support is just amazing, man. So just thank you, thank you, thank you. Holy shit, man. Tip of my toes, the end of my big rubbery nose. 07, you magnificent bastard. There we go. Holy shit, get the Friday stream started off right, boys. Oh my days, not even a fucking hour in. Holy shit, man. What have we got? What have we got next? What have we got next? Holy fuck. We've got Snowpiece T. Thank you for super chat, man. You taught me into homebrewing a set of 40k rules to scratch the itch. Can we, MG and chat, talk a bit about how it would work? I need a direction. Okay. I can give you some ideas. I think if I were to make a homebrew set of 40k rules that can a bit of direction. So I think the foundation of it needs to be 4th edition. Like, truthfully, I think the foundation of it needs to be 4th edition. Not 5th. We need to resist the urge of 5th. Because 5th is where things started getting expanded and everything. We need, like, when I say expanded, like, that's when the spam crept into the game. And we need to bring it to a time before spam. So the foundation should be 4th edition. The next step would be to... The next step, I think, would be to then expand off 4th edition with some... but the next step would be to expand off 4th edition with things like, if we've got weapon skill versus weapon skill, I do think there should be ballistic skill versus like a ballistic skill defensive stat, like we had like initiative, for example. The idea that it's harder to hit someone if they're faster, for example. Something like that. The next thing would be obviously to consider how we could bring in existing units. Like, that didn't exist in 4th edition at the time. I think if I want to just play 4th edition, I'll just play 4th edition. I think it's entirely possible to bring something like a Space Marine Repulsor into the game and have it function totally okay. Because there were things like, monoliths in the game, which were like almost super heavies. And they were totally okay, right? I don't think there's anything wrong with bringing Primaris stuff in. The reason why... So you might look at something like a Primaris, like Repulsor or Gladiator and think, oh, but those have got so many guns. How could you... Like, they don't balance next to something like a Predator. And they absolutely do, because this is the genius of 4th edition rules for, like, vehicles, for example. Vehicles can't fire all of their weapons. So if you stay... So I actually got this wrong in the game yesterday, but I've learned it now for the next game. Like, a Lehman Russ can fire its main gun or all of its other weapons. Because the main gun is an ordnance weapon. And so you either fire the ordnance or you fire basically the accoutrement. Now you might be like, well, why would you ever take the spare weapons? Well, because your battle cannon can be destroyed. And it's only 5 points to give the tank, 5 or 10 points to give the tank a pair of heavy bolter sponsons. So, yeah. So it's like, okay, well, let's bring like the and you've got like defensive weapons and you've got like primary weapons and you've got orders weapons. So you might be like, oh, but how would that work with a repulsor? Well, it could basically fire all of the strength 7 and below, all of the strength 6 and below weapons could be fired on the move. But if it moves and fires, it starts restricting its primary weapon, which are like the las cannons and the big laser gun that it's got and all that kind of the pseudo vanquisher cannon. all that kind of stuff. So again, the core Snow PT, the core of the game, the core thing that we're trying to achieve, if you wanted to make a homebrew modernized 40k 4th edition, would be, how do we stop units from just acting, doing everything all of the time? Like, there has to be a trade-off for moving and shooting. There has to be a trade, you know, you can't like do a rapid fire and charge, for example. So what I would simply do to start off with, if you're looking for direction, is just get a 4th edition rulebook and then figure out how you could add units that don't exist right now into the 4th edition rulebook. So, like, how would you add a repulsor in? How would you add, like, a gladiator in? How would you add, like, a Rogel Dawn in? That's what you do. And then that would be step 1. Then play that to see how that works. Tweak you, because you have to go like homebrew points and stuff. Then tweak that to see how it would work. And then, at that point, maybe then see if that just works. And if that just works, then you don't need to start adding in other defense stats. If adding these newer units in, there's an element of lethality just increasing in the game, then it's like, all right, well, now we need to think about how we can tweak some defensive stats, defensive mechanics. But yeah, I think the first step is simply just take 4th edition, add units into it. That's it. That would be the first step. That would be my initial direction with it. Yeah. Bruce Vallis. GW employees must play hundreds and hundreds of games, test games for rules in theory. Maybe they're doing it blindfolded. I don't think there's a huge amount of playtesting that goes on. I think there was. But I think GW actually said this out loud in 8th edition. And at the time, they got like thoroughly lambasted for it. But I actually don't think it's... I don't necessarily think it's a problem. I think it's a problem with physical books. So so what it was is GW was like, well, we do what testing we can do. But when we release it, we know people are going to see things we didn't anticipate. So then we keep an eye on the feedback from the community and then tweak accordingly. And the feedback they got from the community was, that's bollocks, you should release proper products. So GW's response to this wasn't to release proper products. As we all know, codexes are out of date on day 1. GW's response was just to hide it and not be so open about it. But the thing is, the reason why it's a problem with physical codexes is because you're paying for a physical product. Like, it's not so bad if you've got full free digital rules, because GW, puts the rules out there, and then the community is like, if the community immediately starts picking up on things that they hadn't anticipated, then they could just be like, okay, we're this is the version 0.95. Obviously, it's very close to version 1. We're going to get some initial, please, to our lovely community, play test the shit out of this. Give us lots of feedback. Here's an email to send your feedback into and all that. And we'll go through it and see, and quickly, quickly after like a couple of weeks, release a patch, clarifying some like FAQs, and what the intention behind certain rules were. That would be a great way of launching 11th. If they did that, that would be a sick way of launching like 11th edition, for example, because it's like rules are free. So if they're a bit scuffed, if we've not done as much testing as we should have done and they're a bit scuffed on day 1, that's fine, because we are actively engaging with the community and we understand this is now a different dynamic because you're not paying for the rules. So this is a different dynamic. And I think that's a reasonable dynamic to have with free rules. Yeah. Yeah. And you'd always have some people who would be grumbling about it. But if the rules were free and then they kind of relied a little bit on community feedback to tighten things up, that would be okay in my mind. Yeah. It's Justin. Get him. So yeah, that would be that's kind of my thoughts on it, Boost Fallacy. I think they're winging it. There's too many examples of really, really obvious stuff that gets missed that you would not miss if you literally played one game. Like an example was, remember when the Night Codex leaked? And people very quickly were like, this stratagem that affects 3 knights is clearly fucking broken. They didn't even need to play test it, but like people would do like TTS games and stuff and just play test it and be like, look, Knights, Chaos Knights, I think it was, utterly scuffed. It might have been Imperial, I can't remember. That is something that was that literally within 24 hours of that coming out, that was obvious that they hadn't play tested it. Because if you had play tested it, that wouldn't have made it through the final editing. And it's like with Horus Heresy, with like, the mission, one of the missions in the main book, well, actually, and some in the expansion as well, which just don't work. Like you play, is it mission 3 in Horus Heresy 3.0, where it's like cumulative scoring and the objectives go down in terms of value and over time and all that. So basically, if you sit on them for the first turn, you've basically won the game. Whoever gets there first wins. That would be very, very obvious after one game, maybe 2. So the fact that that mission went out there shows to me that there's no playtesting done. Yeah. Yeah. So it's not just a case of, like Sparrow said, like they're releasing broken stuff to encourage buying. I think there's an element of that. I think there is an element of that, of course. But I think there's also an element of them just not testing it. Yeah. 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 What have we got next? So Stopey, I hope that helps a little bit. Macon, thank you for the super chat, man. What do you use for 4th edition list building? New Recruiter's 3rd, but not 4th edition. Also, bought my first kid to start essentially a 4th edition force. Yes! That's awesome, man. That's awesome. It'll be a ton of fun. It'll be great, man. All right, I've got... Dude, I hope you and your kid have some fun with 4th edition. That'd be awesome, man. Let me show you. I actually have found this really, really useful thing for, like, writing lists. Okay, so it's this really, really handy tool, and it's actually like it's something that is basically really helpful for when you want to write 4th edition lists. You need this, and you need a piece of paper. All right, that's it. And let me show you. There you go, baby. There you go. 4th edition list. Command Squad, Power Sword and Bolt Pistol, Bionics. Guards with the Metal Gun, Guards with the Master Vox. Veteran with the Veteran Standard, Veteran with the Medipack. Commissar, Bolter and Power Sword, Medallion Crimson. Hardened Veterans, with their upgrades, Stormtroopers. There you are. Yeah. No, I just pen and paper, baby. It's not, oh man, I have to use a pen and paper to write my list. It's, oh boy, I get to write my list in pen and paper. There's something, I know we all live in the digital age. And I know for maybe younger members of our audience, this will sound silly. But there's something incredibly satisfying and tactile about writing your list out, not typing it, not plugging it into an app or anything like that. Just getting your pen, getting your paper, and just writing it out. Yeah, it's I really enjoyed it. I'm almost anti-app now. I'm almost anti-app. Yeah. I'm going. People are like, all those people that are like, Mordy, you need to return to the old ways. They're like, oh no, he's going too far. He's going too far. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I think it's pretty simple to do with something like 4th edition because the armies just aren't that big. Yeah. Yeah. It's just more tactile. You just write it. Yeah, it doesn't take long to write a list. It's literally like what I do is I get the units out that I want. You know, add up the points on the phone, and then go, oh, I've got like if I'm over or under, then basically adjust. Yeah, and then I start writing it down. Yeah. Yeah, Battle Scribe used to be great back in the day. I think there's been better apps since, but Battle Scribe was good. Was very good for the time. No, I don't use a calculator, but I do use a phone. Yeah, because despite what my teachers told me at school, what you're gonna do, you won't be walking around with a calculator in your pocket. Turns out, I actually would. So yeah. So yeah, McCon, just get the old pen and paper out, mate. There you are. We got next, Mr. Lucky. Mr. Lucky, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Thank you for the Bane Blade. Yes, it is the Bane Blade. Hey, bro, just want to show my appreciation for your continued motivation to us. I was getting a bit worried with GW, and your enthusiasm has really opened my eyes to there being a tabletop world outside of 40k. The revolution spreads, brother. The fire rises. Mate, it means the world to me, you saying that. Because you know what, bro? I've been pretty worried as well. I don't think it's any secret. I think it's been written all over my face and all over my content. Like, I've been a bit worried with GW. And, I've been like, you know what? I'm not going to let the bastards grind. We can't let the bastards grind us down, man. It's like, we can't let them. We're not going to let them take our enthusiasm away. We're gonna be enthusiastic, and we're gonna enjoy it, and we're gonna have fun, and it's gonna be great. Yeah. It can still be fine. It's just good to broaden horizons. Exactly. Yeah. And sometimes we'll go to Brave New Worlds, and it'll work, and sometimes it won't. Sometimes we'll go to a Brave New World, and it'll be the promised land of the Rift, like Konflikt. And sometimes we'll go to Brave New Worlds, and it'll be Horus Heresy. It'll be on fire, and we'll go, oh no, thank you. Yeah. But there you are. But dude, thank you for your support. And the thing is, I way prefer being happy and excited for things than being negative. Way prefer it. I actually don't like making beefy or salty content. Outside, there's a moment, like, obviously you enjoy like reveling in like the beef, the drama, but I don't actually like being upset. I like wargaming. I enjoy wargaming. I want to be happy and positive and vibes and all that. And that's what I prefer. And so anything that lets me do that is where I want to go. Yeah. All right, so Miss Lucky, thank you for the support, man. And I'm always going to try and be enthusiastic. I will not give in to the salt. I will not become one with the beef. I might occasionally go for a beef bath or salt bath, but I will always try and be enthusiastic. Yeah, spread the good vibes. Yeah, exactly. All right, what do we got next? We've got major problems coming in with the 31 month member flex. I don't want peace. I want problems always. Oh. Amazing. There we are, man. Mrs. and I added to the regiment. It's a girl. Praise be. Hey! Major problems. Congratulations, man. Absolutely awesome. I think that's your second one now, isn't it? Holy shit, bro. Hope it's all going okay. Hope the missus and yourself and your family are doing well. Thank you so much for your support, man. And absolutely awesome. Great news. Great news indeed. All right. All right, let's have a look here. We've got Jack Handsome. Jack Handsome, thank you for the super chat, man. Konflikt US list in stream discussion. Let's have a look, mate. Let's have a look. Handsome Heroes list. I'm hoping to take to the Cream City Konflikt. I probably shouldn't take the purchasing and take 150, but where's the fun in that? Well, exactly. Where's the bloody fun in that, eh? You know? All right. So let's have a look. We've got a platoon commander, officer in heavy armor, officer, one extra bloke with ATRDs. I would strongly consider making him veteran. I don't think there's much point in a regular guy in power armor. Like, it's not that there's no point to it, but you might as well just take a veteran platoon commander. Yeah, you miss out on the LMGs, but whatevs, right? So I would, if you drop the ATR, it's 3 points, I think, to basically go from regular to veteran. So if you drop each ATR, if you drop the ATRDs, that's literally the points right there, and you have 4 left over. So yeah, definitely do that. It's not the end of the world if your officer doesn't have the ATRDs. If we can find the points to squeeze them back in again later, we will do. But otherwise, I definitely go for them on veteran. Paragon squad, submachine gun and power and close combat weapon. Okay, that's fine. 3 is fine. I mean, you can kind of just use 3 as like a guts generator, but I like 6 to do some oomph. US Heavy Infantry Squad, 3. Again, I try and find the points to make them veteran, to be honest, if you can. Ranger Squad, nice, cool. And then we got Rifle Squad. That's cool, man. 2 automatic rifles, 2 submachine guns, 8 rifles. All right. Them being regular is fine. Yeah, that's nothing wrong with that. Sherman Tesla, regular. It looks kind of... Oh, did you go for reinforced front armor? I probably wouldn't bother with reinforced front armor. Sherman Crocodile, great. M26 Pershing, great. Yeah. So I like the armor. I think what I'd probably do, truth be told, man, is if you've paid for reinforced front armor on the Sherman tank, I'd drop that. And I would drop the ATRDs, and I'd make all your infantry, all of your power and infantry try and be like, whatever. That's where I'd look for the points to make the power and infantry veteran. Yeah. That's what I would do, man. Hope that helps. The reason you don't really need reinforced front armor on something like a Sherman is because you can use things like cover to essentially like just not, just be literally like just pass a save and stuff like that. And also there's a certain element of the fact that like, if someone's going to like shoot a rail cannon at you or a big anti-tank weapon, the reinforcement armor isn't going to help you all that much. Yeah. So I'd probably go for, that's where I would go for it. And the fact that you've already got like the M26 Pershing, that's your heavy armor. Yeah. So that's what I would do, man. Hope that helps. What do we got here? Battle Chicken, are you okay? Did someone threaten you? Blinked twice if once. Blink twice if yes, once for no, because you made a positive video about AOS. Hey! No, I'm joking. Oh, no, it was once for no. There you go. Anyway. No, I am always very fair-minded when it comes to war games. Not in everything in life, but when it comes to war games, I always try and be like, if there's something positive, I'll talk about. I won't shy away from the negative, but I won't overlook the positives. I haven't got a narrative here. I'm not trying to make you think, AOS is shit or 40k is shit or anything like that. I'm not, I just talk about what my current thoughts and feelings are on any particular topic. If I think, modern 40k is in the ascendancy, then I will talk about how great modern 40k is. If I feel modern 40k is in the toilet, then I'll talk about that. If I think AOS is in the toilet or there's some aspects about the game, I won't shy away from that. And if I think there's some positive things about AOS, I will talk about that. Here's the thing, right? The point of that video today was like, hey, look, there's actually some really good deals on AOS models. I'm not even, mate, we could have got really salty about it. We could have been like, look how cheap they are because no one fucking plays it. They have to like sell it for cheaper. I could have taken that angle, but I mentioned that might be a factor in passing, but I didn't need to make it the whole video about it. If I make the whole video about that, then that suddenly goes, that is like basically only ever looking for the negatives, right? At the end of the day, AOS models are cheap and affordable. I love a good deal. And at the end of the day, I've always stated, well, not always, I've been very clear about my stance on, my evolved stance at AOS, which is, if they get rid of the double turn, I'm much more willing to give the game a go. It's that simple. Like, I like good games. If a game is good, I like to play it. Now, I shit on AOS in the past because it took my beloved fantasy away from me. But I have my beloved fantasy now. So all I do is wish the best for AOS. Nothing would make me, genuinely, nothing would make me happier than if GW came along and just released an unequivocally good edition of AOS. Like there was no flies in the ointment. It was just a solid 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10 game. Do you know what I mean? Like that's it. Nothing, because a good game is a good game and we can all enjoy it. It's that simple. I don't want GW to make bad games. I don't want GW to make bad lore. I don't want GW to make bad products. I want GW to make the best products. I want GW to live up to the fucking words that they say they live by. The best products in the world. The best this, but that. I want you. You're talking the talk, motherfucker. I want GW to walk the walk. That's all I want. So I have no issue, no qualms, no issue whatsoever with making a positive video about AOS if I find a positive aspect of that game. I even said it in the video. I don't think the game's doing very well on the game front. I think, unfortunately for the AOS bros, there is going to be another AOS video coming out, and it is going to be talking about some of the negatives. There's going to be a bit of a confirmation around, we covered it on stream. It's not going to come out for a little while, but we covered it on stream. Like, more people are saying like 4.0 just isn't the game. 4.0 isn't the guy. Spearhead is good, but 4.0 this isn't the game. Like, it needs a hard reset. It needs, we need to basically do an AOS hard reset, and we need to get it right this time. And that would make, if they, that's what I want. I want AOS team to come in and just be like, okay, we've had 10 years of trying to make a double turn work. Fuck it off. It's not a unique selling point. It's an anchor round the legs of the game, dragging it down. Chop it off. Get rid of that anchor. Okay, let pride come before the fall. Let's swallow our pride and just make an absolute banger of an AOS game. We have the beautiful models. Let's have the beautiful game. That's what they should be doing. So yeah, I have no issue with making a positive AOS video, but I have no issue with making a negative AOS video. I'm not trying to I'm not pushing a narrative in any way or another. I'm just talking about what I see. It's that simple. And I apply that to literally every single game that I choose to engage with, or in some capacity or another. Like, if Horus Heresy 3.0 had come out and had been undeniably good, I would have been the biggest of champions for that game. The biggest. And I can say that unequivocally, and I got the receipts for it. If Warhammer Darkwater, I said I lambasted Darkwater because of its price and because of the fact that basically I thought that the way, the fact that there's basically no leveling up or character customization, which people have told me since is the fact the game has always had. Well, just because it's always had a really shitty feature doesn't make it good. No, they should have made it better, right? But I also said I've also had no issue praising many great things about Warhammer Quest Dark Water by saying the fucking Nurgle models in there are great. The character models in there are great. You know, like they actually, the models are fantastic. They're really cool. So I always say this in summary. I give credit where credit is due, and I lambast where lambastation is needed. It's just that simple. It's just that simple. Yeah. So yeah, that's my that is like my opinion, and I've always tried to be fair about that. Yeah. All right, what do we got next? Cool German dude, thank you for the super chat, man. The men, they yearn for the Carpathians. After 5 years of the hobby, I'm finally going to be playing a game. Can you give me a list? Give me list ideas. More in stream discussion. My God, he's only gone and done it. He's playing a bloody game. Got a 1K game of 10th edition against Black Temple Sunday. Let's make me a list. Here's what I've got available. Also at work, but listening. Infantry, 120 Krieg, 80 to 90 Austro-Hungarians, Acadians. Command structure, 2 Austro-Hungarian command squads, 1 leader character. Armor, 3 Vanks, 2 Stugel Dawns, love it, and 3 Sentinels. 1,000 points, man. I would just take the Mordian standard, like, I mean, I've got basically got a standard 1,000-point army list. Let me just find it for you. Do the vanquishers have to be vanquishers, I guess is my only question. Because if I could swap them out for something else, that would be ideal. Not the end of the world if not, though. Yeah, I mean, the list I've just come up with is 1 Rogel Dawn Commander, 2 Vanquishers, 3 squads of 20 Cadians, and a Cadian Castellan with a Loudhailer. Because the Loudhailer lets him do his orders out to 12 inches, which should help you be able to do your orders to all 3 blobs. Yeah. 60 men, 3 tanks. That's what I would do. Cyrillic dude knows. So yeah, that would be it. Rogel Dawn Commander, oppressor cannon. I'd go for oppressor cannon, pulverizer cannon, multi-melter sponsons, melter gun, nipple melters, and a heavy stubber. And then I'd go 2 Vanks with Vank, las cannon, plasma cannons, heavy stubber hunter missiles. And then I'd go 3 blobs of 20 Cadians. Every blob of Cadians, I would give 2 melter guns, 2 plasma guns, 2 Vox casters, and 2 sergeants with whatever weapons you want. The sergeants doesn't really matter, like auto guns, but if you've got them with last person chase, well, that's fine. Yeah. So dude, fucking size, isn't it? The game is so solved. Yeah. Like, this is, like, guys. 10th edition. I'm not going to go into a deep one on this one. I'm going to keep it light, but decisive. I'm going to keep it decisive. All of the salt. All of the negativity. All of the beef. Surrounding 40k right now. All of the doom and gloom. All of it just comes down to the fact the game is just solved. That's it. That's why people are... That's where all the complaints come from. About 12 months ago, people started solving the game. Like, properly solving it. And over the last 12 months, an increasingly high proportion of the community, especially those who have been playing for a significant period of time, at least from like the beginning of 10th, have basically just solved the game. And there's no that literally explains everything. People are just burned out, solved, looking for the next. War gamers like a challenge. War gamers like to figure out the puzzle. War gamers like to optimize. And at the end of the day, 10th edition is now fully optimized. There's always everyone, or 90% of the people that play the game know what they need, what the right options are, and what they need to take in lists. And if they don't know it, they will find it very quickly. It's just that simple. There's no need. We don't need to go any further than that. We don't need to make a big deal out of it. Like that is truthfully after that's the revelation that we've had on this channel. It's the revelation I've had personally. And once that sort of clicks into place, you just realize that's what it is. The game is just solved. Yeah. Edgar, can the solving games crowd just not get in K47, please? No matter, no auto includes. Just let me play and not have to play it 100% all the time. I mean, I think the good news, Edgar, is, I think the great thing about a game which has got granular points is that there's always the debate for what's the right option or not. You know, it always is. And the great thing about K47 is you have to figure it out for yourself. You have to. You can't, if you go on Google, if you Google or YouTube and type like Konflikt 47 like tactics or something, you won't. Even if you find two people talking about the same unit, you'll get two different opinions. It's just yeah, the game is same with bot action. It is a somewhat unique phenomenon to 40k, and I think it's a reflection of the way the community's gone. Yeah. With how competitively focused the game is and everything. I'm not sort of criticism saying the direction that the community's gone, but yeah, 40k is and as Cyrillic Dude says, the game plan falls apart the moment the wrong dice comes out the bag. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just the game. The thing is, it's actually not really to make something clear, it's not really the 40k community's fault that the game is so solvable. Of course it's not. It's a product of the game design. Like, Warhammer players like to try new things out. They on the whole, they do. There's obviously some people that will just only take. There are always like subsets, and we're talking in like broad strokes. But if you give most Warhammer players the opportunity to really like deep dive and like figure a lot of stuff out, they will do. Yeah. Doesn't Polos, if bot action had the same player numbers and games played, it would solve itself? Possibly. The thing is, let me give you a little pushback. Not a huge amount, but a little pushback. The thing is, bolt action has existed now for what? It's either 11 or 14 years. I can't remember. It's been around a long time. Over a decade, one way or another. And in many ways, the game is relatively unchanged. I mean, all 3rd edition did was introduce cover saves and new army building force org system. That's it. A man with a rifle, still a man with a rifle. An LMG, still an LMG. You know, so it's been around a while. And even if, and I think you can lessons that you learned in second edition absolutely can apply in third. It's not, it's, you know, it's transferable skills, if not direct skills, right? The game is still not solved after 11 years, 10 plus years. That's a lot of, when you think about 40k, it's, you know, 40k 10th edition got solved in 2 years. Now, I don't know, maybe 2 years of 40k was, you know, maybe in that time as many games in 2 years were played of over a decade of bot action, maybe. But I suspect that bot action probably has as many, if not more, games under its belt as a system than the current iteration of 40k does. So, and bot action isn't solved. I think it comes down to 2 things. I think it comes down to the sharing of information. I think the ability for 40k players to basically unpack 80% of a codex within and understand basically get the gist of it very, very, very quickly within 24 hours of a codex coming out is a problem, and that, you know, that comes down to the sharing of information. And then that problem is compounded by the fact that there are so obviously good and bad choices, like because of basically the way granular war gear works and internal balance. Yeah. Yeah. So it's more, I think it comes down to the spread of information. And I think, you know what, it just comes down to more than anything, it just comes down to the attitude. Bot action players, by and large, the competitive community is like tiny, it's microscopic. And the competitive community of bot action has quite literally no influence on the vast majority of bot action players. You know, if some sweat lord turns up to a bot action group, people are like, leave. We don't hate you. The competitive scene's over there. Go that way. Yeah. Yeah. It's just very different. And yeah, it's just very, very different. Yeah. It's old school, man. It's not old school. Remember, it's not old school. It's the way it's meant to be. No, I don't. It's so easy to fall into the trap of demonizing competitive play. Competitive play is great. War games at there, some of the best experience I've ever had are at tournaments. Competitive play is not the enemy. Just isn't. But as in all things in life, there should be a balance. Yeah. Yeah. Standard thematic, I think what action is more flexible in 40k. If there are 3 Death Guard players, it's probably the same list. True. Very true. In fact, a video I want to get around to watching today is one by Tactical Tortoise. And he basically did a video where he was like, there's a segment in one of his live streams where he was like, here's like all of the players that, you know, here basically he was like, he was doing a segment where he goes through lists, and he was like, it will be quicker for me to go through the lists that are different than the lists that are the same, because he was like, there's 100 lists here, 6 of them are actually curveball lists. The other ones, if you see an Eldar, it's exactly what you're thinking. If you see a guard, it's exactly what you're thinking. If you see a Necros, exactly what you think it is. Yeah. Mr. Lackey, is there supposed to be a base with the Pack 40 gun in bot action? Nah. Base sizes are they're like a guideline in bot action. So obviously, because I think in bot action you don't really you measure if like the model is basically hit rather than. So it's difficult to explain. Basically, you get a big oval base for artillery pieces, But that is so you can make like a cool diorama with it if you want to. You don't actually need a base for artillery pieces. The individual crew should be on. Individual crew should either be on the oval base with the gun, or if the gun's not on a base, they should be on 25 mils. Yeah. Yeah. Doesn't affect the rules. Yeah, yeah. It's yeah, man. It's but it's so funny. Like, I do love it a little bit, and indulge me a little bit, but I do love it when 40k players start getting into bot action and K47, because there's like these like little, like, not in a horrible way, Mr. Lackey, I'm not shitting on you, don't worry. There are these little like does not compute moments, or maybe that's not even the right way of putting it, like light bulb moments, where it's like, because obviously in 40k there's been things which have been like drilled into the community, drilled in, like, you must have your models on the right base size, and then you come over to bot action, someone's like, hey, so do I need like a base for this artillery piece? Nah. What do you mean, nah? How do I know what to measure to? Well, you just measure from the breech of the gun. What? But what if someone has their machine gun team on, like, what if someone has their artillery piece on an oval base and someone has it on a round base? It's like, well, that's probably because Warlord sent those guys at an oval base and sent those guys a round base. Wait, Warlord, what? Like, I have, none of my artillery is on bases. I could put it on if I wanted to, but there's no need for me. Yeah. But what if that creates, but what if someone tries to use that to their advantage in game? Well, they just won't. What do you mean they won't? Well, they won't, because that would be a dick move. But yeah, but they might do. But yeah, they won't. This is a gentleman's game. They won't, and if they do, they will be asked politely yet firmly to leave. It's like, like I've been part of a bot action group where, you know, 2 people have been asked, like, thank you, you're lovely, but this isn't the game group for you. It's great, man. It's like, oh, how many, you know, people are like, oh, how many templates are so bad? How can you use templates in a game? It's like, just don't be a dickhead. What do you mean don't be a dickhead? Okay, well, if you can't agree, if you and your opponent, if you think there's 4 people under the template and your opponent thinks there's 3, then either roll off for it if you can't agree, or just give them the benefit of the doubt. Just like, okay, yeah, it's 3, don't worry about it. But I might have killed 1 extra guy. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's fine. But that might lose me the game. Okay? Just have fun, have the next one. And, you know, if you give, and then your opponent comes over, hopefully, you know, they should be, and when they're doing a template, if it's not sure, they should give you the benefit of the doubt. Yeah. Yeah. It's awesome, man. Just being like, yeah, this is, yeah. It's the thing is, it's because I think 40k has become a little captured by, like, well, that's what the law says, that's what the rule says. It's like, we need to get, I said this in a previous stream, we do need to get back a little bit to rules as intended. I think rules as written is too dominant right now. Yeah. Yeah. Rules as written is good, but it's too dominant right now. I can look over the table and say it's probably 3 and pass the template so they can check and go with what they say. It's not even a proto fight, let alone disagreement. Exactly, Ed Scar. Literally, that is exactly how it goes. You say, I think that I should be able to get about 3. You're a little bunched up, so maybe 4. Can you check for me? I've literally done that. Ed Scar, I've literally done that exact same thing. And you pass. It's just, there's etiquette. There's literally etiquette, and it's great. Yeah. Yeah, what if someone tries to model for advantage? They won't. They won't. If they do, they won't be allowed. They'll. If they do, it'll be a problem for them, not for you. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Virtual Vec. GW has created this culture things official. I actually don't even, dude. I partially blame GW, but I equal measure blame the community. There's definitely been too much. Well, rules as written. Technically, I could put my 8-pound in a rhino. Do you know what I mean? There's been too much of that. Yeah, yeah. It's not it, guys. It's not even GW, man. Honestly, we kind of have to look in the mirror a little bit here. I have said this a couple of times recently, so I don't want to repeat myself. The community, remember, the community has gone through a visible shift. Mathhammer used to be laughed at. Now it is worshipped. Rules as written used to be scorned. Now it is the only way people play. Like that's the war game, the Warhammer cultural shift. That's what's happened, and a huge amount of that comes from the players. Like, there are people which don't really... There are so many people which, like, don't want to play for Intended anymore. They're like, don't play for Intention. Don't play for Intention. And they don't... Again, I talked about this. They don't remember the old ways. They don't remember the 8th edition ways. Yeah. Because you know, most people who play 40k never played 8th edition. They weren't there for the culture shifted positively in 8th, and over the course of 9th and 10th, it's still really positive. Don't get me wrong. Like, sportsmanship has never been higher. Sportsmanship has never been higher in 40k. Well, it was a bit higher in 8th edition, I would say, in the golden age. After the Great Fucking, which was when that guy fucked someone with his own deep strikes and everything. But it's definitely eroding a little bit. Don't get me wrong. 40k is the 40k competitive community is really lovely. I just do not encounter knobheads anymore. If you notice all my Tales of Tournament Gamer stories, they're from back in the day. You just don't encounter them anymore. But there's definitely... So it's not a sportsmanship issue. It's not a sportsmanship issue. Sportsmanship is great. People are very, very nice. 40k community is absolutely stellar. Really, really generally positive. You don't really have any neckbeards or dickheads anymore. Like, it's great, okay? So understand. It's more from a, like, we're talking about the math hammer. We're talking about, like, everything's got to be very, very precise. And I think that does lead to that does... It's a low trust game system in some ways. Everyone's very sporting, but there's also an element of everyone's a bit of a rules lawyer and a math geek now. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. People are cool at 40k tournaments. Like, they're fine. Yeah, everyone got pedantic. Yeah, there's a little bit of pedanticness. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I agree with that. KCFR, thank you for becoming a channel member. Thank you for becoming a channel member. Thank you for doing your part, sir. Amazing. We've also got Merlin. Thank you for the super chat. Hobby update in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Hobby update on my 5th edition journey. So in the last 2 months, this is the list of everything I've got done. I've got a company command squad officer and banner painted, 1 platoon command squad painted, and 2 infantry squads Praetorians painted. Yes! Picture of the platoon command squad and the 2nd squad attached. Fuck yeah, man. 1.1. Spent time in Blender making a Praetorian plasma gunner using scanned STLs of the old Cadian kit and other bits I found online. You can see the gunner in the squad. Okay, I'm looking forward to that one. Yeah, yeah. 2. Printed out 3 of the old armor sentinels. Only built 2 so far. Really good STLs. Literally a replication of the old sprue. Amazing, man. So cool. 3. Turned out I had an STL for lightning that I've used to fix up the beaten and broken Forgeable Remnant I have. 4. I found, extracted, and remade the Elysian Droptroop army from Imperial Armor 8th into its own PDF. Amazing. File is too big to attach here, so I had to supply a link on the Google Drive. It's safe, but you don't risk opening. I just won't open it on stream, man. 5. Spent too long trying to get ChatGPT to help me make an army build using Excel, but I finally got it to where I'm happy using it. I'm sure anyone here with experience with Excel is probably screaming internally that there are easier ways to go about it, but I differ the ChatGPT doing it for me as I'm not great with the nitty-gritty things you can do in Excel. It's very basic, but it works. I've attached the ones I made for the Imperial Guard Codex Legion army list. Still requires having the book in front of you or knowing offhand the limitations each unit has in terms of weapons and equipment, but it works, and I'm pleased with that. And that's just the 5th edition stuff I've got done the last 2 months. Also had Epic Napoleonic fish for my LGS and some Middle-earth strategy battle game that needed painted for a tournament and taking care of an 18-month-old toddler. Being busy, but fun. Amazing, man. Let's have a look. Yes! So good, man. Holy shit. Old hammer. Mid hammer. Just hits different. It just fucking hits different, boys. Wow. Look at that plasma gunner, man. He's come out. He actually fits in perfectly with the rest of the squad. Yeah. Very, very well done. Oh, so cool. So cool. Yeah, man. Jolly good minis. Jolly good, old bean. Yeah. The old sense. Great. And on the old base sides as well, of course, as it should be. As it should be. Hey, you fixed up the old light. I mean, at this point, I feel like you probably should. I feel like at this point, it's barely the Forge World Remnant anymore. But you know what? It's all good, mate. It's all good. By the time you're done, it's going to be the Lightning of Theseus, I suspect. But you know what? If you can rescue any part of it, that's the important bit, right? Yeah. Cool, man. I played a game with my old Metal Mordians, and those old Metalies, man. Those old Metalies, they just hit different. Yeah. Excellent work, man. Really, really, really fucking cool. Fantastic update, Merlin. Love it. Literally the only weapon the old Praetorian models didn't ever have, the plasma gunner. I know. I don't have any for my old Metal Mordians, and I kind of just deal with it. I'm thinking I'm gonna get. So in my game yesterday, I was terribly vexed because I had to use some plastic Cadian models for my veterans and for my Voxcaster guys in my Metal Mordian squads. So I think I'm gonna have to paint up a few Voxcasters to get the a few Voxcasters to and put them on the back of some of the old metal models so that I can have the right. Every squad can be Metal Mordians. Yeah, yeah. And I need to paint up a few more, just like 1 or 2 special weapons, so I can have like an all Metal Mordian veteran squad. But I kind of want to. I kind of need to think about how I might make another squad. I might make a squad of like hardened veterans, because obviously, like, they shouldn't just look like a normal Mordian squad. They should look like veterans, right? So I might see about how I can go about that. Yeah. Make a squad that feels like, you know, maybe make a squad that feels a bit more like a veteran squad. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, makes sense. Particles to overheat too quickly in Big Tooth River. Yeah, exactly. That you don't want weapons susceptible to overheating in the scorching heat. Yeah. Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. But then I think the Talan have like shitloads of plasma, so I don't think that works. Unfortunately, does the follows. Yeah. All right. Let's have a look. What we got next? Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat, man. Recommendation of expanding US Konflikt 47 force. If you've got Cosmic, my understanding is you don't have any power armor. You've got your Fireflies. You've got your mechs. You've got Paragons. I think the next step for you would be power armor. At some point, Cosmic, and I think we've already talked about this, you are going to bump into the, like, you're going to start feeling like you've got a lot of Americans. You might want to get a second army, maybe. But I think for now you've got you've got your Firefly Corps. Cosmic, you've got a Firefly Corps. I think you need a heavy infantry corps. Okay. This is where I would go. Cosmic, it's all coming to me now. This is where I would go with it. If you're gonna like no life the Americans, of course, you want to start thinking about like not just like the Americans as an army as a whole, but then like having having like distinctive like themed forces within your American army. So like if you want to take like a mixed force, you can pick a bit of everything. But sometimes you'll want to use like the 50th Firefly Corps, and then you just use like any, like Fireflies and linebackers and stuff like that. But then like the next area you could go is like the Heavy Infantry Corps, and that's where like instead of Fireflies, you're taking the power armor guys, and instead of like linebackers, which drop, you're taking things like Grizzlies and Kodiaks and stuff like that. So the idea is like, this is the heavy infantry. The Fireflies drop in and are fast but fragile. The Heavy Infantry Corps, they don't drop in. They're still a mobile force, but they're more of a striding across the battlefield kind of like mobile force. And then the third area, so that's one area you could go to. Grizzlies, Kodiaks, Bruins, lots of power armor. And then the last area that I would go to expand would be, I would have it as like almost like the reserve corps, maybe like just the infantry corps, which is the rifle corps, which is where you really lean into like the basic dudes. Even if they're not like all that competitive or anything, it's still like you got like a company of riflemen. Because like at the end of the day, it's like, oh no, like, but they're not that competitive, Mordy. It's like, bro, it's like one box of infantry and some weapon teams and like Shermans. Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean? So then it could be like, hey, today I want to use my themed army, which is like very Imperial Guard themed, lots of basic dudes and weapon teams and like standard tanks and all that. Right, cool. Then we're gonna do that. Today I might feel like we're using the Heavy Infantry Corps. All right, bust out the chonky mechs and everything. It's like, today I might fancy the Fireflies. Cool, bust out all the fast moving shit. And then you might be like, you know what? Today I fancy a little bit of everything, or two of the three. Yeah, that's how I would do it. So build your Americans up, but then like build each force as like a mini independent army within an army. Yeah. Cosmic trucks and power armor. Why am I helping you win? Because Jenny. Because it's because you want to have good games, Or maybe it's all reverse psychology telling Cosmic to go down the wrong route. I don't think you are. Casey Afar, thank you for super chat, man. Want to say thanks for starting my Cadian army, going with your Cadian 500 point escalating to 2k video. How does it to magnetize Lehman Russ tanks? Piece of piss, mate. You don't even really need to magnetize them. So, you don't need... So, here we have a Lehman Russ. You don't need to magnetize any of the sponsons, okay? They're just push fit. Once you've painted them, they might be a little bit loose when they're unpainted, but once you paint them, the paint obviously very slightly thickens the models and the bits, so you can just swap them out. So there's no magnet in there. You can see no magnet on the end there. Literally, just swap that out. So the sponsons and the whole weapon. Did I glue that one in? No, literally that's how well stuck in it was. They don't need any magnets. Worst case, blue tack, like Squidfish said. Now the turret. The Lehman Russ kit comes with two turrets. You have one which needs no magnetization, and one which at most needs a little bit of magnetization. So basically, there's the turret that comes with the Demolisher cannon, the Executioner Plasma Cannon, and the Punisher Cannon. None of that needs magnetizing. They're all push fit. Okay? And then you've got the turret which comes with the Battle Cannon, the Exterminator Autocannon, and the Vanquisher Cannon, and the Eradicator Cannon. That one might need that one needs magnetizing if you want to have the Exterminator turret and you want to have the Eradicator turret. Okay, if you're not bothered about that, you can actually basically get, of the 7 variants of the Russ, you can get 5 of them without any magnets, because the Vanquish, this is the Vanquisher, and basically what happens is you have this bit of barrel up to this like sort of this big round bit here, and then you just choose which barrel you want to slot in. So the longer barrel is the Vanquisher, and the shorter barrel is the Battle Cannon. So you can get 5 out of 7 variants out in your magnetization. If you're desperate for magnetization, then you only have to figure out how to do the exterminator and do the eradicator. Yeah. And to be honest, the eradicator just isn't that big a deal. And the exterminator, you maybe want 1. So it's one of those where, like, you know what? Maybe just on one of the Russes at some point in your collection, you just build a dedicated exterminator. And the rest of them, you don't worry about it. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Hope that helps, Casey. Lower Decks, thank you for super chat, man. Let's have a look here. I am the piano man in stream discussion. All right. Sir, things progress. The community has embraced me as everyone's new favourite lounge singer. My piano playing has seduced and infiltrated the hearts of all and sundry. Or could it be the cheap Amasec we sell here? Bit of column A, bit of column B. Either way, people come, they drink, they dance, they try and glass their mother-in-laws for a kebab. Sounds like Coventry. And I'm picking up so much information. Using my talents, I have direct ability to invest in sector tank production. For every tank a tower railgun destroys, the more money we shall make rolling out its even shittier replacement. Ah, yes. The ancient way of GW. Jenkins has now been tracked down to what I think is the Lunar class cruise that went missing some time ago and now prowls the back ends of the sector. Getting to it will be challenging. And as for Gaz the Goon, the last anyone saw of him was a rather unflattering pic of him being taken to the local enforcers. The cost of betraying the Von Schutter dynasty are high. Perhaps he will learn that in his next life. He's going to end up running the prison, I reckon, but we'll see.
Well, that's the end of the film. Now here's the meaning of life. Thank you, Brigitte. Well, it's nothing very special. Try and be nice to people, avoid eating fat, read a good book every now and then, get some walking in, and try and live together in peace and harmony with people of all creeds and nations.
Fair enough. Oh, man. There you go. The meaning of life. Great. I do enjoy a bit of Monty Python. And now for something completely different. All right. What do we got next? Chicken Detonator. Thank you for super chat, man. Reinforcements of the cloister are en route. Holy fuck. 07, sir. Reinforcements of the cloister en route. Also, I feel like I'm misunderstanding something about how fighting rank and support attacks work at all right now. Can I have a brief description with models on how it works? Also, pour drink for Tiki. Ever the chat for Tiki. Wow. I did not know Wargames Atlantic made all of these models. How interesting. Some of these feel like... I don't know if they're the same models or if they're just like similar to them, but some of these feel like the old Fireforge Games models. Like the Mounted Knights feel a bit like that, and the foot sergeants are different, I think. Yeah. Wow, cool, man. Very, very cool. I gotta check out some of these fucking foot sergeants, man. Yeah, they look sick. That's a lot of models, man. There's nothing like just getting a big fucking haul of minis, is there? Yeah. So, how to do fighting ranks? Okay, let me show you. Okay. So. Let me try and... Okay, so here we are. So we've got a unit of goblins that has been charged by a unit of knights. Oh, I need a tape measure. We've got a unit of goblins that have been... So these goblins have held. These knights have charged. How you work out fighting ranks is... Everyone in the front rank who is in base-to-base contact can fight. Everyone who is in the front rank who isn't in base-to-base contact can make a supporting attack, I believe. Everyone in the second rank, if it's in, that works for both sides. So like, because these front 5 goblins are in base-to-base contact, they can all fight. And because all these knights are in base-to-base contact, they can all fight. Alright? Then you get to, if you're infantry and you've been charged, the second rank can also fight. But they have to be within their movement characteristic of an enemy model to fight. So, for example, the goblins have got a movement of 4. So, obviously, all of these guys can fight because they're all well within 4 inches of the knights. But you can imagine if this was a very long... But if you can imagine this was like a really... There's like 1 knight left here. And this unit of goblins was really, really far away. Like, at some point, you're going to get it so where one of the goblins... down one of the goblins is like not let's make this a better example. So like that. So this goblin here isn't in 4 inches, so he wouldn't actually get to make a supporting attack. And then you do the same in the second rank. So this guy can't make a supporting attack, and this guy can't make a supporting attack. He's not within like 4 inches, right? So basically, if you're in base-to-base contact, you can fight. If you're not in base-to-base contact, if you're within your movement characteristic, you can fight. Typically, you tend to find that the way units line up, unless someone's gone really, really wide, typically everyone in the front 2 ranks should get to fight. Now, if you're armed with spears, you get armed with spears and you've been charged, you get to fight with a 3rd rank. But again, you have to be within sort of movement characteristic. Okay. So there you go. That's it. So the front rank is the fighting rank. Base-to-base models get to make their full number of attacks. Anyone who's not in base-to-base contact does not get to make their full attacks. Instead gets to make a single supporting attack. So for these goblins here, there's no difference because they've all only got 1 attack. So whether they're making a supporting attack or then base-to-base, they're making 1 attack. But for something like Chaos Warrior, Chosen Chaos Warriors who've got 2 attacks each, if you've got like Chaos Warriors, let's say, imagine these goblins are Chaos Warriors. Somehow that's happened, right? And you've got this goblin here fighting this guy. He would get to, let's say this is a Chaos Warrior. He gets to make 2 attacks because he's in base-to-base. But these ones are not in base-to-base contact, so they'd only get to make 1 attack. Supporting attacks are only ever 1 attack. Yeah. Yeah. So there you go. Now, infantry, if they charge, only get to fight with 1 rank. And that's actually... the same, unless they've got throwing spears, and then they can fight in 2 ranks. That's the advantage of throwing spears versus thrusting spears. Thrusting spears are something you defend with. Throwing spears are something you attack with, but they're not actually thrown. Yeah. Cavalry, if you had like a rank of 4 knights and then like a rank of 1 knight, and these cavalry charge, this guy doesn't get to fight. Because he's not in the fighting rank, he's not in the fighting rank basically. However, if you've got cavalry which are armed with cavalry spears, and they get charged, they can actually fight an extra rank like infantry spears can. If they get charged. That's one of the... But very rarely does that happen. Cavalry is typically charging. Yeah. Long story short, base to base, everyone fights. Not base to base, you make a sporting attack. You're allowed to make a sporting attack if you're within your movement characteristic of an enemy model. There you go. Hope that helps, man. By the way, I'm not an expert, so I may have got some things wrong there, but that is definitely the gist of it, and how if someone else tells you that's a little bit different to that, who's obviously more experienced, then they're probably right. But that is enough to... That's how I play it, and I muddle through with it. Yeah. Is that right, Rat Bastard? Okay, awesome. Yeah, Rat Bastard knows more than I do. Yeah. All right. So wide units give more attacks but less rank bonus at the same time? Exactly. Unless you go wide and deep, but then it's going to be expensive. Unless you're goblins. I do run bricks of 40 goblins because then I go 10 by 4 with goblins. And it's like actually kind of mental because then I'm getting like potentially 30 attacks from my goblins on when I'm getting charged. Obviously, I'm going to lose a few casualties. Might lose like 7 or 8 goblins when someone charges me, but that's still like 20 plus attacks I'm going to get back. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Oh, bloody hell. There we are. Okay, what do we got next? Wicked Assassin. Thank you for 35 months, man. X-Force, baby. So 60 Liberators are a thing in AOS, and it works. Okay. Wicked Assassin. You know, I'm just going to say, drop a list into the old DMs. You know, give me a bit more info, all that kind of good shit. You know, like I said, if I can get 60 Liberators for £60 basically and paint them up and make a big shield wall, you know, just saying, man. Give me hold my hand, take me through this step by step. I'm just saying. There you are. All right, what do we got next? Florida Eccentric, thank you for the super chat, bro. Hobby update in stream discussion. Finished the rest of my Fulsham Mega Bolt action box today at work. Warlord minis are so nice to build compared to GW. Oh my god, I'm enlightened. I built Warlord before, but after doing 36, it was such a breeze. Yes! Yes! Another one has been unplugged from the GW Matrix. Oh my god, man. It's so... Dude, man. It's so true. Warlord minis, like, not all of them. Like, some of the vehicles can be a real pig to build, you know, but the infantry are easy. The infantry are easy, and it's, occasionally you come across a bit of a difficult vehicle to build, but, the thing is, you only ever have to build one of them if it's a difficult one, Yeah. Dude, I love it. Let's have a look what you've gone for here. LMG and 5 assault rifles. Tasty. And then what's this? Is this just like 6 assault rifles? Or is that another LMG? No, that's a 6 assault. Oh no, LMG, 6 assault, 5 assault rifles. LMG and SMG. It's all fucking automatic weaponry, isn't it? It's LMGs and assault rifles for days. Oh my god. He's got ape, boys. He's got absolutely bloody ape. Oh my god. That's so cool, man. That's a very not in a negative way at all. That is a dead hard force. That is. Yeah, that's all Daka. That is a dead hard force. It's interesting because when people first saw the Battle of the Bulge box for Bolt Action, there's like 18 Fallschirmjäger in there versus like 24 Americans, and the Americans even get like a Greyhound like armored car, and people are like, oh, it's well unfair. The Germans don't even get a vehicle, and they're outnumbered by by 6 guys. They're outnumbered by like 25%, and it's like, yeah, I don't think you appreciate quite how dead hard the Fallschirmjäger squads are. I've actually since re-looked at that box, and I've been like, those poor Americans. Those poor Americans. Because, the Americans get like a bunch of riflemen, basically. An SMG here and there kind of thing. But they basically get like a bunch of riflemen. And the Fallschirmjäger are like, everyone's getting an automatic weapon. You might be outnumbered, but you are not outgunned. And you don't even have to worry about that Greyhound because someone's getting some Panzerfausts. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's cool. I really enjoy my Fallschirmjäger in Bolt Action. Like, it's funny, probably my go-to army, my go-to way of playing in Bolt Action now is just to run a very elite Fallschirmjäger force. Couple of MMG teams, lots of assault rifles and LMGs, no armor. My preferred way of running I was going, oh, of course not, more pure infantry guy. Yeah, but pure elite infantry. My preferred way of playing Bolt Action now, my favorite army I've ever run, and I've run it a couple of times now, is just Winter Fallschirmjäger, just fucking kitted out. Properly kitted out. Yeah. Yeah, it's cool, man. Yeah, it's cool. I like it. I love that Florida Eccentric. Yeah, you've done a good job there, man. What do we got next? Godlike Poet, thank you for 30 months, man. X-Force, baby! Double X-Force! 30 months, baby! K47 battle overview and picture stream discussion. Oh my god, it's happening. Let's have a look. Evening, sir. I played another game with Kelzo with a very silly list called The Menagerie. The idea was that every unit had to either be or be named after an animal. The exception was Star Trooper Officer, but the rest was 6 Shrek Wolfwood, 8 Falcons, a Panther, and a Mouse. Oh, man. I love it, Godlike Poet. It was not a good list. I had 5 dice. But you know what, man? Doesn't matter. Because you got to sling your mouse to the table and have a bit of fun with it. That's it, man. Oh my god. Godlike Poet. He's like... You're like that... we've used this analogy before. But you're like the Warhammer player who's like the ex-battery chicken that's just been like let out of the cage. And you've been like looking out into like the green fields, and you've been like not sure, like a little noise like spooked you, maybe you've gone back in, and now you're at that point where you're on top of the cage with your wings like, yes, I'm a chicken, yes. The wargamer is healing. Kelzo came at me with 24 Paragons, so he was out activating me 3-1 when you take the guts generation into account. Oh my god, 24 Paragons. What a cheesy bastard. The thing is, though, you've spanked him like the last 2 games, I think. So it's kind of interesting seeing him, he's like, I'm not doing it. It's not happening again. I believe I put my Violent Defense. Mission was that I had to defend my deployment zone. We flavored it as a small elite force defending a science lab. Of course. I killed about half the Paragons, but in the end, FDR's super soldiers took out the small force holding the lab. As seems to be becoming tradition, my armor was utterly useless. The railpad didn't even get a shot before it was destroyed, and the mouse scored a point-blank penetrating at the linebacker falling a goddamn 1 crew stunned on the damage table on a linebacker that had already activated. Brilliant. 1 pick is of a single extremely angry Shrek Wolfen. It didn't do any good though, sadly. It was a lot of fun and I still got a taste of what Paragon Spam could do. It's terrifying. Also, Kelzo and I are considering going to K47 event on the 1st of March in Portsmouth. We'll keep you updated if we go. Yes! I hope you do go, man. I'd love to get a mini report from both of you. That would be cool. Finally, I'm trying to ease back into hobbying after burning myself out on trooping to Kriegsmas. Thought I'd finish my agents, then go back to Sisters. Might be looking at slow start to dedicate a 4th edition force as well. Bro, you've got a 4th edition force. It's your Sisters of Battle, man. Dude, just get the Witch Hunters Codex and have your mind fucking blown. Yeah, you literally have a 4th edition army. It's called Witch Hunters, a combination of Inquisition and Sisters of Battle. It already exists. It already exists. Oh man. That is a fucking elite army. That was. It says Railgun on it. Oh, brilliant. I love it. I love it, man. What do we got next? Railgun. Let's have a look at Kelzo's force. So we've got one. I like these homemade Paragons he's gone for. Bunch of the spare Thompson, some machine guns put on some American and it's like American Winter Infantry with Thompson with Tesla Thompsons. Very interesting. I quite like that. Yeah. So he's got 1, 2, 3, 4 squads of Paragons, platoon commander, bazooka team, linebacker, and the Wolverine. Interesting. I love it. Let's bust out the motherfucking lava board, boys. The Rift energy's flowing through here today. Nice. The 2 tanks next to each other is absolutely peak, man. Well, those Paragons are going to be all over you from the beginning of the game because of Infiltrate as well. Wow. Cool, man. It double surging dies in the Shrek Wolfen. Nice. Oh no. Oh no, they're all dead. They're all dead, man. Oh, bro. Yeah, the thing is, like, armor it's swingy. It's very swingy. But I think it's one of those where I think you're just unlucky. Like, the Rail Panther not doing anything is a shame. Yeah, because I love my Rail Panther. I really, really do. It needs supporting a little bit. So I have an idea. Godlike Poet, about like going sort of full Imperial Guard with it and running like double Rail Panther and then loads of like basic infantry squads. And the idea is like it's the Rail Panthers do the anti-tank and the double infantry and the infantry squads do like the screening, like basically like Guardify it. Yeah. I was surprised by how unhard to kill the Panther was. I guess it comes down to like if it's moved or not. If the Panther moves, then you're hitting it on 6s, unless you're fast, which Paragons are, but then you're still hitting it on 5s. Yeah. Depends how you killed it in combat. If you killed it in combat or not. Yeah. Shooting with Tesla point blank? What did you shoot it with? Was it the linebacker? Linebacker point blank from the Paragons? Wait, did you get behind it? Did you get behind it? I mean, you must have got behind it with like a surging rift dice. So I'm guessing you had 2 Tesla rifles. Surging rift dice. So that's 3 shots from the Tesla rifle, hit with all 3, that becomes a pen 3 hit, rear armor, pen 5 hit. And then, because you hit it on 2s, because it's not an assault weapon, but it's Tesla, so it gets +1 to hit against vehicles. So that becomes a pen 5 hit. As long as you roll a 4+, you ignore cover, you're straight through. And you've got two Tesla guns to do that. Yeah. So you run up behind it, it's like, that's cool, man. Yeah. Just cooking off the engine, overloading the Tesla coil, the rail coils, all that stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool, man. Yeah, Tesla. I think Paragon spam is 4 shots from Tesla point blank, all hit rear armor, pen 7 hit. I don't know if you combine the. I'd have to check. I don't know, but I don't know if you can. Oh, you probably do combine all the shots, don't you? It specifies that in the book, because that's the difference between Tesla and Crush, isn't it? Yeah, because in Crush, it's like everyone just does their own hits and own combined pen. But with Tesla, the whole squad's pen combines, doesn't it? Yeah, interesting. Yeah, very interesting indeed. Because against the mouse, it took a luck and guts to upgrade the dice, which was insane. Nice. Yeah, Paragon spam's pretty good. Definitely gonna be. Thanks to Cosmic, I'm definitely gonna be indulging it. Yeah. Yeah. It also gives you them in short range, and you got +1 to hit. Well, you get +2 to hit in 3rd edition /K47, but then obviously -1 for moving. But then you get another +1 because Tesla gets +1 against vehicles, so it goes back to 2s. Yeah, cool, very good. I think Tesla rifles are very underrated. I think they are. Yeah. I see a lot of people that are like, oh, the Tesla rifle's not that good. And it's like, I've never had an issue with my Tesla rifles. Yeah. Light walkers would destroy Paragons essentially. Yeah, no, your Paragons would probably get quite badly butt fucked by like Vogel spinners and stuff. Because I'm pretty certain they're recce. So you try and shoot it in the bum and it just goes and just recce's away. Yeah. That's it. Like, at the end of the day, I think one thing is becoming sort of abundantly clear from your games. Bringing a SKU list doesn't necessarily work. Like, obviously, you could say Paragon spam is SKU, but I don't really think it is, because if you look at what else was in it wasn't like 8 squads of Paragons and nothing else, was it? It was a platoon of Paragons which were then supported by armor and like officers and weapon teams and stuff, and that's a big difference. That's a big difference. Whereas if you kind of look at like Godlike Poet's list, it's basically just everything is taken up in those tanks. The remaining units that exist aren't really enough to support the tanks. Yeah. So it's a great example of how, like, I've been saying this for a long time. I think Konflikt 47 rewards combined arms. I think it really does. I think a nice combined. That's why I think I'm going to struggle this weekend, because I've not taken a combined arms list. I've just taken muscle mummies and Ursus. And I think I'm going to lose. I think I'm going to get battered in every game. Yeah. Godlike Bert, I spent like 60 quid on them out. I want 2 sleeves. Of course, dude. Godlike Bert, of course, man. And here's the thing, right? K47's a vibes game. Right, Godlike Bert and Kelzo, talk to me here. Talk to me. Tell me if your experience lines up with this or if it's any different. When I'm playing 40k, there's this intangible pressure to feel like I have to try hard and I have to win the game. When I play Konflikt 47, I'm more than happy to build a list knowing it's probably going to lose a game because I know I'm still going to enjoy the game that I play. That's my experience. It's like it's like the same pressure that you feel in 40k just isn't there in Konflikt. It's not that it's weird. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. Yeah, God, I found that. Yeah, like it's like, oh, it's not like I don't play 40k much anymore because I could not be asked to keep up. I prefer to lose in K47. Exactly. And you come away from a loss and you're like, okay, cool. Well, at least I've had a bit of fun and maybe I can learn for the next game. Yeah. Yeah. It's literally like I will happily lose most games of K47. I actually have lost more games than I've won in K47. Like I've only won about 3. Maybe 4. I have not won that many. I got fucking battered with I think Johnny's won 3 and I've won 2. Like I won 1 with the Soviets and 1 with the oh no, we're 3 for 3. Yeah, we're equals equals. And then so I'm not on a win streak or anything. My win streak is 1. For every game I've won, I've then lost the next game. Yeah. Yeah. It's cool that your experience lines up with mine. It feels like that's the going trend. Like, fuck it, I'll bring him out. I'll probably lose my game. Doesn't matter. I know I'll play another one and have more fun. You know, if I want to do better than the next one, I can try hard the next one if I want to, but no pressure if I don't. Yeah. Yeah. Don't ask me my win rate. Hey, Kelso, you got a win under your belt now, man. The streak starts here. There we are. What do we got next? We've got... Let's see what I'm up to. Lyson K, thank you for the 15 months, man. X-Force, baby. Looking for ideas on finalizing my guard list in stream discussion. Grizzle Company, 2,000 points. Caden Stellan, Loudhailer, Caden Castellan, Caden Command Squad, Commissar, Rogel Dawn Commander, 60 Cadians in Battle Line, Artillery, 3 Bulgrin, Field Lance Battery, Creed Combat Engineers, Hellhound, Vank, Scout Sentinel. I have 2 extra Chimeras, 10 Rough Riders. It ain't much as what I got, so I want to make the best out of it. So I can practice one list and start going back and forth to improve my skills. I tried putting 2 Chimeras, Creed and Bulgrin, 1 Chimera with the Hellhound, using Rough Riders and such, but I can't decide on one list. Okay. I'm just looking at it. You've got 6 tank orders, but only 5 tanks. I don't really like that. And then you've got 8 infantry orders. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I think you've got 1 too many officers. I think you don't need the 2nd Cadian Castellan. And I don't think you need the Kree Combat Engineers. Because you already have the Scout Sentinel. So that's your scout, cheap scouter unit. And you already have, and you've still got that still give you 8 orders. You definitely don't need the Loudhailer either. So you just put the Cadian Castellan and the Cadian Command Squad in one blob, and they can order all the Cadian shock troops, the artillery team, and the field arms battery. And then, so you can get rid of the Loudhailer. You get rid of the Loudhailer guy. That saves 65 points. Get rid of the Kree Combat Engineers. That's 125 points. Get a second Hellhound. I know you've not got it right now. Or get the 10 Rough Riders in there. Yeah, get the 10 Rough Riders in there. That's what I would do. Because even though that would mean you'll be 1 infantry order short, one of your squads isn't going to be doing something. Like, at some point, one of your squads is just going to be hiding. So that's when you order the Rough Riders and then just go for it. Or you can always use Snap to it to get the extra order that you need to just go for it. Yeah. 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 So that's what I would do. Now, you don't. That's what I would do based on the points, based on the models you have available. Because the Rough Riders will do a nice mixture of being able to basically act like more infantry and basically being act like a heavy hitter. Yeah. What I would say though is 3 Bulgrin. The Commissar with Abhuman detail isn't really worth it on 3 Bulgrin. I strongly recommend your next purchase to be 3 more Bulgrin. You need a squad of 6. Like, you need it to make that combo worthwhile. And frankly, 12 would be better. But that's going to significantly skew the list. Yeah, there you go. That's what I would do with the models you have available. All right? All right, there we are. John Shepherd, thank you for super chat, man. Picture the stream discussion. 8 stands almost finished out of the 12. Let's have a look. Hey, look at this. Let's have a look. Nice. Hey, they're coming together, man. I love how tiny the models are, and I love how tiny the armies are. Look at that thing. Some sort of like organ gun or puckle gun or something. Dude, that's cool. That's very, very cool, man. I like it. Yeah, that's cool, man. They're coming along, bro. They're coming along. They're doing all right. Yeah. Let me have a look here. Yeah, fair. What have we got after this? Equips the Baneblade. Thank you for 37 months, man. Triple X Force. Thanks for the channel for over 3 years, bro. Amazing. Thank you. What Chaos God would you fall to? So, I always end up collecting Nurgle in-game. But I'm not actually, touch wood, I'm not someone who actually gets very unwell very often. I'm not really a Chaos God kind of guy. Truth be told. I'm not really... I've never been one, like... I've never been one to be overly into Chaos. You know? So... I don't really have any terrible vices, so Slanesh is unlikely. I've done all the book learning that I like to do, which is, you know, was in school for better part of well, obviously from the ages of like 4 to 21. So, you know, literally like 17 years. So I've done all the book learning I want to do. Not particularly martial. No more martial. You know, support the troops, but no more than anybody else does. Do you know what I mean? The normal amount. And yeah, generally not overly sickly. Touch wood. So yeah. Your collection, the definition of excessive. Yeah, maybe Slanesh, but Slanesh is also like perfection as well. The seeking of perfection. Yeah. No, I'm not an overly chaos person. Like, honestly, yeah. I'm not saying I wouldn't get corrupted. I'm sure we all get corrupted at some point, but yeah, I'm not an overly chaotic person. So yeah. But I always seem to end up with Nurgle in my... Whenever I collect chaos, it always ends up being Nurgle. So yeah. You are the definition of chaos? What? What do you mean? I like playing the guard, and I like guard and guard accessories. Yeah. You have to, it's it, dude. Why? What? You have to tell me why you think I'm the definition of chaos. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I'm curious though. Not in a whole way. I'm curious. Sindarius, thank you for super chat, man. Warning: longest message and a few photos. However, hobby update and stream discussion. That's all right, man. Let's have a look. That's not very long at all, man. You don't need to apologize. Hey, Mordian, hobby update. Got most of my boys ready for the, got the most boys ready. Like the paint scheme I got on the Lord Marshal. So let me break down what you're seeing. We have over 170 infantry, 3 Lehman Russ, 6 Taurox, 2 artillery teams, 10 Death Riders, and 6 Cycle Demolition vehicles. It's a lot of priming I'm about to do. Yes. Will there be blood, sweat, and tears? Also, yes. Other than that, they are my proxy vehicles. Cool, grim, derp, scale World War II vehicles. Yes, we don't talk about that. Before you ask, I have files for the armored car. I can DM over Discord if you want to see. However, unfortunately, I got the Tiger Lemurs proxy from Etsy back when I first got started in the guide before I started 3D printing. So I don't know if there's an STL file out there. I can't wait to paint the Road Trader metal models, debating if I will have them in the Night Raid scheme or not. However, hope you have a good stream. Dude, I'm having a great stream, man. Look at all this crazy shit, bro. Cool. And nothing wrong with some, sci-fi... Well, Warhammered up World War II shit, man. Love a bit of sci-fi World War II. Look, yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Nice. I'm guessing sci-fi sort of Warhammer Tiger tank there. That's cool as fuck. Nice. The like 222, sci-fi 222. That's a really cool. That's a really, really cool model because it kind of reminds me of some of the vehicles like the Chaos Forces use in the early Gaunt's Ghost books, like the Steg 4 like buggy and stuff like that. Hey, those are some cool Rogue Trader models, man. Nice, they are cool. Dude, it's great. That's a guard army right there. Look at that, boys. Tanks and vehicles and shitloads of infantry. This is the way, man. This is the way. Yeah. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Loving it, bro. Excellent. A not too long message at all, man. Appreciate the consideration, but you're over worrying about it for sure. Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. Glenn Lee, thank you for the super chat, man. Mortar Squad Sentinel and stream discussion. Ratty Rascal, Glenn Lee. Let's have a look. Here we go. Keep 40k dirty, grimy, rusty. Not finished yet, but having fun. Painting and talking shit and learning from learning all you made lads and ladies. Hey, it's looking good, man. A classic Cadian color scheme done properly always looks sick. Yeah. It looks proper. It looks like, looks close enough to feel army-ish while still being sci-fi as fuck. Yeah, man. That's cool. Like, it's shit like this. Right. Let me have a moment here. A good moment, right? One minute. Hang on. Hang on. It's worth it. Where is it? Where is he? There you go. That's a good example. So, Occasionally, I see something. It's all hype, all good. Occasionally, I see something in the community coming from the community that just like reminds me why I love the Guard so much. So, you know, to me, you go through some of the 40k stuff, and you're like, oh yeah, look, it's like it's a Primarch, and oh yeah, he looks like cool, and like his armor and his sword's on fire. Yeah, that's all right. Oh, look at this cool like big fuck off like battle suit thing, and it's got all sorts of glowy, sparkly bits, and there's guns everywhere. And oh, what does this antenna do? Who knows? You know, and then you've got like, oh, look at this, like it's something that's crawled out of Japan, and then all this kind of stuff. Like it's got an actual like warp portal on the back of it. Oh wow, that's really like amazing. And then oh look, this guy is pretty big and scary, and oh this new defiler looks pretty crazy. And then it's just like army dudes. This one. But what about all the really cool like fantastical ship? This one. These guys. But they're just army dudes. Yeah, I know. These ones. These are more badass. These are cooler. But what about the portal on the thing's back? No, these guys are cooler. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just these guys are cooler. But it's just a guy with a mortar. Yeah. The big scary monster thing. It's a big scary monster thing. But do you know who's more badass than the big scary monster thing? The guys who are literally dialing in mortars onto its head. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's badass. But do you know how badass you have to be to, like, take it on with a mortar? With, like, just a gun? Yeah. Yeah, the normal dude shot at the monster thing. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. That's it. And that's what I love about the Guard, because it's like, this is what I love about 40k. Like, this is what I do love about it. It's like all of these cosmic horrors beyond comprehension, and the way that the Imperium deals with it, it's just like, shoot them. What? Just shoot them. If we just, it doesn't matter how big it is, if we get enough guns and shoot it, it'll die. How do you defeat a literal demon from hell? Load the Vanquisher cannon. Load the AP rounds into the gun. Yeah. If it's not, yeah. It's like that, and that's what I like. That's what I love about the Guard. Like the way they don't go through like some ancient rituals, or they don't have like some sanctified blades or anything like that. The Guard's solution to the unfathomable cosmic horrors of the galaxy is to shoot them with guns. Yeah, that big demon thing is talking a lot of shit for being in bank range. Exactly. Just literally just load the AP round, train the gun on it, and fire. And, you know, us and the 10 other banks that we've got will do the same thing. And, you know, if one of us hits it, we're just going to take the head off that thing, man. Yeah. That's it. You know, you got all this fancy. Yeah. They don't like it up 'em, sir. Exactly. And this is what's cool. Like, it's so grounded. It's so grounded. It's so cool. Just like, oh yeah, you could. It's like this is like another example. Like, you know, to compare like artillery to artillery, it's like the Eldar have developed the Night Spinner, which through ancient technology rains down on the battlefield, you know, archaic, esoteric rounds that defy human understanding of like science. The Imperial Guard has a mortar. Basically the same thing that we've had forever as humans. Just You don't need to tell me it's badass. It's just... Dunk. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, it's just it's a mortar. It's not some weird fucking crazy mental thing that I can't really understand. It's just dial it in, grid coordinates. Dunk. An explosion with a spiky bit, it does a lot of work. Exactly, man. It's great. Yeah, hanging. It's great, man. Yeah, exactly. It's cool. It's just, yeah, that's why, if that's not enough manpower, more manpower. Exactly. And that's what I really love about the Guard. And that's why, like, that's why no matter how much GW fucks with me, like, I'll always, I don't necessarily support Games Workshop and I'll always call them out, but my heart always will belong to the beloved Guard. In some capacity or another, my heart will always belong to the Guard. Yeah. And I think this is something, like, I'm always fair with this kind of stuff, right? Really, really cool. Really, really well painted, by the way. Beautifully done. The something it took me a long time to learn as a war gamer is the basing is the most important part of the the basing is literally the most important part of any model. Yeah. It tells the story. It adds to the headcanon. Yeah. So you guys know I'm fair-minded, and you guys know I love Warlord games. But if I was to say, if Warlord Games has made like a small mistake, mistake's not even the right word, a small misconception that they've had with their expectations with like Konflikt 47, is I think they've like assumed that all the weird and like that everyone's just going to be interested in like the really weird and like wacky stuff, like I mean it's all relatively grounded in Konflikt 47. Like, that's a zombie. Do you know what I mean? Like, a zombie's a zombie at the end of the day. And seeing like the new Harvester mechs, all that stuff's like really, really cool. But there's loads and loads and loads of weird stuff. But there's also a really big section of the community who are going to be like, okay, all that weird stuff's really cool, but what about a 50 cal team? And War's like, yeah, but you could get like this Tesla cannon, with power armored guys. Yeah, that looks great. 50 cal team. But we've given you these Fireflies. They've got jump packs and they're Thompsons. Look, they glow blue. Yeah, that's great. 50 cal team. And Warlord's just like, all right, fucking fine. We'll make the normal guys look. We'll make the normal guys better. But I think Warlord has they know it now. I think it's a surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. For every 3 players that want to go full send on the weird and wacky shit, I think you've got a solid. Another, out of every 4 players that get into Konflikt, I'd say, conservatively, 25% of them, one of them are just like, they're there to take the Imperial Guard, the normal dudes taking on the horrors of the Rift. And hopefully, I think it'll take a few passes, and I think it'll be quite incremental and all that kind of stuff. But hopefully, like, bit by bit, we see, the normal dudes really, be able to shine in the darkness of the world. Yeah. I really, really want to do an American army or a British army, one of the two, right? But I really want to do an American or British army where it is just like normal dudes, just all normal dudes. I think I might do it with the British, simply because like not a single monster in sight, not a single AI in sight. But I will see. It might be the British, it might be the Americans. But the reason I think in British is just because you've got the you've got the Grenadiers who can take the basic Tesla rifle. Oh my god! By the way, there's such a good short story. There's such a good. It's like 2 pages long, so it's quite big. Well, like a page and a half. There's like a big picture involved and everything. But it's like a page and it's a page and a half, 2 pages long in Festung Europa, and it depicts like a British like platoon trying to like hold the line against like a Style Trooper attack. So fucking cool. Yeah, it's so the way the Style Trooper are just described. It's pure. It's absolute cinema. It's absolute cinema. It's great. I'm not going to give anything away, any details or anything like that. It's just absolute cinema. It's gritty. It's grim. It's fucking right. Yeah. It's awesome. Yeah. It's really good. Don't worry for it, dude. No spoilers. But yeah, I think it's, to me, I think it's the best story, the short story in the book. Yeah. It's really, really cool. Anyway, yeah, it's a story about, from like the British perspective. And it made me fall in love with the Style Trooper even more. I was like, yeah, baby! Woo! These guys are badass! Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah, so there you go. All right, where are we up to? What do we got next? We've got Sparrow. Sparrow, thank you for super chat, man. Got my first game of K47 tomorrow. List in stream discussion. Hooray! Amazing, man. Good luck. Have fun. Don't worry if you win or lose. Just enjoy the game. So I got my first game of K47 tomorrow, and I've been umming and ahhing about this list for the past couple of days. It's just a friendly 1k per player, 2v2 of Brits versus Axis though. I'm not certain if I'm going too heavy with my arm platoon points. Could do some reassurance / age wisdom from those more experienced than I. I did pick up a Guardian Walker today, and I'm tempted to squeeze it in. Okay, so you got a platoon commander in Galahad heavy armor, guy with a heavy Tesla rifle, guts, and 2 additional soldiers. That looks fine. British Grenadiers heavy Tesla rifle, good. British Grenadiers heavy Tesla rifle, good. Mark II automated infantry with a heavy automatic cannon, that's fine. Sniper team with regular tank, and then you've got a Cromwell T cruiser, and you've got a Humber armored car. I mean, it looks fine to me, mate. It looks fine to me. You've got because you have platoon commanders in like a false, we've got 2 extra bozos. That's like actually it's not like a attack unit. It's actually doing something. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4. You got 4 like infantry units and 2 tanks. Yeah, it's fine. The veteran Cromwell T is a bit pricey, obviously. I think that's where you're maybe shitting yourself a little bit, but computational system heavy Tesla cannon is not to be sniffed at. Yeah. Not to be sniffed at all. So yeah, it looks good to me, man. Especially when you think you're going to have an extra 1,000 points backing it up. My advice, honestly, would be to talk to your teammate and see what they're bringing. And then coordinate as best as you can. Yeah. So that would be my advice. But on the whole, looks good. Wouldn't worry too much about winning and losing. Just play and enjoy it and get a feel for the game. Yeah. There you go, man. And good luck and have fun to you and all your friends who are playing it. Yeah. Glenn Lee, thank you for super chat, man. We hear what you're saying loud and clear. I don't feel you shitting on 40k GW AOS. It's all just the pros and cons. Don't get butthurt, folks. If you love what you do, that's just that's just it. The rest is just spilling tea between tabletop and hobby. Yeah, I mean that's it, Glenn Lee. Yeah, exactly, man. Exactly. Like the thing is, I'm acutely aware of like people are really precious of their hobby in a good way. Like they're precious, they're protective, they love it, and that's the nature of, I think, wargaming, because you have to like build the models, paint them, pour your heart, in many cases, you're pouring your heart and soul into it. That's one of the issues I think 40K's got, where like, because it's become more competitive and it's become more about like chasing the meta, there's less opportunity to like pour your heart and your soul into it. And it's more about just gotta have the good shit, gotta have the good shit, gotta have the good shit. And so, yeah, but I understand that, you know, if I start talking mad shit about like AOS, even if I try and be as reasonable as possible, I'm still talking shit about someone's beloved game. Like if someone came in here and gave some really like valid criticisms of like Konflikt 47, my instinct would be like, shut the fuck up, you piece of shit, fuck you, like, like that would be. But you've got to like try, you know, but if someone says, like, when someone says, oh, I don't like Konflikt 47, I'm like, you take that back, you shut your dirty mouth. But I have to kind of like remember, like, not every game is for everyone. Yeah. So it's one of those things, like, I'm acutely, even though I try and be very reasonable, I'm acutely aware that people are going to get their backs up. But hopefully, you know, once that initial like protective stance has kind of like, you know, calmed down a little bit, they can see that I'm not like being unreasonable. I'm not getting any enjoyment from tearing it apart. It's merely like a comment on the situation. And, you know, I often, when I'm criticizing, offer like ways that I would change and improve things. Yeah. Like with AOS, I've said like, you know, if they just got rid of the double turn, that would go a long way to getting me to try the game out. Until that, like, I'm very clear on that stance. Until that goes, I just will not consider playing it. That goes, I'll be Sigmar curious. I'm not going to commit that I'm suddenly going to be playing everything, but I'd be Sigmar curious. I would be willing to try, you know, assuming nothing else, they didn't fuck it in some other way. I'd be willing to call up a couple of mates who've got some Sigmar armies and be like, take me through a game. You know, take me through a game. But they, but until that happens, I'm just not interested. And that's fine. That's fine. It's not like I expect GW to bend the game around me or anything like that. Of course not. But that's a deal breaker for me. And you know, that's it. If they never change it, that's fine. If they never change it, that's totally fine. Like whatever, cool. It's just not the game for me. Yeah. And also, you know, when I say Age of Sigmar's dying, it's not like, yes, Age of Sigmar's dying. It's like, fuck, man, Age of Sigmar's dying. You know? Because, and a big part of that is it makes me worried. As we've said before, we're not going to retread over old ground every fucking stream. I'm looking at the game systems, not the model releases. I'm looking at the game systems that GW has released in the last 12 months or so, and I'm just like, I'm not seeing a reason to be confident. You know, starting with Lord of the Rings, and then we'll start with Age of Sigmar, then Lord of the Rings, then Horus Heresy. I'm just, I'm just not seeing anything in the major game system. You know, the match. I'm just going to say it again: the match play guide and Cathay with Old World. I'm not seeing anything in the last 18 months or so, which has given me confidence in their game design abilities. That's why I'm so nervous about 11th edition. Like, I want 11th edition to be great. I wish I could look back on the last 18 months of GW game releases and be like, banger, 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 banger. Like, every single one's an absolute banger. You know, like AOS dropped, amazing. Lord of the Rings dropped, fucking that's blasting. No, literally, absolute blaster. Fucking Match Play Guide and Cathay dropped at the same, basically Match Play Guide dropped, amazing. And Horus Heresy, I wish I could say of the last 12 months, I'd no-lived Horus Heresy 3.0. I had a suite of 100 unit reviews and tactics videos and all this kind of stuff, right? I wish I could look back on all of that and be like, yes, 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 yes. I can't do that. I'm not shitting on anything here because I wanted. People are like, oh, why has Mordy become like a Doom tuber? Why is it? Oh, the classic. I used to respect this channel. It's like, if every game that had come out from GW in the last 12 to 18 months had been a banger, you would all be calling me the biggest GW shill ever to walk this earth. You would be. And that would be okay. Because I always give credit where credit's due, and I always lambast where lambastation is needed. Yeah. Me thinking about match play guide is lame as fuck. I'm just going to say it. Slight little rant here. Try and keep it quick. I think the match play guide is terrible. Like, actually terrible. There is only one bit that's good in the match play guide, and that's the baggage trains. The secret missions, bullshit. All of the missions, terrible. I knew from game one that the match play guide was a bad idea. Game one. I can tell you exactly what made me realize it. First game I played of match play guide. King of the Hill. The whole premise of the mission is a force in a wider battle. Your force has been sent to secure that high ground. First game I played, the person who controlled the hill lost the game. What? The mission is King of the Hill. The goal of the mission should be to take the hill. Whoever's holding it at the end should be the victor. It's that simple. The hill has been seized. This could have a huge ramification for the wider battle. Maybe, then some artillery is brought up and we start bombarding like off map. You can imagine that in your head. No, the guy who's controlling the hill at the end of the game, yeah, he lost on arbitrary points. What? What? That's when I knew. And then that's like and then I played the second game I played was Envelopment. The whole point is both sides are meant to be breaking through to try and you're trying to flank attack. You're trying to break through on a flank. The guy that held the flank objectives lost the game. And I was like, so the name of the mission doesn't actually have anything to do, doesn't mean anything. Yeah. Yeah. So like literally like it completely those two games I was like, this is bad. And then that coming out with Cathay dropping at the same time. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I just thought it was just, and slowly, what's kind of interesting, I don't think, suddenly everyone agrees with me, but I do think over the course of the last 12 months since the match play guide came out, and obviously Cathay's had a big impact as well, but over the course of the last 12 months, I do feel like more and more people have started to see what I was talking about 12 months ago. And I got so much pushback. Here's the thing. I got so much pushback when I criticized the match play guide from literally everyone. And I was like, maybe I'm wrong. It made me doubt myself. Maybe I'm wrong. But as more time goes on, I think we're seeing, more people are starting to see what I was going on about. Yeah. If I play Old World now, I won't touch the match play guide. Old World is literally peak if you take the match play guide away and you take Cathay away. Just gone. That's it. And the great thing is, I only really play Old World with friends. I don't really play it competitively in any way, shape, or form. I go to the occasional tournament to get a few games and have a bit of a social, meet a few people. But the great thing is, like, I can actually play Old World that way and have fun. Yeah. That bastard Cathay seems fine now. For me, Cathay, it's a bit like the Tau. It'll take a few years before I feel they fit into the setting. Yeah. Antonio, hey, great to have you here, man. We miss you. Dude, I meant to come to the last two tournaments and I just didn't get a ticket in time. God damn it, Antonio. Motherfucking Old World is really popular now. It's really popular. Before, I used to be able to leave it to the last minute before I bought a ticket. Now I've missed the last two tournaments because I missed a ticket. Yeah. So yeah, don't worry. I'm going to make sure I buy my ticket well in advance for the next one, whenever it might be. Next one is the 8th. Yeah. No, don't worry, Antonio. I'll get it. Thank you for the offer, though. It's on me if I fuck up, you know. March the 8th. I feel like I might have a tournament already on that day. But I'll have a look. March 8th. I don't feel like I've got anything on March the 8th. Yeah, this is Antonio's Tomb Kings, dude. Antonio is the guy that utterly bummed me with Tomb Kings in the last event and gave me PTSD. I'm a solid maybe on that one. Solid maybe. 90% probably going to make it. Yeah. Yeah. There we are. I need to decide what army. I mean, I probably should have bust the Empire out, but I'm seriously tempted to. Antonio, sorry, I was so slow. I watched you talk to the Ghost Order guy. Antonio, you weren't slow. Dude, we finished the game with an hour to spare. You weren't slow. It is the nature of Tomb Kings. Don't worry, man. Don't take any personal slight against yourself and my criticisms of Tomb Kings. I am more than capable of separating the faction from the man. Okay? And there's nothing. You were playing a strong game and it's a tournament. You are meant to play to win. Okay? And I've made that very clear. You know, that's it. Yeah. You know, and I made sure that at the end of the game, we shook hands, I had a good one, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, no dramas, man. Yeah, don't think I was ever saying anything negative about you personally. Never would do, man. Yeah. I mean, think about it this way, man. When I was battering you with cannons, you didn't hate me. You were like, God damn those cannons. It's the same, now reverse situation, you totally get it. Like, I wasn't like, oh, I hate Antonio. I was like, those goddamn Ushabti. You're wrong, I hated you. Oh, man. Okay, question, though, for Rat Bastard and Antonio. Is there any Cathay prowling the halls of Just Play? Is there any Cathay turning up to the events? Because there was that one guy that brought Cathay. And that's fine. Like, I managed to beat him. But, you know, all I'm going to say is, you know, I bet Will has got, like, 18 balloons. The guy that's got 7 dwarf cannons would definitely bring 18 balloons. If he's not got Cathay by now, I'd actually be surprised. Yeah. Oh, my God. Yeah. Cathay now is not a problem at all. Fair enough. All right. It's cool that I haven't played against new Cathay. See, the thing is, I beat old Cathay, which I feel like I never want to play them again because I could be like, I beat them when they were unnerfed, you know? And when they were unnerfed, I beat them. Yeah. I mean, Ed at Close Order still thinks that Ed at Close Order still thinks that they're very, very good, but he obviously that was obviously last time I spoke to him was before he played against them. So yeah. Yeah, Mordian was that 20% in the 80% win rate. And everyone said Renegade Crowns was trash, man. Renegade Crowns, I still think they're the best army. Yeah. I think Renegade Crowns are the best army. It's an infantryman's game now. If give me full plate and a halberd and I'll show you what I can do with it. All right. Anyway, I better move on to the next super chat, boys. But great to see you in the stream. I'll keep an eye on the regular chat. Yeah, but I will be doing the super chats for a little moment. What have we got here? Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. Show Commander HHL your worm. Oh, where have I put it? I had my worm easy to hand. Oh, it's here. It's behind my mug. Cosmic, I am worried. You are obsessed with me showing my worm off on stream. Like, Cosmic, you know, I feel like you're trying to hint some things to me about my worm. What have we got next? Jared, man, thank you for 29 months, man. Xbox, baby. What do you think of Victoria Minis? I've never... that's not true. I have one squad of Mordians with the head swaps from Victoria Minis. And I thought they were very good. But I've not bought anything from them myself. I've always found that Victoria Minis is very, very widely regarded in the guard community. No one really has any complaints about them, as far as I'm aware. I think a lot of their stuff is made out of resin, though. So you need to be aware that's the material you'll probably be working with. Yeah. All right. So that's my take on them. So overall, I think they're meant to be pretty good. Chaos! Thank you for super chat, man. New development of the Mini Crassus in stream discussion. Yes! Mini Crassus, man. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. All right. Greetings, Morty Mine. The Death Mechanicus have been busy on Mars designing the new free Mini Crassus for the Shovel Enjoyers, and it's going forward in good speed, and I've reached another milestone. The model has been cut up and refined, soon ready to be 3D printed. But some setbacks of a coach I will get to. However, yours and chat's comments about potential other upgrades was recorded by the scribes and sent to the Archmagos, whose emotional cores returned happy. After much toil, some initial prototype concepts were constructed as well, and so Mars have dispatched a tech priest to show you the latest reports, including a battlefield scenario. Real life, this project was initially just a fun spin-off, but with this much time spent on it, just here and there, it's grown on me, and with additional ideas that come. However, like you also said, there are issues with intellectual property rights, but nothing major. In my original design, I wanted a gunner with autocannons, but after discussions, the STL files I bought from Tide Legends was not allowed to be used in terms of IP. That's why I now have turrets instead, so that I can give it for free to all. Hey, amazing. I'm trying to make a gunner to be free. Obviously, I can't print my models with the Tiny Legend stuff. Just can't give it to you guys. Side note to you, Mordian, I never thought of the ideas from you in chat, but there seemed to be genuine interest from you all. So I had an idea for a little side project if you wanted, that is. A channel on your Discord for like a week or something where people could write, draw whatever ideas for what they could want for this model. By the people, for the people. And then I could try to make concepts and post them at some point, potential future editions. Sorry for the long text. No worry, man. I'll have to think about adding another channel because I'll probably add it and then forget about it. And then and obviously the Discord's already got like 1 billion channels, right? So it might just be something. It's probably something just to like get replies on. As just get feedback on from people when you like see it in stream and from chat and everything. You'll probably find that's probably the better way of doing it. But yeah, I think to be honest, man, like just showing it off on stream and then seeing people's like reaction and getting their gut instinct like feedback is probably the way I would go about it. I don't really think you need a channel for it, man. Yeah. But I love it, bro. Look at this. It's cool. The mini Crassus. Nice. And dude, there's rumors of a new guard scout tank and a new guard half track coming. And who knows, maybe the mini Crassus might end up being a popular alternative to those models. You know, we don't know what weapons it's got, obviously, but yes. Cool, man. Hey! Yeah, man, that looks great. That's cool. I love that. That's really, really cool, man. Nice. Yeah. I'd consider, like, so what I would consider as well is obviously you've got the heavy bolters here on the front. But if these, I don't know if it's possible, but if these were las guns, now the reason I mention it is because obviously then it could be run as a double heavy bolter chimera with the las gun arrays. And then a guy sticking out at the top with a heavy stubber on a rail could be the heavy stubber you can add to it. Yeah. So like obviously you've got the heavy bolters here, but if you wanted to, if you wanted it to be something that people, obviously people could maybe choose different weapons that could go in it or something. I'm not sure, but if you wanted to have it as a thing like to basically be a count size chimera, then double heavy bolter on the front, and then on this bit having like las guns sticking out. That would be a great way of having a pseudo chimera. Yeah. And like I said, like guy with a heavy stubber sticking out here. That if you did that, that would be a great Krieg counts as chimera. Like mini Crassus chimera counts as. Dude, it looks great, man. Really, 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 really cool. Hey, I missed one. 1 minute. Look at this. Look at this. 1 minute. Look at this. So got a Hellhound option, and then got a load of stubbers. I love that, bro. Stubber options are really cool. Because that could also kind of represent like lasgun arrays, right? Like the stubbers shooting off the side. Yeah, that's cool, man. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Okay, I was trying to make it as adaptive as possible. Interchangeable weapons everywhere, like the two turret versions. Yeah, man. I love it. Keep going in the direction you're going in. Because remember, with 3D printing, people will just print the bits that they want anyway. So you can go with like this option, but if it's possible to like have lasguns here instead of heavy bolters, and people just print those bits off. That's the beauty of 3D printing. People just print the bits they want. And for those people that might want to go like full heavy bolter and use it in some other capacity, great, they can do that. For those that want to have it as a chimera, they can do that. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. It's cool, man. The mini Crassus idea. It's great. Hey, there's another variant down here, man. Nice. Yeah. There's all sorts you can do with it. There's all sorts you can do with it. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I love it, man. Excellent work. It's coming along. It's coming along. Dude, very, very cool, man. What have we got next? Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat, man. Can you remind us how point blank works again? Yeah, it's very simple. If you are within 6 inches of the enemy, each model, so it's done on a per model basis. So for every one of your models that is within 6 inches of an enemy unit when firing, you get +2 to hit. So if you have if you've got like a basic rifleman and you move, do an advance order, so you move 6 inches forward and then you're within 6 inches of the enemy, they hit on a 3+, because you hit on a 4 base, -1 putting you to a 5 because you moved, +2 because of point blank hit on a 3. If you have an SMG, then you go from hitting on a 4 to hitting on a 2, because SMGs don't have any movement and shooting penalties. That's the benefit of the assault keyword. So you move into point blank, hit on a 4 base, +2, so hitting on a 2. The other advantage of point blank is the enemy gets no benefit of going down. So they get cover. So let's say you've got someone hiding in some trees. they get a 5-up cover save. Normally, if they go down, they add +2 to that, so they'd go to a 3-up cover save. But if you're within point blank range, if they go down, they get no benefit from it. Again, on a per model basis. Because the idea is you're lying in the dirt while someone's literally just hosing you down. Yeah, yeah. And that's it. All right, hope that helps, Cosmic. Virtual Vec, thank you for the super chat, man. Quick and dirty K47 hobby update in stream discussion. Let's have a look, man. Terrible photo quality, but I've just finished painting with a test color scheme for my Galahads that I'm really happy with. The photo quality is pretty good, mate. I think you're worrying about it too much. I absolutely love it. I absolutely love it. That looks so cool, man. I love the Anvil Industry fucking head swap, bro. Cool. So cool. Yeah, man. Look at that. How can you not look at that and be instantly like conflict curious? Yeah, yeah. Just like so cool. Big fucking machine gun, power armor, and it kind of reminds me of the troops from Half-Life 1. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Bear in mind, if you're point blank, you can be charged and not react fast. That's true. Yeah, yeah. That's cool, man. Yeah, I like it, Virtual Vec. It's very, very good. Chris K, thank you for the double support. Yeah, baby. Thank you for the 14-month member flex. X-Force, baby. Hail Mordian, hobby update and question in chat. And also for the 5 gifted memberships. Ugh. Ugh. Thank you for the 5 extra members, man. Fab Dabby Dozy. Let's have a look. What's he been working on? What's right. Gonna be honest. I not sure I'm gonna be able to play this video. Oh my god. Hail Mordian, for your review and approval, a Churchill Mark 6. I am concerned in K47 lore. Would it be because it spoils acid combo tanks still rock the Allied White Star? I'm looking to jazz up my meter turret. I want to keep things consistent. On a side note, I feel the World War will be a better place when we react to Fleekazoid's video. This one about World War II, perhaps. I mean, I don't. Is it reactable? It seems it might be a little spicy. So regarding the Allied Star, the Commonwealth and the Americans are still allied. So I don't. As far as I don't see any reason why they wouldn't still have the Allied Star. Yeah. I think you could be a little bit more loosey goosey with transfers in Konflikt 47 because obviously it's a separate timeline, so it could just be accurate for that. Accurate for the K47 universe. Yeah. It looks good though. It looks really good. Yeah, man. The Churchill's such a beast of a tank, isn't it? It's such a fucking beast of a unit. Good color scheme. Absolutely love it, mate. Fantastic. All right. What do we got next? Virtual Vec, those Half-Life 1 troops activate observation. Dude, they're so cool, aren't they? The HEVC, whatever they're called. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, they're so like I kind of always wanted to have like an army of them in some game capacity, you know. Yeah. I really hope that the guys that worked on Black Mesa will work on Opposing Force at some point, because Black Mesa is such a good remaster of Half-Life 1. Yeah, they're doing Blue Shift next. Oh, actually, you've kind of reminded me. I want to see how that project's coming on. I wonder if it's so does Black Mesa have an Opposing Force and Blue Shift remake as well? In that case, how do I play them? Blue Shift was remade by the HECU Collective as a mod for Black Mesa. You can download it here. There isn't one that has been released yet for Opposing Force. Operation Black Mesa is a remake of Opposing Force, or does it have a different story? Operation Black Mesa is a remake of Opposing Force. That's nothing to do with Black Mesa. It's being made by a completely separate team with their own assets. Black Mesa Blue Shift is a mod for Black Mesa on the Games Workshop page. Games Workshop page. That's been developed with updates released occasionally. Unfortunately, I think. Oh, yeah. 1 minute. Okay, unfortunately, I think Operation Black Mesa has died out for a while, but hopefully I'm wrong. Oh, cool. So it's actually almost out. Oh, cool. I actually support that project on Patreon. So, when it comes out, when it's not quite finished yet, I don't think anyway. What's it called? Black Mesa Guard Duty. Interesting. I'll have to have a look at it. It seems like it's not out yet. That's cool. I've been looking for that. Yeah. Anyway, that's just a personal thing. Like, yeah, Black Mesa was so good, but yeah, Blue Shift was my favorite. If you're doing all regular troop American Army, they do proper Half-Life troop gas mask. Yeah. Well, that's a good idea actually. Because I could use the MP5s as like SMGs. How interesting. All right. Yeah. Opposing Force is always my favorite. Because obviously I like the Guard, right? And Blue Shift was a bit short. Like Opposing Force actually felt like a game that you could take a few days over, enjoy, replay it a few times. Whereas Blue Shift kind of, I mean, you complete it in like 4 hours. It's very, very quick. Very, very quick game. So I'll be interested to see what they do with Guard Duty as the remake for Blue Shift, because I hope they kind of expand it and make it long, a bit like they did with Black Mesa. They made it a much longer game. I hope they did the same thing. Yeah. Anyway, what have we got here? We have got Woodimp, my boy. Thank you for super chat, man. Seeing the Italian powers, still so good in the new book. Postcode, big buff coming too. I can't say more. P.S. My spearhead army arrived. Keep it up, Mordian. Oh my god. All right, Woodimp. Wait, we've got new Italian powers? Wait. Fuck the spearhead, man. Where's the new Italian powers? Right, 1 second. Is it on Warlord Community? Like, Woodimp's like, hey, I bought this new thing. Fuck that, man. Where are the Italians? I don't see him, man. I don't see him. Is it on the newsletter? God damn it. I don't remember what I subscribed. I don't know what fucking email I subscribed with to the newsletter. I probably should have kept a closer eye on it. One minute. Oh my god, I found it. You've made it to the end of the week. We're seeing in the weekend in style with huge announcements for Armies of Italy, plus John Blanche paints and some great community content. Armies of Italy is coming to pre-order next week as bot action. Ooh, let me get a picture of those guys. As bot action roadmap kicks into the next phase. There's also new plastic will be dropping into the range alongside the book. We wonder if the picture above could be something to do with that. To celebrate, we're also announcing 4 for 3 on bot action for this weekend only. Bag a bargain with 4 for 3 across our entire bot action range. Some exceptions apply. What better way to prepare for the new book release? Oh, shit. Oh, shit, son. Wait. Where's this fucking open image and new tab? Okay, let me close the email because I don't want to show my emails off. I didn't know they were doing a big sale. It just keeps getting better. Every time I'm like, oh, yeah. It just keeps getting... Oh, this is cool. This is cool. It just keeps getting better and better. Where is this 4 for 3 sale? Oh, get 4 for 3 on what actions at the top there. Should share my screen for this. All right, so if you go on Warlord Games, then go for 4 for 3. Let's have a look. How many? Oh, is it? I mean, it might be every. Holy shit, man! It feels like it's pretty much everything. Oh my god! I've been meaning. Oh god, they know how to get me, don't they? 1,435 items. 1,435 items on sale. It's literally never been done. Yeah, you'll get the cheapest one free. I don't give a fuck. Downed RAF pilot, I'll have him for free. I don't need it. No. Okay. I'll tell you what might get me. Is the Fallschirmjäger bag. Right, let's search this, right? Low to high. Oh, cool. I mean, it's just some painting guides. Fair enough. Right. I'm going down. The Fallschirmjäger thing was like it was like a dice. It was like a dice bag, and so it should be about £20. It's got literally everything, man. Fucking hell. All right. It's going to take me a little while to find it, but I have to do it this way to see if it is in the 4 for 3. Hey, Burmese Scout's kind of cool. I like that. Nice. Let's get some fucking oxen, boys. Engineer flamethrower teams. Hey, you need to make those. I don't know if you get plastic flamethrowers in the new Soviet infantry. Someone would have to tell me that. Roman numeral dice. From that's for Hail Caesar, but you could use it for Italy as well, I guess. Yeah. So it looks like pretty much everything is involved. God, there's a lot, isn't there? My God. Bicycles. Yes. Well, do I need to start another new army? Probably not. If I was taking advantage of this, I'd have to be sensible about it. Add to cart. I tell you what, I wish they were doing this on fucking Rift Dice because I'd get 4 sets of Rift Dice. That's kind of cool. The Panzer Nest. It seems to be on everything. Like we're seeing dice and shit coming up. Oh, that's kind of cool. The Stug Riders. There we are. I did want some 50 cal teams. Shit. I did want some 50 cal teams. Oh, there we are in trouble, aren't we? Maybe a good time to get on the Belgians as well. No, I have to resist. I have to resist, chat. Chat, you should be telling me not to buy it. I have to resist. I have to be a good boy. Forward, you dogs, to victory. It's 20 quid for a dice bag, so let's just blast on past all this stuff. To see if it's there. We must be close now. Bro, I'm buying. I'm buying. I don't. Totally not resisting. No, chat. No. Oh my god. Glenlee. Oh my god. 50 cal team. Do it. All right. Thank you so much for the 50, bro. Oh my god. All right. Right. Fine. We might add a couple of things. We might add it to the VW Beetle staff cards out of stock. Amazing. Right. I'd be well vexed if the dice bag. I don't know if the dice bags are in it, man. I think they'd be here, but I don't think it's 25 quid for a dice bag. I'm pretty certain it's 20. And I've not seen any. It must be models. That must be one of the exceptions. I really wanted my Fallschirmjäger dice bag. I guess I'll just have to get more models instead. Shame. Yeah. All right. All right. Let me have a look here. You are now obligated. Glenn Lee, you mad mental bastard. You mad bastard. Thank you so much for the double Beyblade, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. All right. Let's look at the 50. Let me have a little gander on the 50 cal teams. All right. I'm just looking. I'm looking. All right. There are a few different options. I just want to, like, you know, I just kind of want to have. I want to run like an American army with lots of like 50 cal teams, basically. Go proper Imperial Guard style, you know? There's basically 2, 3 possible options. Okay, so one of them is the winter weapons heavy platoon doesn't help me because it's got an MMG. Yeah, I don't really need that. Not bothered about that one. All right. I've got a couple of options here. All right. Okay. The new winter HMG team is tidy. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at, to be honest. The new one is made out of metal. So the old one's made out of metal, the new one's made out of Warlord resin, and I'm feeling like quite convinced I probably want the one made out of resin. Yeah, Warlord resin. Yeah. Minimum 250 cal teams at every USA K-47 list I make. I think they're great. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of where I'm thinking. I mean, what I'm thinking for a list is basically like some 50 cal team. I want to make like, I mean, like if I was going to go full Imperial Guard with it, I'm talking like 50 cal teams, Shermans, lots of rifle platoons. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking with it, you know? Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. Like, have a like, I'd love to go full Imperial Guard with an American army. Just being like, get on that 50! Someone, get on that 50! The Shrek Wolfen are coming! It's like, get on the 50, cowboys! Yeah, man. That'd be so cool. All right, I'm definitely going to get myself some 50 cal teams. I've been meaning to for a little while. And I've been meaning to go full Imperial Guard for a little while as well. So, yeah, I think it's happening, boys. I think it's happening for sure. I'm just gonna have a look at what I can. I'm gonna have a look at what I want for my 4-for-1. So massive shout out to Glenn Lee. Thank you so much, man. And you'll be seeing some 50 cal teams in my in the near future for sure, man. For sure. Amazing. Oh my god. What do we got here? We got a few more super chats coming in. We didn't even look at the Italian powers in the end. Here we go. This is what started it all. There you are. Those look kind of cool. Yeah. I'm guessing plastic Imperial power troops. Yeah. They look like they're going to be plastic. Plastic powers will be what they call like power Kadutsi or whatever it is. Yeah, that should go down a treat. Yeah. Yeah, samurai chest rigs are cool. Yeah. Any dogs or chickens on the Italian spree? I don't see the spree. I just see the models themselves. Yeah. Put the dice bag. Get some men, tanks, and guns. All right. I just like the Poultry Mega dice bag, but yeah, fine. I'll get more guns. All right. I wonder how. I'd have to build a list, but I reckon 3 HMG teams seems like a good amount. Like what I'd love to do is to build. I don't know if it'd be possible, but what I would love to do is to run really run a guard style army and have like, I don't know if I'll be able to do it with, I would like to do it like ×3. So have like 50 cal team, mortar, 50 cal team, mortar, couple of rifle squads, and like a tank, and do that like 3 times. But I don't know if the points will allow that. It might have to be like ×2. It's like a couple of Shermans, couple of 50 cal teams, couple of mortars, like 4 rifle squads, something like that. Yeah. That's what I want to, like. I want it to feel like proper old school. Like it feels like this isn't the elite Firefly divisions. These aren't the Paragons. You know, those guys only really, when you think about it, those are very valuable assets that only really show up in like, you know, key important engagements. But the majority of the fighting is still done by the infantryman and his rifle, and that's the force I want. I'm kind of curious to see. I really hope Warlord does the balance patch on basic infantry, because even if it's just having each like rifle squad with a single Thompson M1X1 in there, that would go a long way. Yeah. I mean, I kind of hope that they give it a little bit, maybe even a little bit more than that. But even that as a bare minimum would be great. Yeah. Macon, Chaos Space Marine, always go for the 3.5. The 4th edition Codex was terrible. Always go for the 3.51. Yeah. Men vs. Monsters. Exactly, man. A little bit of a, I mean, you want a bit, I might want a bit of Tesla artillery as well. You know, just I need a look, either Tesla artillery or maybe Tesla cannons on the Shermans or something. I'll look into it. But it's happening. It's happening for sure. What have we got here? Mike P, thank you for super chat, man. My old world baggage train in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Old world painting update. Finish my baggage train. Titled "Meat back on the menu, boys." On the other front, I found this really good site that has rules and codices for 3rd edition through to 7th edition. Is it okay to post stream discussion? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, if it's not currently in publication, that's fine, man. What is this? Is that like a... What even is that? 1 minute. What even... I mean, it's obviously some... Is it like a demon or a beastman or something? So it's like taking all of the like captured villagers and putting them in the wagon. I love that, but I just want to know what that miniature is. It's a really, really cool miniature. I just want to know what it is. Looks like some chaos monster. Is it an old school Pestigore? It's a mutant chaos ogre from 1985. Oh my god, I love it. Like, it's actually utterly peak. It's actually peak. Holy shit, man. That's so good. That actually makes the entire model for me. Literally amazingly done, man. Such a cool model. Yeah. That is what Old World is about. That. Yeah. We've got Russell W. Russell W, thank you for the super chat, man. K-47 reinforcements have arrived. Yes. Here we go. Soviet Heavy Infantry Squad. Mark II Armored Infantry Squad. Red Dice. Got a free sprue Napoleonics. Nice. I mean, honestly, man, if they're Napoleonic Russians, you could actually probably make use of them. Like, you could actually probably use them in Konflikt. That's just 6 extra bozos, man. That's literally just 6 extra, like, riflemen. You know, if you or something like that. Late war French. I mean, I reckon you could probably stick some Soviet helmets on there, and you could probably get away with 6 extra conscripts for your army, something like that. The Soviets are digging deep, man. They're digging deep. Man, it's only like 100 years ago when like Napoleon like marched on Moscow or something like that, roughly speaking. Do you know what I mean? So I'm sure they probably still have a bunch of captured French uniforms that re-dyed, and you know, I'm just saying, it's a different timeline. You know, you can make all sorts of things happen. But yeah, I think you could have literally having a couple of those guys just stood next to like a platoon commander, and you know, he's like an officer, and he's got like a couple of like ceremonial. You could make them fancy, and like they could be like ceremonial guard for like a platoon commander or something. I'm just saying, I'm trying to think of ways you could use them. You know, trying to think of ways. I love it, man. I need to get that bundle. I really need to get that bundle. But guess what? There's no FOMO. It's coming soon. It's coming soon, and it's staying. It's already available, and it's staying available. Yeah. Yeah. Love it, man. What do we got next? Arantanak, thank you for super chat, bro. I made a steam-powered war wagon, and I'm still sold that the Empire can now mass-produce steam tanks, but can only give each war wagon 1 halberd. Picture in stream discussion. Why does it only have 1 halberd? Hey, it looks great, man. Holy shit, bro. Fantastic. Oh, I love it. I love it. That's so cool. I actually kind of prefer the war wagon being like steam powered. It makes more sense than it being horse powered, because it feels like the horses would just die and then it would be fucked. But having it more steam powered actually makes sense and feels right for the setting as well. Yeah. Yeah. Sheep powered is the truth. I mean, the war wagon is meant to be pretty good. It's kind of cool. You can use it as like a mount as well, can't you, for some characters like engineers and stuff. It is pretty cool. I like that. That's a good way of using that model from the 3D print as well. Yeah, from the Highland Minis. So cool, man. Really well done. Had to say, Anthony, it's great to see. It's great to see you back on the hobbying and modeling, man. Like, I know it's not the guard, but oh, dude, I don't even know if I told you, Arantanak. Bro, I didn't even tell you, man. Yesterday, I used conscripts. 30 of them, led by a commissar. You saw... Oh, dude. They're as beautiful as the day we lost them. 4th edition. Peak edition. Don't be tempted. Just do it. There is no temptation. There is only Midhammer. Ironically, Midhammer is actually very peak. 4th edition, man. Just... And don't worry, like the Guard 3.5/4th edition Codex only has like 2 Lehman Russ variants in it. You can get all of the other variants from free Forge World PDFs and stuff. So if you're like, oh, they don't have an Executioner, they do. Yeah, they actually have more variants because they've got like the Annihilator and stuff like that. So yeah, and Conqueror and all that stuff. So yeah, there you are, man. Yeah, dude, it's just they march forward, they die. It's awesome. It's awesome. Just feels right, man. Yeah, it just feels right. But I think that battle report should come out not this Sunday, but like next Sunday. Yeah. The problem with 3.5 Codex is the lack of long-wing behemoth rule. No, Merlin. No. Resist the temptation. Resist it. Moving and shooting should come with consequences. It should be a decision. Movement should limit shooting. Not, oh, the Russ can trundle forward and still shoot good. No. The way of the 4th is pure. Vernon's like, shut the fuck up, Modian. Do not taint it with your ideas! Do not taint it! That was when it began. Giving Russes the ability to double shoot. 9! 9! Game's doing a question about the Canadian Command Squad. Is it possible to build the squad as 4-member lads, rifles, and a box unit? No. I don't think so. I think the new Canadian Command Squad, you have to build one guy as a medic, and you have to build one guy with the Master Box. I don't think there's any option to avoid that, and that's why they're fixed into the Command Squad. Yeah. And on the data sheet. Yeah. What do we got here? Snowpiece T, thank you for super chat, man. My K-47 reinforcements, industry discussion, and questions. All right. US access to US armored reinforcements. Hey! Also, 2 questions. Do you think it would be OP to upgrade the Jeep with a bloke and a machine gun? Pricing appropriately, of course. And would you use the Krieger as an MMG or HMG gunner proxy? So I would definitely use him as an HMG gunner because it looks big as fuck. All of this looks cool, man. Nice. All that looks great. Fucking cat ears on the Jeep, you fucking degenerate. Hey, that's cool though. That's cool. So don't worry, my good man. There is already a Jeep with a 50 cal option available to you. It is from bot action. So I will show you the way. So if we go to the Warlord Army Builder app, create new company, USA, and then we go add platoon, armor platoon, add platoon, and go down, add a vehicle. You can see all these ones with the traditional US flag. They are like bot action units you can bring into the game. And I'm pretty certain if we take our time, we will find a Jeep. There's armored Jeeps, but I'm pretty certain there's a normal Jeep in here. I might have to search it. There's the mortar jeep, reconnaissance jeep. I think that's it. You've got the armor jeep. I think it's just the reconnaissance jeep. And then if we go on here, it comes with an MMG. We can upgrade it to an HMG. 55 points in total. 55 points. Oh, you can't see because of my face, but 55 points in total. There you go. Already exists, man. Or, you know, and the one you've got definitely has a 50 cal machine gun, so it's 55 points. There you are. It only fires 3 shots because it's a vehicle machine gun. Because basically they're like bouncing around like. But yeah, so rather than 6 shots, it fires 3, but it's 15 points cheaper and can move and shoot. So there are some trade-offs between the vehicle, HMG, and the what do you call it? Infantry one. Couldn't think of the fucking word. Yeah. Couldn't Jukes 5. Exactly, man. Yeah, yeah. That actually would be a really cool unit for my. A very interesting unit for my proposed. What do you call it? Guardified US force. Yeah, little HMG jeep to jump, yeah, bumbling around. Yeah. All right. And the cat ears. Don't forget the cat ears. I am trying to. Hey, man, who knows what they found? Who knows what the results of the Paragon program are? Maybe everyone's got cat ears now. We'll never know. And we don't know, and hopefully we never will. All right. I need a quick refill on the drink. And I need a quick comfort break. So I'll be back in 2 or 3 minutes. All right. Talk amongst yourselves for a moment. Talk amongst yourselves. There we go. That was a really big, satisfying shit. Enjoyed that. Yeah, there we go. Let's have a look. Where are we? Sorry, it took me a bit longer than expected. Right, can you all stop talking about fucking Erica in the chat, you fucking mentalists? Right. Jesus Christ. If Midwinter Minis came in here right now, you would be validating so many misconceptions of this channel. All right. Jesus Christ. Anyway. Oh, anyway. Right. You mentalists. Where are we up to? Oh, so we've got... Is there some... maybe some beefs? The misconceptions have become conceptions. No, they haven't. Stop it. You know. Yeah. You said talk amongst yourselves. You left it unattended. Technically your fault. Yeah, I know. That is true. There's meant to be some mods knocking around here, but I think they're all just taking the piss at the moment. So there we go. Not a blue name in sight. I'll be moderating, but I will be moderating the chat if anyone gets any ideas. Anyway, let's have a look. So there was some like maybe some beefs and some videos and shit we can have a look at. What do you guys think? Because we've had a good chat. I find it fascinating. You think they're misconceptions? No. I think people get the right conception of you guys, but unfortunately, I get tainted by your behavior. I'm out here like, this is not a political channel. And chat's like, Erica. It's like... Fucking hell. It's just a common name. Have you made us or have we made you? No one has made anyone. All right. So how's your SS army coming along? Truth be told, I have been thinking about getting one for bot action. But it's only because I've got an NKVD army. So there you go. I got my NKVD army first. There you are. Anyway, okay, the reason I want one is because I really, like, genuinely, the reason I'm interested in getting one is because I want to have, like, try my hand at doing camo, like P-dot camo, and I think it's an oak leaf camo, and I do a lot of, I do a lot of speed paints, but that would actually be an army I'd paint in traditional paints. And what I would probably do is literally just get... What I'd probably do is just get the... I'd probably just get the starter army and be done. And just have it as a... Just have it as a self-contained force, like, bang. I wouldn't add... But it would give me an opportunity to paint... To have, like, a non-winter themed army. And literally, that would just be like, that would be it. Yeah. So it'd be an opportunity. To be honest about Bastard, if I could do P-dot camera and speed paints, I would. But I don't think it's possible. And the idea is that because camo is very, very intense and traditional paints take a long time. I mean, you know about Bastard, you're a recent convertee to the cult of the speed paint, right? And so it's one of those where it would give me an opportunity to, like, actually have the... I mean, the crazy thing is I might even get it commission painted. Woodimp does some really good bot action commission painting, and he's a good lad. He does help out with some bits behind the scene on the channel, and he's... You know, I don't mind chucking some money his way as well as a mate. Do you know what I mean? So that might be a good way of doing it. So yeah, I've just got an idea to do it as an army and just have this, like, self-contained force and then just, like, boom, done. Yeah, and it'd be kind of cool to then have an army which is, you know, not winter themed that I can bust out for, you know, it's self-contained. I can take it to the occasional tournament. I can bust it out for the occasional battle report, that kind of thing. Yeah, yeah. All right, got some super chats coming in here. Anthony Williams, thank you for the super chat, man. Do it. What? Get the SS army? I probably would do. See, you see, the real spice is not the SS army. The real spice is breaking into the Warlord Games HQ, crowbarring into the warehouse, and finding the now discontinued SS dice bags. And dice set. I know they've got a few of them knocking about the place. That's what you gotta do. That's what you gotta do, man. You gotta find the ancient relics. That's where the spice is. Wait, they did that? Okay, I don't know if they did that. I'm joking. Like, I presume. I mean, like, there's. Do you know what I mean? I know they've got them hidden at the back. They just keep telling John Stallard they're not ready for release yet, and he's just like, just release the bloody dice bags. Not saying any implication around John. I'm just saying John is old school as fuck, so he wouldn't worry about that kind of stuff. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, don't be put. I'm not putting any words in his mouth or anything like that. Yeah. Anyway, what have we got here? Anthony Williams. Sorry, Anthony was coming in again. Thank you for super chat. Changing my vote. The stream schedule K47 leak. I second it. Mike P. Thank you for super chat. K47 leak. Stream schedule. Has it been a K47 leak? Let's have a look. I don't see a K47 leak. One minute. What? Right. I was like, where's the K47 leak? Oh, look. K47 leak found in the Warlord canteen bins. Very good. Oh my god. That's some high quality mememanship right there, sir. All right. And then Snowpiece T, thank you. Apparently all the leaks happening here. Snowpiece T, Space Marine 3 leak concept and stream discussion. If this is another not real leak. What the fuck is this piece of shit? I hate so much of what you choose to be. You guys aren't getting it. That isn't a Space Marine 3 leak. That's a 40k 11th edition leak. That's 11th edition, baby. That's it. There we go. That's 11th edition. There's always been fabulous Marines. Fucking ooh-woo. Oh, man. Oh. God damn it. God damn it. I actually am lost for words. I'm lost for words. And here is the face of an old Grodnard looking at what 40k has become. Yeah, man. Go back to Twitch! Go back to Twitch! It's like Gandalf standing against the Balrog, like, go back to Twitch! Back to the abyss which spawned you! Yeah. Chapter of Femmarines. I don't know. I can't even, man. I can't. Ugh. We're not getting into it. You know what? We're not getting into it. That is a big old can of worms, and I'm like, whoa, worms, and I've thrown it away. There you are. Right, anyone who does an ooh-woo or an ara-ara or a nya or whatever it is in chat is getting 24-hour banned. You think I'm joking? I'm not. I'm fucking not. Get that weeb shit out of here. Alright, that's it. I warned you. That's it. I warned you. I was there for the degenerate spam. No stream tomorrow. I'm heading to bed, so nah, I'm not gonna ban you. You see, if I ban you, then your shame, your degeneracy is hidden. I'm not gonna ban you. I'm gonna let you stew in the mistake that you made. I'm gonna let the whole world see for what kind of man you are. There you go. There you are. If you're going to bed, Rat Bastard, I'll catch you later, man. Have a good one, bro. Nice. All right. So, do we want some beef, though? I feel like you guys are... Look. I feel like all of this, like, the degen bullshit that you guys are doing is just you guys hankering for a little bit of beef. Is that it? Are you feeling a little beefy? Little Jones a bit of beef chat? I got a bit of beef for you. If you're Jones a bit of beef, I got a bit of beef for you. Yeah. All right. Okay. I actually have, like, several bits of beef. I do have several bits we can indulge in. Let me make a few notes here. Okay. So, we've got Yanovich beef. A second Yanovich has hit the Trench Crusade. We've got, is Warhammer 40k now War Machine beef? We've got, is 40k, is every 40k, it's basically, is everyone net listing? And those are the main ones, I think. Mr. Guyper, now I watched the Yanovich one. It's very boring, just a night or two. I don't think we'd watch the whole thing. It's like a full hour, but I would watch like a bit of it and then sort of relate to some of it. Yeah. Or maybe put a bit of maybe 40k slant on it. Yeah. Yanovich having had a filler 40k beef. It's very technical. Yeah, like I said, we wouldn't watch like an hour long. We just like get the gist of it. You don't need to go through every receipt bro brought. You know what I mean? Like first 5-10 minutes. Do you know what I mean? And then sort of link it, and people can watch the rest of it. Yeah. I think let's do a bit. Yeah, let's do the Yanovich beef, and then we'll do 40k. See, some people are like they want 40k beef. Some people are like they don't want 40k beef. So let's go Yanovich beef and see if that gets us in the mood for some more beef after that. All right. There you go. So. Okay. Let me have a little look here. Yeah, exactly. We won't watch the entire thing. For those people that want to watch it, we'll obviously link it and they can get into it. For those, watch the whole thing. For those people that just want like a taste, and then we can discuss afterwards. Because like I said, I can actually really relate to what Yanovich is, what he's kind of talking about in this video, but from like another perspective, from like my own perspective, and relating to some 40k stuff and whatnot. But let's have a look. So, I think I left a comment on this video. I did, yeah. Oh, all right. Okay. Gentlemen, a second Yanovich has hit the trench. So a few weeks ago, Yanovich, who for those that don't know, is a pretty big YouTuber, almost 250,000 subscribers, and he is very well regarded and very well respected in the wargaming community because he did one of the best. He used to do like lots of animation stuff, and he did some of the best Siege of Rax animated videos of all time. Like of all time, no questions asked. And if you haven't watched his series, you have to watch it. He did some Vrac stuff, and he also, one of my personal favorites, he also did some other battles as well. So he did things like Massacre at Big Tooth River, and he also did a Damocles Gulf Crusade one, which is definitely worth your time. The Damocles Gulf Crusade miniseries was really, really, really good. And it's all like battle maps and campaigns. It's not so much like animations or like people shooting each other, but it's more like, almost reminds me a bit like the old Time Commanders series. If you guys remember that back in the day, we had like the map and like people fighting and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, it's kind of like 40k Kings and Generals and Epic History, that kind of stuff, right? So he used to do lots of that kind of stuff. Now, recently he's stopped doing that. Although his content that he's done is evergreen, so it's still, just because he stopped doing that animation stuff at the moment doesn't mean it's not worth checking out. Recently he stopped doing that, and he had a little bit of, I'm not gonna lie, had a bit of a crash out over 40k because basically GW started going after a lot of content creators saying that they were like they're basically, using cease and desist and stuff. We've seen them do that a lot. And basically he was like, I'm doing a text to speech device. I'm getting out of here. Gonna end on a high kind of thing. Now, recently what he's been doing is he has actually been doing some Space King content, which is really cool. And he actually did a video about a month ago saying Trench Crusade is a disaster. Here's why, which actually got nearly 500,000 views. And the whole point of that video was basically he was saying the developers of Trench Crusade are doing a corporate speedrun. They're going back on their promises. They're basically lying to their customers. The Kickstarter's been a shit show. They basically, they started out with all these lofty ideas of like, we're going to like miniature agnostic. And now they've started like basically doing a GW and suing people for making 3D prints that could be compatible with their game, even though originally they said that's actually totally okay. So the community was like, okay, we'll take your word at it. And then they started using AI lawfare enforcement. Really bad. Now, he actually got a lot of support on that video, but he also got a lot of pushback. A lot of pushback. And a lot of the Trench Crusade, I'm not going to lie, there was a lot of coping and seething from the Trench Crusade community. There's no other way of putting it. And so he has actually now done a follow-up video, which is an hour long, so we're not going to watch the entire thing. Well, we're going to watch a bit of it, and then I will link you guys to it, so you guys can watch it. And when you do, go over it. When I link it, go and like and leave a comment. Support your content creators. And basically, Yanovich is basically this video is him bringing the receipts, him bringing the goddamn receipts. And a big part of this is him basically explaining what the problem with like the 3D printed models that they've put out, and then also going into a little bit more about their copyright enforcement practices that they have been doing. So let's take a little look at this. And like I said, I won't watch the full thing now, but I'll make sure there's a link so you guys can watch the full thing and get the gist of it.
In January 2025, I made a video outlining the many problems with the Trench Crusade Kickstarter as a way to explain to my viewers why I personally chose to stay away from making any Trench Crusade content, and as a way to keep the developers accountable to the people who backed their Kickstarter. However,
do you want to turn it up?
Video, I made the mistake of assuming people would take the information at face value, since everything I talked about was verifiably true. Unfortunately, amongst the Trench Crusade community, they have been reiterating the misinformation that all the...
So basically, he did the video, and his first video is obviously 12 minutes long. So he was like, hey, this is this, blah, 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 blah. And he was like, he showed off a few examples. But a lot of what he was talking about, he was like, hey, you can go and check this. Like, here's a few examples, you go check it. And he got loads of people saying like, oh, he's just chatting shit. He's just chatting shit. And so the reason why this video here is so long is because he basically goes, okay, if you guys are too fucking lazy to go and find the evidence that I was, to go and, I showed you some examples, and you could have gone and seen some other examples if you want to. You guys are too fucking lazy to actually like push back on this legitimately or check this or verify it. You know what? I'm going to fucking do it for you. Yeah.
STL files have already been fixed a year ago, implying that there are issues regarding bad pre-supports and resin traps that I talked about.
I've turned him up a little bit. Let me know if his volume's down.
This resulted in baseless accusations that I was grifting or even outright lying. I'm going to use this video to provide further proof of my claims and to set the record.
So this is so stupid. Yanovich's bills to pay and Creek wasn't cutting it anymore. His content is evergreen. Unless it gets taken down because GW goes psycho, his content is literally evergreen. 10 years from now, people will still be talking about Siege of Rax and the best animated series for it and all that kind of stuff. So saying like, Giant should bills to pay and Creek wasn't cutting it anymore, he decided talking shit about popular animations, literally completely misunderstands the nature of different kinds of content on YouTube. Like, think of videos like, think of like a lot of like lore tubers, right? Once they do that lore video, it just constantly ticks up. Especially if they're a big one, like let's say like Lucian, for example, it constantly ticks up. You go back and watch his old ones, you watch his new ones, it constantly ticks up. Yeah. And he fit it, and that great point, Mr. W. He just completed the Vrac series. And this is something he did over literally years. He didn't rush it. It was over literally years.
It's straight. Furthermore, there has been a misleading narrative that claims that the only people who got struck with DMCA takedowns by Brand Shield on behalf of Trench Crusade have been illegally reselling copies of the official Trench Crusade miniatures, or otherwise committing copyright infringement, which in this video I'm also going to disprove and show that Trench Crusade has actually been abusing the DMCA takedown process. Furthermore, I will talk about the controversy around their community license that they have finally released, along with a few other topics. Overall, this video will have the same amount of matter-of-fact approach as the first one. This video will be quite lengthy, but considering these serious allegations, I'm sure you can understand that this needs sufficient time to lay out all the evidence. As you know, I bring receipts.
So, the thing is, I'll say this, slightly, like, serious allegations, slightly, exaggerated, I'll say this. So what I said earlier when I was talking about how even if you have reasonable takes, if you start talking about someone's hobby, they get very defensive about it. Of course, it's natural. These are just people who are literally just like, their natural caveman DNA is coming up and they're like, hey, the thing I like is being attacked. Defend. That's all it is. Some people just won't be convinced. Yeah.
To prove this stuff, and trust me when I say it will get really bad. I'm sure as you watch this video, you will come to understand why this warranted a second video. Overall, their community has shown an extreme dismissiveness of anyone being critical of the developers, either insisting that people should just stop talking about it, or ridiculing them or gaslighting them. Please keep in mind, this is not part of the accusations against the developers themselves, as I don't think that would be fair, but it is important to mention for context. So far, any creator critical of Trench Crusade, no matter how reasonable, has been unanimously labeled as a grifter, making drama slop rage bait for YouTube clicks. Case in...
Yeah, just a grifting asshole. Yeah, I figured. Looking through a list of videos he had, but still nice to have it confirmed. Good God, there's something wrong with it when you make over lore videos in the Siege of Vrax alone. What? What world are these people living in? What world these people living in? You have a guy who is so passionate. He made over 20 lore videos, fully animated with battle maps, and including Void Warfare. And you're like, somehow that is a point against him. Fuck, man. Like, do you understand how back-asswards that is? That's not something against him. That's a fucking... That's the bona fides that makes you realize you should be standing up and sitting up and listening to this guy. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not like when someone's made like one or two videos and then they do, and then they start doing the grift, that's different. This guy's literally got years behind him, man. Like, I'm not glazing Yanovich. I don't know the guy. I don't know him personally in any way, shape, or form. But I hate it when people... I actually hate it when people try and, like, belittle hard work or demonize, like, effort and passion. Fuck that. Literally, fuck that, man. Hate that shit.
Point when Discord's Miniatures, a channel covering anything to do with tabletop games, made a video on the topic. In this video, he was being very reasonable and actually explains that he enjoys playing Trench Crusade.
For many people, the first time they're seeing anything about Trench Crusade. And honestly, it's coming to define Trench Crusade in the minds of many wargamers, which is a huge pity, because Trench Crusade is an awesome game. It has a great community, it plays really well, the art is fantastic, the setting is amazing, and I do think that Factory Fortress meanwhile.
He thinks it's a great game that despite its...
So, I will say this. I can fully believe that. I mean, it's funny because some people tell me that Trench Crusade is a really, really good game, and some people tell me that Trench Crusade is a bit of a mid game. I feel like basically the truth probably lies somewhere in the middle, where you've got the people that are hating on Trench Crusade, just basically saying it's a mid game, it's trash, and they probably never even played it. And you've got the people that, you know, love Trench Crusade, and they're like, it's amazing, it's amazing, it's amazing. Do you know what I mean? I think the truth probably lies somewhere in the middle, where Trench Crusade is a perfectly decent game. Basically, and what's important to note, and this is important to note, right? See? Like, this is important to note. All of the issues that get talked about with Trench Crusade have nothing to do with the core game. It's to do with the 3D print manufacturing, the way the company is treating certain people in its community, the way they're doing the lawfare with the copyright AI shield and all this kind of stuff. Like, none of the problems actually relate to Trench Crusade, and I do think that is worth mentioning, because at the end of the day, it is entirely possible for you to basically not be affected by a single one of the complaints and issues that are with the game. If you get the rules, kit bash some models, maybe you get some official plastics, or maybe you get some, like, I think Peachy Tips, very good channel. Definitely should check him out. He did a whole bunch. He did a whole bunch of kit bashing for Trench Crusade, which is really cool. And if you did that, you wouldn't be affected by any of the problems being talked about here. So that is worth mentioning. All of the issues that the game itself seems perfectly solid. All of the issues are attached to the company, not to the game.
Problems, she wants to succeed, and she has previously covered Trench Crusade in a really positive light as well. When she shared her opinion on the Discord server regarding the community license, she was
I think part of having a popular podcast is that just said that there'll be lots of people who get inspired by that idea and want to make iterations of it. And yes, they've earned money from that. Not sure how much those third-party meaningfully detract from the success of the original idea, or they help build and sustain a community, leading to a long-term healthier community. I think there's a difference between someone thinking they're buying an official first-party product and it being trash or defective, and someone buying a third-party product knowing it's unofficial and getting something from it that isn't provided by the original creator's idea. That is just the cost of doing business when you make a successful project. I mean, that's a fair point. A lot of people hate on Discourse Miniatures. I think it's because basically she does a lot of, like, hey, a lot of drama videos and everything. My personal take on the situation is I've actually done a video with Discourse Miniatures over Konflikt 47, and I was really, really pleasantly surprised at, like, how different actually chatting and interacting was versus just, like, going off, like, the preconceived, like, concept I had, actually, and all that kind of stuff. I think it just comes down to, I think there's a little bit of memes involved, like, the same thumbnail every time, you know what I mean? But I think that's actually lent into a little bit and all that kind of stuff. And I used to be a little bit like, oh, Discourse Miniatures, like, rage bait, all that kind of stuff. But a lot of the videos are actually pretty decent. And yeah. She plays up to the BB clickbait super hard in the thumbnails. I think that's enough for a lot of people not to like her. Yeah, exactly. But at the end of the day, every channel has a USP and all that. And at the end of the day, if you don't like the content, you don't watch it. It's that simple. Yeah. So, Darius, honestly, if her content was more like YouTube chatting, I'd watch her more. Yeah, I mean, I think I actually been thinking of maybe doing like a follow-up collab and stuff, just because it was a really good chat. And what was so interesting about that video is there were so many comments where people were just like, instant dislike, anything to Discourse, instant dislike, not giving this the time of day. And then there were the people that, like, watched the video and they were like, this has completely changed my opinion on this content creator. Actually, this was a really, really good talk. And that was basically the process that I kind of went through, where I was like, oh, yeah, I'll do the collab. Like, I wasn't like I did, like I had it. It wasn't like I hated Discord or something like that, but I was like, I'll do the collab, like, it's more of like, I'm just excited to talk to someone who also knows a bit about K47 and all that kind of stuff. And it definitely changed my opinion. Yeah.
Greeted by the lovely message that her videos are trash clickbait and she should get a job, with other users upvoting the message and piling in on the slander. So please realize that they have no issue baselessly slandering and badmouthing the people who actually support the game, and I'm sure you can imagine what they will say about people like me and others who do not. I do not think it's reasonable to hold the developers personally accountable for this, as it's not an official server and they are not moderators there.
Of course.
However, one interesting...
Can't, you know, it's a random fucking Discord, like, you know, there you go. Yeah, there you go.
In fact, to note is that just until December 2025, they had direct links to the Transcrusade Discord, Facebook and Reddit on their official website. Also in the past, they have publicly proclaimed to stand behind the decisions of the moderators when it came to banning people. Considering how Transcrusade always claimed to be community driven,
way back when
themselves having thousands of messages on these forums, I think it's interesting to note that starting 2026, they were apparently silently distancing themselves from their own communities, because you can no longer find these links to their Reddit, Discord or Facebook on their website. Overall, the way they initially were amicably engaging with the fans now stands in contrast to the increasingly corporatized way of communicating. With that out of the way...
That's actually a big bit of beef. Yeah. That's actually a big bit of beef right there. Basically, right, Trench Crusade, it's just gone corpo. Like that, it's just gone full corpo. It's that simple. Like, when they first started out, they were like, just, you know, when they first started out, they were literally just like, hey, you know, we've made this cool game. Let's like talk with the community. Of course, we'll embrace 3D printing, blah, 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 blah. And I think I think they've made a critical error. And I see this happen a lot with businesses. I think we all do. Where they got a huge amount of success and then they were like, well, now we've got this money. Of course we need to grow. And of course we need to start acting more professional and all that kind of stuff. Which actually completely, I think, is the opposite of what they should have done. Let's say Trench Crusade, I'm making some numbers off the top of my head. Let's say Trench Crusade was initially a team of like 10 guys. And then they raised like £3 million. Okay? Or $3 million. On the Kickstarter. Your instinct is going to be, okay, let's scale up. Let's get like 100 guys in the team. All that kind of stuff. It's like, no. At most, go to like 15. Maybe don't even actually get anyone in. You've got the team of guys. You've got the people behind you. Okay? You've got the passionate core. Every person you add in after that is going to water it down. And at some point, you're going to get an HR department and then you're dead. I bet Trench Crusade has an HR department. Even if it's just like, one woman or one bloke or whatever it might be. If it's just like one person, they'll have some. I bet they've got an HR Karen. I bet they do. That's it. And they should, they forgot what made them big with exactly. They were like, well, obviously we got this money, so now we need to expand. No, you literally are being backed because people see you as a small... You are meant to be an indie developer. And they've tried to go AAA. Now, eventually they could have built up to AAA, but the problem is they've tried to like expand too quickly and it's caused them to go corpo. That's what's happened. Yeah. That's what's fucking happened, man.
Let's dive into their actual wrongdoings. What I can hold the developers accountable for is that they have now officially doubled down on the false claim that all models have already been fixed a year ago, at the start of 2025. In a response to a question on Kickstarter, they claim that they have not received any reports of issues since then, which you all know is just blatantly false. This cannot just be explained away as some miscommunication within their team either, as this was said by the very same person who I initially informed and who responded that they would get the issue sorted. At that point, I had only double checked a few models and inferred that if the models they claim to have been fixed still have problems, then it's fair to assume that the entire range needs to be double checked, and that is exactly what I told them they should do. And because I have access to some of them models on my mini factory, I can check models,
so people were saying like, oh, he's got like the old versions. And he's like, no, I literally have the latest versions that I download from my mini factory. Bro, the receipts. He's pulling the receipts out,
They,
boys.
of course, have not. And from the models that I did not buy directly from my mini factory, I've been able to check that I have the latest version by checking the file properties and seeing the creation date. Considering that I specifically mentioned having purchased some Transcrusade models.
He's bringing the fucking receipts. It's like, bro, he's bringing the fucking receipts. This is what you gotta do, boys. This is what you gotta fucking do.
My mini factory, and even pointed out to a specific model as an example of having these issues.
Look at this, like literally, Yeoman Body 4. Like it's not. It's like literally. It's like he's obviously, bro. He's gone through like each individual fucking part, and he's done this. Oh my days.
It would have been really easy for anyone to verify that what I was saying was indeed true. So the levels of mental gymnastics to defend Transcrusade on this are simply mind-boggling. So because they are now officially doubling down, I have researched their entire range of miniatures and made a full list of all these issues with my...
He's gone through the entire range. Bro, weaponized autism. Guys, do you really think it was a good idea to piss off the guy who clearly loves the death core of Krieg? You call it too much work. This guy calls it attrition, his favorite word in the world. Oh, we couldn't possibly check all of the STL. He couldn't possibly check all the STL files. He couldn't possibly check it. Fucking I could literally puts fucking gas mask on, fucking locks in, weaponized autism. Literally. You went to war with the guy who loves Krieg so much, he basically became a Krieger. What the fuck did you think was going to happen?
Notes. And before making this list public, I sent it out to the developers both on Discord and their official email to give them one final chance to set things
And
right.
that's actually 22nd of January. And we're actually on this video. He gave them a month. He gave them a full fucking month before he published the video. So it wasn't like, oh, we sent to them yesterday and now he's making the video. They've not had a chance to respond. He gave them a fucking month. Bro, and look, he's literally gone through and actually, like, resin traps absolutely fucked. Massive trap in Luger. He literally went through further notes. Every set is fucked. Literally went through and he even told them, like, where the problems were. He actually went through it.
But they didn't even bother with a response this time. Seeing that they seem completely unwilling to take any accountability on this and are in fact demonstrably lying, I think it's warranted to go over all the proof publicly so as to warn people about the state of these STL files and the horrible quality control of Transcrusade in general. Unfortunately, bad pre-supports and resin traps are very common within the digital miniature market at large, and to this day, things like these are kinda expected when you're downloading free models or even when buying STL files. But for a $3 million Kickstarter who claim to be industry professionals, hiring professional sculptors and having them...
Yeah, look, they've gone They've just they've gone too big. Look, they started off as just like a group of guys, and now the team. And do you know what's interesting? I actually had some. I won't say who because I don't want them to. They might not want their name dropping in this drama. But I actually had a fellow content creator actually reach out to me about this sort of beef and drama. And be like, hey, have you seen this? Blah blah. Just little few messages back and forth. You know, nothing major. And he was like, I'm not surprised they have, I'm not surprised they're like doing all this corpo shit. Their team is absolutely massive. They must be doing anything to get the money in to fund. Basically, he's like, the team is too big. Yeah.
models professionally pre-supported and printed, people will wrongfully assume a level of professionalism that Transcrusade miniatures simply do not have. To have someone who can double check my claims, I've been in contact with another YouTube channel specialized in miniature printing.
Cool, man. I've not seen these guys before. One in a 6 side. Go and check them out, boys. Give them a sub if you think they're good. Hey, look, they're doing some fucking good videos here, man. Yeah.
6 side. He also has a website called Minirator. that has a rating and review system
Wow.
for sculptors.
Cool.
He's actively working to inform people and to improve the industry standards, and he definitely knows what he's talking about. And basically anyone else I've shared my findings with also agrees that these issues should be fixed because they are sloppy at best and straight up negligent at worst.
Wow.
Despite being informed that their models are not
Big.
up to professional standards, they continue to send out subpar quality to their backers. And they also continue to sell both the files and physical prints of these models. Keep in mind, Transcrusade files are definitely not cheap, and the developers...
$30 is a lot to ask. Like, when I go to, like, Highland Minis, I don't know if they've changed their prices since, but Highland Minis, I think I got, like, Empire State Troop equivalent, Sunland State Troops, for, like, $10. Yeah.
Have said that people should expect the highest quality. According to my own report of issues from going over almost every single model within their entire range.
Every single... Look at him go!
I'm aware that...
Look at him go, man! He's screen recorded, he's showing it, man!
And from experience, I know what to look for. And when there was any doubt in UV tools,
oh my god!
In the blender or in the slicer software to confirm the issue. The models with resin traps of various sizes is closer to 25%.
Even ignoring the minor ones, man. Oh my god. Guys, he's literally unleashed his inner Krieg siege army. Oh my god. It's like that meme with like Obi-Wan and the from the Clone Wars cartoon. It's like Obi-Wan like, "Sir, I'm happy to report that the bombardment's going well. We should have their shields down in like 2 years." And he's like, and the guy's like, and Obi-Wan's like, "But we've been here 6 months already." And the stormtrooper's like, "Yes, that's right. We're right on schedule." It's like, "Sir, happy to report that we've checked half the STLs." And the factory is like, "But we've been here like, it's only," you know what I mean? Oh my god.
Models with unsupported islands throughout their entire range is as much as 40%. This does not mean that every model will immediately explode or fail to print. That just means these issues are there one way or another. And I will explain the varying degrees of severity.
Look at it. He's screen recorded everything, man.
The entire process of going over all their models. I'm already ignoring any really minor issues for the sake of not nitpicking needlessly, otherwise the number would be higher. For example, if a really large and complicated model has only a handful of minor unsupported islands, then I'm willing to overlook that just to be fair about it.
So
another thing I know.
He's not even stat padding, boys. He's not even stat padding. Sam Scrimps, second video about Trench Crusade basically has dropped. Yanovich basically said, a bunch of people said that Yanovich's first video was bullshit. And he's like, okay, well, we're not going to watch the whole thing, but okay, here's an hour-long video basically proving that everything I said was right. You guys are full of shit and suck my dick. Yeah, yeah. And he's basically, we're just watching like, we're just going over the beef and sort of enjoying it a little bit.
About the list is that for several of the models with reported resin traps, they downplayed the severity of it. Presumably to make it look less bad than it actually is. The Brazen Bull, Artillery Witch and Warwolf definitely had resin.
So look, he's actually like, he's literally he's gone through specific fucking models. Oh my god.
Traps, but they
like he literally, this isn't some half-assed job. Like, why would you think the guy that spent years of his finite existence on this earth, who did a 20-part series on the Siege of Rex, beautifully animated, why would you think he would half-ass it? Why would you think he would do a fucking bullshit job, a shit job? Why would you think that? He's obviously not that kind of guy. They don't watch his channel. Helen Jedi, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Do you know what do you know who these motherfuckers are? Do you know what these motherfuckers are? They are the same people that will go on a video and be like, this content is shit. it's such a shame. Been a fan of this channel for years. Got to unsubscribe. And then you click on their profile and it's like one comment on the entire channel. Do you know what I mean? The test. Yeah. They're the same people who say unsubscribe and you click their name and they were never subscribed. Exactly. Exactly. It's the same. I'm telling you, I'm fucking telling you right now, the wargaming, like the wargaming YouTube community is full of these dickheads who like, maybe it's YouTube in general, but it's full of these dickheads who are like, duh, this is absolutely reprehensible. You should be ashamed. I'm unsubscribing. And they're full of these liars. They're fucking liars, man. Now, obviously, I'm not naive enough to do, what do you mean, so we'll go on the internet and lie? Obviously, right, they would. But these fucking, like, but they do it to, like, make them seem like they're these really important people and all this kind of shit. It's fucking bullshit, man. It's fucking bullshit. Yeah, this fucking AI bot NPC fucking behavior these people have. They don't have a fucking thought in the fucking head.
Only labeled as possible resin traps. Likewise, the Trans Cleric, Amalgam, Sniper Priest and Communicant are labeled as having cavities, which is just another word for saying resin trap. Heretic Trooper is labeled as tiny channel issue, which is once again just another way of saying resin trap.
Self-aggrandizing bullshit. That's what it is. Perfect, Joe.
Anchorite arms need to be filled is also just a rephrasing for resin traps. Combat Engineer and Yeoman are downplayed as minor resin traps. So, not calling these...
I won't say too much about, obviously that's just the terminology they might have used. You know, that was what they meant by resin trap, but yeah. Maybe they were hiding it though.
Things for what they are seems very misleading.
You have to remember that from the point of view of the end user, they don't really care, and they shouldn't care. Are we a giant multi-billion-dollar company or a dinky less than 10 people the outfit like us? They just care about the quality of the product. I mean, why would you spend your hard-earned money if the quality isn't world-class? That's our problem. It's our problem to find a way to get world-class product out there. It's not the fans' job. That's our job.
If you consider that even by their own admission, there were already 12 reported models with resin traps on the original release, and considering that they have roughly a bit more than 100 models, that means that at least 10% of the models had reported resin traps upon release. And instead of making sure everything was perfect before launch, they have outsourced the quality control of their models onto their backers. Given that they have also publicly not even checking every model, it should really come as no surprise that there are way more issues than have been reported upon. So while I can confirm that several of these issues have indeed been fixed, I must once again reiterate that a lot of issues still remain. Human Body 4, the very same model that I used as an example to inform the devs, claims to have its resin traps fixed, but the second largest resin traps in the lower right leg still remains. Several of these reported models that were fixed had relatively minor resin traps. This clearly shows that both the community and the developers thought it was worthwhile to fix those minor issues, and some of these were even smaller than the ones that are still there. Even by their own standard, there is no reason why the ones that I'm reporting on should not also be fixed. If you have purchased these models and...
So, I'm willing, I think the rest of it is a lot of just going over more STL file shit. Okay, so we're going to skip ahead to the next bit here, okay? Like, I'm sure there's some good stuff in there, but let's skip ahead to the next bit.
About the state of the STLs on several occasions. With that out of the way, let's go over the branch.
Korn, 100% on the dot Mordian. I lost a Magnus the Red and 10 Rubiks due to resin pockets with Trench Crusade trade. Fuck, man, that's not good. Yeah. Like, I never even fucking thought, I never even, like, thought about resin pockets, man. Like, I've printed loads of 3D printed stuff, and I've never had any resin. I've never had any issues with, like, models exploding or anything. It's crazy. Yeah, and, you know, some of them are, like you do the checks and everything before you print. You obviously do the checks and everything. Yeah, crazy, man. That's bad, Korn. I hope you didn't get resin everywhere and everything. I hope it was all right in the end. Yeah. Right, let's have a look here at this next bit. So we've talked about the STL stuff. Let's have a look at this next bit.
Controversy in relation to their newly released community license.
We both wanted to do a game community first. Now, obviously, every single games company and publisher are under the sun says that they are making games community first. They just don't need it. And I know it. I mean, I've been a video game executive for half of my career.
I don't know if you've been paying much attention to the video game industry recently, but saying that you've been a video game executive is not the flex you think it might be.
15 years is and you go to the stage and you lie and you wave and yes, we're doing this for you, while in reality your big boss tells you very clearly you're doing this for money. So we decided that we're going to make a game, we're going to lose all our time, we're going to lose all our money, and we are actually going to make a game the way we want to do. So one of the things we did, that we made the game miniature agnostic. It's a tabletop game. Usually the 95 to 99% of the money you spend on a miniature game are the miniatures. We wanted to pay our sculptors pretty well. Our miniatures are not the cheapest. They are not the expensive by a longest shot, but neither are they the cheapest. But you don't have to buy them. The game is officially supports miniatures from any manufacturer. You don't have to buy anything from us.
So that is like a laudable statement on the surface, but actually the reality of the situation, I mean, I don't mean to pick the guy's words apart, but the reality of the situation is that it's 2026, bro. Every war game is miniature agnostic. I can go to War Games Atlantic and buy a whole bunch of Imperial Guardsmen for Warhammer 40k. And then I could use those same miniatures in K47 if I wanted to. I can go and get a bunch of historical minis and use them in Old World. Or use them in that historical game. It's gone are the days where the only place you could buy Warhammer from was from Games Workshop and gone were the days where the only Warhammer minis you could get were Warhammer minis. The only thing, we made our we made our miniatures we made our game miniature agnostic. No, you didn't. Sounds nice, but you didn't do shit, man. In the nice possible way, the industry has made every game miniatures agnostic. Everyone.
So again, it's the go against what the normal common sense of doing good business does to you.
Before anyone jumps to Transcrusade defense saying companies have a right to defend their intellectual property, obviously that is correct and nobody is disputing that. If people are straight up selling direct copies of their miniatures, that is wrong. But when innocent people get caught in the crossfire, that is also wrong. Imagine if somebody has a guard dog that then mauls completely innocent people living across the street. It would be ridiculous to say, yes, but people have a right to protect their property, and then ignore any further context, or worse, even say that the victim probably deserved it. And quite frankly, that is exactly what Transcrusade wants you to believe. Considering Transcrusade's lofty statements about being miniature agnostic and supporting individual creators, it came as a big surprise when they were called out for enforcing their copyright through a company called Brandshield. This came to light when
Brandshield is really I've heard a lot of horror stories. About them. Basically, I think these are the same people. I don't know if they're exactly the same people, but these are the same people that I think. I think they've done some GW stuff as well, some GW enforcement. Yeah, their go-to tactic seems to be to go after people who don't seem to fight back and stuff like that. It's pretty bad.
They were called out by a creator called Diceverse, who is a sculptor that makes STL files for tabletop that can be used for games like Transcrusade. He claims that his merchants, these are people who pay him a monthly licensing fee that allow him to print and sell his models, were receiving a lot of DMCA takedowns on places like eBay and Etsy. I've been in contact with various people who have received DMCA takedowns and can prove that what Transcrusade has been doing is not merely protecting their IP, but arguably amounts to DMCA abuse. First of all,
that's a big claim.
Takedowns are a first step of
that's a very big
procedure.
Claim.
It can ruin people's livelihoods because platforms like eBay and Etsy can and will block and remove people's stores if too many of these strikes comes in. Transcrusade knows this, as they even...
See, the problem is, in real life, you're innocent until proven guilty. Online, you're guilty until proven innocent. if you get a bunch of claims against your channel, it's on you to prove that they're fraudulent, not on the person issuing the claim to prove that they're right. It's completely back asswards. Completely and utterly back asswards. Whether it's a channel or a shop or anything. Yeah.
Allude to it in their license, stating that they are not responsible when that happens. The rules when submitting a DMCA takedown are fairly straightforward. It must include identification of copyrighted work claimed to have been infringed, so for example, for their miniatures they could link to the models on their store or include pictures. It must also include information to help the accused party identify which specific items are to be removed or altered in order to comply. Without sufficient information, the claim is essentially invalid, allowing platforms to deny the takedown or request further information. The confusing part here is that Diceverse has already been told by Transcrusade developers themselves that they had no issues with his models. He's generally a very well respected member within that community. Apparently the developers literally used his terrain files themselves, so they clearly approve of what he's doing. So the physical models of his designs being sold should in theory also be fine. Diceverse claimed that several of his merchants have been struck for using terms compatible with Transcrusade, after which he warned them to change this terminology to stay out of trouble. But these are not the only people who have been struck. On Kickstarter's public DMCA list, you can find that on January 15th, 5 different projects received a DMCA strike by Brandshield on behalf of Transcrusade. And when investigating these claims, you immediately notice that the description of copyright material does not include any examples or links of what is actually being infringed upon. For all 5 takedowns, they literally just used a copy-pasted blanket statement without a further context. Clearly,
that's the thing. They can just basically copy-paste, go. Because it's AI. So AI just copy-paste, 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 go, 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 go. It's fucking AI, man.
In breach of DMCA guidelines. Even a company like Games Workshop usually has the courtesy to provide reference links, and I think it's fair to say that from first impression.
Like, the thing is, like Transcrusade, they're just doing there's half job in it, man. They're just half jobbing it. Can't be asked doing the copyright properly. Fucking send it out to a third party. Can't be bothered. You know, it's all right. You know, at the very least, you can have a third party who's going to like actually issue like an accurate statement. Can't be bothered making the models fucking properly. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a half-ass fucking job. That's what it is. They got a lot of money, they've done a lot of money and basically done half a job. Cut corners, or either they're cutting corners or they're just like incompetent. I'm not necessarily it's like I'm not saying it's like maliciously cutting corners. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But it's either they're cutting corners or they're incompetent in the strictest definition of the word. Like, they don't have the competency to do this. They don't have the skills.
It's obvious that Transcrusade is not operating in good faith here, but we did of course investigate further, and it gets worse. I've been in contact with 4 out of 5 of these sellers, and most did not want me to disclose the private conversations or specifically mention their projects, so I will not do that. However, what I can say is that not a single one of these made one-on-one copies of official models or artwork. They were either intended as proxies or were really themed to be compatible with
Boobs.
Transcrusade. One of them is literally just a set of gothic terrain pieces. Their only crime was either mentioning Transcrusade or a faction-related keyword. They did not copy official artwork or models in any way. And for
everyone in chat is like, "Oh God, those models are terrible. Where can I find them to make sure I avoid them? There's so many different models available."
Company that claims to be supportive of individual creators sending out DMCA claims demanding to remove the entire Kickstarter over such a minor transgression before they even release their own community license seems extremely draconian. Fortunately, all of their projects have been reinstated once they remove these keywords. However, other people, especially those selling on Etsy and eBay, have not been so lucky. It has been confirmed that they also just received copy-pasted statements that are not actually referencing any infringements. The really bad thing for them is that removing Transcrusade related keywords has not helped much at all to prevent the DMCA takedowns.
So even saying like, "Oh, this could be used in a game like Transcrusade," even doing that doesn't help you.
Because those kept streaming in, to the point that one of the merchants I've been in contact with has now received about 40 takedown requests against his eBay shop from Brandshield on behalf of Transcrusade, despite having sent several emails to Factory Fortress and Brandshield informing them that he is not selling their official models and he is just a merchant. He has not had any meaningful replies.
And they don't reply. No one's manning the fucking emails.
is that despite having removed any Transcrusade related keywords or compatible with Transcrusade, the DMCA takedowns just keep streaming in. Initially, this resulted in a temporary 10-day ban on selling. What makes this exceptionally predatory is that after 10 days, Brandshield
I'm just going to avoid the game from now on. I will get some stuff sent out today because they are an absolute joke. This is it. People are just going. Trench Crusade is fucking done,
immediately
man.
sends new takedowns.
It's
to
fucking
repeat the
done.
process. This really shows that this is being used as a strategy to harass people and get their shops taken down, rather than resolve actual infringement. This particular seller is now at a point where eBay told him that if he receives 2 more strikes, they will close his shop, and there is nothing they can do for him. This is a respected seller who has sold over thousands of products and has not had a single negative review in 12 months, by the way. Another seller has even shown me proof that he deliberately stated his miniatures are not associated with factory.
Look at this as well. And again, it's just receipt after receipt after receipt. You know, like we often joke on this channel, like, you know, it came from reliable sources. And it's like, which is the scene from Deep Space Nine when O'Brien gets put on trial in Cardassia, and every time like a claim is brought against him, the Cardassians, you know, the Cardassian like making the accusation, you know, prosecuting him, the Cardassian like judge, and the Cardassian, you know, the prosecutor like, isn't it true, O'Brien, that you said X, Y, Z, 1, 2, 3, ABC? And he's like, no, I didn't say that. And the judge is like, where did you get this information from, prosecutor? He's like, they came from reliable sources. And it's like, okay, but where did they come from? I'm sorry, judge, but we cannot reveal our sources for state security. And it's like, judge is like, that is acceptable. So whenever you say like, it's like the equivalent. Obviously, the more modern term is trust me, bro. Source, trust me, bro. Right? But I like. Just because I like Star Trek, I'm just like, well, I like old Star Trek. New Star Trek's gone a bit funny, apparently. But I like saying, you know, it came from reliable sources. Yeah. So but he's actually brought like all the receipts. He's actually like brought all the receipts. Oh my days, man. So basically, when he said, they've been enforced. So obviously in his first video, he was just like, yeah, they've been enforcing with Brandshield. And everyone was like, oh, you're just saying things, Janovich. You're just saying it. Not everyone, you know, the detractors. Oh, just saying it. And he's like, okay, you want the receipts. I showed you the entire process of me fucking checking their models. Here you can see all the bullshit. And oh, look, here's the receipts of all the people that have actually verifiably fucking basically been dumped on by fucking Brandshield. And here's the statements that they've been issuing and all blah, 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 all this kind of stuff. Like, yeah, oh. Right. And then the last bit is the community license. All right. Let's have a look.
Apparently, this is supposed to be such a blatant example of piracy and copyright infringement that they felt it validated specifically mentioning it as an excuse for the copyright crackdown. But if we examine this in detail, the claim actually falls apart. First of all, the artwork itself is already basically a copy of the very first search result when googling for Gothic armor, down to the
I feel like I missed
itself.
a bit.
This is a copied and put up for sale with identical Knight. Claim in the license, they are also pearl clutching about their design for the Maximilian class Knight, claiming that when they released the artwork, within a week it had been copied and put up for sale with identical unit names, the Transcrusade name, and other copied features.
Within a week, bro? Within a week? That's practically glacial in the 3D printing community. Do you want to know how long it was before someone had a 3D print of the new Chaos Defiler? The new one? Where there's like, just based off the pictures alone shown off Warhammer community, hours. Less than 12 hours. And that's doing the guy doing it, you know, that's doing him that includes him making the time to upload it and put it on like Instagram and stuff. When the Skutari came out, the new Skutari with the big guns, less than 7 hours. Like, I'm not saying it's okay. I'm just saying within a week, bro. If you're not clocking by lunchtime, if you put your artwork up at 9 a.m, if you're not got someone 3D printing it by midday, It's fine.
And apparently this is supposed to be such a blatant example of piracy and copyright infringement that they felt it validated.
I mean, it's just a big night. Like, don't get me wrong, it's really, really cool. But it is basically just a big fuck off night, right?
Specifically mentioning it as an excuse for the copyright crackdown. But if we examine this in detail, the claim actually falls apart. First of all, the artwork itself is already basically a copy of the very first search result when googling for Gothic armor. Down
Yeah, yeah, like literally. Yeah, it's pretty close.
to the very post itself. This is a very common historical armor style that just cannot be copyrighted, and the term Maximilian either refers to another set of armor that came after this, or refers to the historically prominent name within German nobility like Holy Roman Emperor Maximilian I. Obviously, they own the copyright and exclusive distribution to the artwork itself, but due to the many real-life historical references of anything that Transcrusade makes, claiming similarly named designs are blatant rip-offs is quite a stretch and will require significant proof to hold up in court. To my knowledge, the only actual creative elements of this design is the shield. When searching for these supposed rip-off proxy models of this, I could find 3 examples. The first one is indeed a 1-1 exact copy of
that's
their
gotta
artwork,
go.
but the creator himself already stated that he will not be selling or distributing it, and saying that devs will probably release their own version. So that is not an infringement. The second one, while obviously very similar, does not have the shield
Nope, that's
or
different.
the halberd,
Yeah, that's
neither in
different.
the artwork or in any of the weapon options within the files themselves. Furthermore, it has only a handful of downloads, 25 at the time of recording to be precise.
And even then,
To
like,
call this an
it's just
example of
different.
rampant piracy threatening their livelihoods would be extremely disingenuous. The final example is so visually distinct from the original design that it also cannot
I mean, that could be used in, that could be a Dark Souls model. I mean, I guess it says Maximilian Knight. I guess it does say that. Yeah.
reasonably call this an actual infringement of the artwork. If we go by their own definition of what is apparently too close, then almost nothing they make is original. The Maximilian Knight looks surprisingly similar to the Holy Roman Empire Maccabean Knight model from Golden Dragon games, all the way down to the halberd and the engine on the back. And this guy from the Stormtrooper box
Interesting.
is way too similar to a Warhammer 40k Dark Angel space
Okay, he's trolling at this point. He's trolling.
marine. Not to mention the spike on a style helm that has been done 1,000 times before. Their designs are definitely not original enough to validate this type of complaint. So all of this just boils down to whether or not they have
Okay, I do find this is a little like nitpicky and whatnot in some ways, because like obviously there's going to be things that are like inspired, right? There's like obviously there are obviously completely like unique designs, but so much stuff is like inspired, especially when you're basing it in like an alternative but somewhat based on our own reality kind of world. Like Trench Crusade, you know, it's, I mean, this guy's obviously very unique, but you know, whatever. So yeah, there are some bits here, but I do feel like it's probably a case of look, big gothic guy in armor, like you know, of course there's going to be some similarities there, but I guess the point that I feel like I missed the point Yanovich was making. I guess the point he's making is that's exactly it. You're just making a big stompy bastard in big armor, in gothic armor. It's really not that copyrightable, and yeah. I see where it's coming from now. Yeah.
enough money to hire lawyers to go after people and bully them into compliance.
Independent creators in the gaming space that are very talented, they are hugely passionate, but it is almost impossible for them to make a living because they cannot get the visibility. And we said that we have this intellectual property now that the people like. So how about we let everybody else to use it as well? If you do everything yourself, we just want to check that you don't do anything absolutely barbarous that we can't support, and you can use our IP to sell your own product. Again, we got a lot of warnings from the industry experts, and we decided to ignore them all.
In their
See, if that was the way they were doing it, that would be fine. See, I'm probably going to link the video and have the rest of it so you guys can watch it, because I think this is basically just going to be saying, hey, they did this community license, but actually they're being shitheads about it. So let me link the video so you guys, those of you that want to watch the rest of it, can watch it. And I'm going to give you my hot takes on the whole situation. All right. Hot, bold, steamy takes. Okay. So yeah, definitely worth your time. Definitely worth a watch. See, Yanovich, man, He brought the fucking receipts. So my take on the like community license, it actually gets worse. Squawk, if you got a timestamp, I'll pull up an extra bit of the video. But yeah, I can believe it. I can believe it gets so much worse. Yeah. So basically, Trench Crusade has become, I think it's basically become corrupted. Like, it obviously set out with one goal, and yeah, I'm not going to say they've done a rug pull or anything like that. I believe they probably set out with lofty goals, but basically have, for one reason or another, turned their back on those goals. And I think a huge part of it comes down to what we said, where like they started out with a small team and then they've grown, and now it's like they're having to do things to sustain the business, not for the love of the game. That's what happens. Yeah. The initial design's idealistic vision has been completely hijacked by mindless corporate forces. Exactly. Yeah. It's a shame, because I think Trench Crusade could have been very cool, but I think they have just purposefully stepped on every rake they can do and blatter themselves in the face. They love the pain. Yeah. Here's the thing, right? About video games and about tabletop games. Your most valuable commodity is community goodwill. Until you get to the size of GW, and then even then, let's just say time will tell. But anyway, the huge AAA developers of video games have learned that the most important thing they had couldn't be measured on a spreadsheet. The most important thing they had wasn't quantifiable in an earnings report. The most important thing they had was community goodwill and a dedicated community. That was the most important thing. And now you've got companies the size of Ubisoft in the fucking toilet. You've got companies like, the people that made Halo are now, people are just expecting Marathon to be a bag of shit. It probably, who knows if it will or won't be. I've actually done a more recent trailer for it that looks like it's got a lot of promise, but there you go. The point is, like, every empire falls, exactly, right? The thing is, the most important thing that you have as a community is, the most important thing you have as a company, especially if you're starting out like Trench Crusade or launching something new, is your community. Because they're the ones that are passionate about it, and they're the ones that are going to spend money with you. You're always going to have piracy. You're always going to, there are times where like Humble Bundle would do like 10 amazing games for like $1, and people would still pirate the games. Do you know what I mean? Or, do you know what I mean? So you're always going to have people who are going to pirate. They're not the people you worry about. They're not the people you try and clamp down on or anything like that. Like, if it's blatant, you do like if someone's doing a one-to-one rip-off, yeah, okay. But they're not the people you worry about. You need to make a good, all you need to do is make a good game and not be a dickhead. It's as simple as that. Be in touch with your community. Be a fucking real human being and make a good product. That's it. Like, that's it. Because the moment that you don't look after your community, the moment that you're not seen as human, the moment that you make a subpar product people are going to stop supporting you because they can get it cheaper elsewhere. You can get it cheaper elsewhere. Like, let me say this. If Games Workshop had their sprues nicely laid out, if GW, because the reason they have the sprues the way they are laid out is so they can cram as much onto one sprue, so they can make the box smaller so that they can save money on shipping. Okay, if GW said, okay, even though we know cumulatively it's going to like cost us a lot of money for the shipping, we can, for this, we can afford it. We're not hard up. So we're going to we're going to lay the sprues out in a way that is less efficient. Probably means we're going to have an extra sprue. Probably means the box is going to be a little bigger. But the models are going to be beautiful, are going to be easy to build, and beautifully laid out on the sprues. And our product is going to be unquestionably just fun to build. Community first. We want these models to be good for the wargamer. We want these models, and they're going to come in loads of extra bits and all this kind of stuff. And they're going to be super kit bashable and comparable with other kits. People would buy them. People would. Yeah, I would buy them. This is just me personally. I would buy them. If GW made good guards, if GW made good Kriegers, I would be telling people. I wouldn't be telling people go to Wargames Atlantic. I would be telling people go to third parties. I'd be saying you should buy the plastic ones. They're really good to build. And GW deserves your support because they've made sure these models are like good for the wargamer. Why do you think I bang on about sprue ergonomics so much with Warlord Games? Why do you think I bang on about like how these are obviously models which have been designed by a human? These are obviously models which have been designed by wargamers who actually know what it's like to build a model. I bang on about that because they're not the things that are on the spreadsheets. They're not the things on the data. They're the telltale signs that show you where a fucking company's head's at. That's that simple. And that community, and you find that with video games as well. Like there's a really recent example that sort of came across my feed is there's a new pirate game coming out. It's called Windrose. Now I don't know if it's going to be. It's in early access or demo right now, but it's a game that is made by like an indie developer, and who clearly was like, "There's just not been a good pirate game. I'm going to make a good pirate game," and he's just fucking done it. And it's clearly made by a gamer for gamers. And then you've got Ubisoft with Skull and Bones, which was clearly just fucking phoned in by a bunch of people doing it because it's a 9-to-5 job. That's it. That's it. And you see this all the time. And so the problem is that Trench Crusade is they've tried to, rather than just like making good products, and if they fuck up, then being like, talking with the community and being like, okay, being really open with it, blah, blah, blah. But instead of that, they're just phoning it in. Oh yeah, we fixed the resin traps. You haven't. One guy in a month, whilst doing other shit, checked every single file you guys have and found faults with every single one of them. One guy. You've got a fucking team. One guy, and it's not even his fucking job. Do you know why he did that? Passion. Not like good passion. He was fucked off and he wanted to prove a point, but passion. A man of singular fucking will. Like, that's what you need. And that's what's missing from so many things these days. Like Trench Crusade and all this kind of stuff. Trench Crusade, 40k, so many video games. And that's what separates the wheat from the chaff these days. That's it. And so, yeah, basically, Trench Crusade beef is legit. It's legit beef! 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 There you are. I absolutely love that Yanovich was like, okay, I made this cool video, got a lot of shit for it. You know what I'm going to fucking do? I'm going to bring every goddamn receipt. I'm going to prove every goddamn point. I'm going to literally go into every single file, contact literally dozens of people who've been affected by this fucking copyright bullshit. And I'm going to go into the nitty-gritty detail of your fucking community license. And I'm going to compare what you're saying now versus the statements that you made earlier. And I am going to go full Krieg mode on this. And he fucking did it. Again, you think the guy that made 20 videos over multiple years on one topic was fucking around? You think he's the kind of guy that half-asses stuff? I don't think you guys realize who you were fucking dealing with. I think maybe you guys should have, done less self-aggrandizing and done a little bit more fucking checking yourselves. Yeah. Yeah, man. Never underestimate one. Do you know what the moral of the story is? Never underestimate the power of a single motivated person. So many people, we're getting a bit deep now, but so many people just bimble through life. They bimble at everything they do. And then these people get it in their fucking heads that they're king shit of King Mountain for some reason. Maybe they bimble their way into a few promotions. Maybe they fall back asswards into some kind of success or some minor victory in their life. And suddenly they think they're king shit. Suddenly, or maybe they don't even do that. So these people, they'll go online and they'll start acting like they're fucking king of shit mountain. And because all they've ever encountered in their lives is other fucking bimblers. All they've ever encountered in their fucking lives is other fucking half-asses. They work with half-asses. They hang out with half-asses. The moment they come across one guy who is switched on, they finally fucking realize what an NPC they actually are. Yeah, man. That's it. And this is true in all walks of life. Never underestimate what a single or a small group of very motivated people can do. Yeah. Yeah. Let's have a look. Squawk, Morning Glory. Russell W found a good timestamp. All right, have we got after beef? Have we got after beefs? 34:58. All right, I'm going. We got fucking after beefs. All right. Holy shit, man. I don't know where we're getting. Is it beef? Is it beef helping too? Salty Boogaloo. Let's have a look. All right. Let's have a look. I was going to end it there, but fuck it, man. Let's go. So the future of plastics at Trench Crusade.
Releasing any new factions has nothing to do with the different manufacturing systems, as any model made for injection models can also be 3D printed. The reason they chose not to release these as digital files is because they...
That's true. So any model that can be made for plastic injection molding can be 3D printed, but not necessarily other production methods. This is one of the issues, slight tangent, this is one of the issues that Warlord had with some of the Soviet models, where they were all designed for plastics, but they wanted to basically get the Soviets out there early. So they were like, oh, well, we'll make them out of other materials. I'm sure it'll be fine. Did a few tests and it was okay. And they realized, no, it was made of plastic and we can 3D print it, but we can't make it out of like Warlord resin or whatever. Yeah.
It will be more profitable. They promised a miniature agnostic setting where third-party miniatures would always be welcome and completely legitimate. This promise is just about absolutely meaningless already. In their official painting competition that they've recently announced, they've explicitly stated that for 5 out of the 6 categories, people are only allowed to use the official miniature.
What? The single figure, large figure, warband storytelling, and young guns category could only be added with official Trench Crusade miniatures. This is official STL range, any models for our plastic range, or minis for the Red Brigade and the Great Hunger. So what's the one that single figure, large figure, warband storytelling? So the only one that's open is open. They've gone GW, man. Remember when GW said you couldn't kit bash AOS and 40k stuff together and people lost their shit? And then they had to back down on that. Oh, utter shitheads, man.
One category open
full GW.
Jobs, which, considering their earlier statements,
you never go full GW. You never go full GW.
Comes across as just a token gesture for them to still being able to claim miniature agnostic. This is very much just a boiling the frog type of situation, where they will continue to try to weasel their way out of their
Of course they will not. I did say that, and we have more STLs on the way too. For Titanic and Lycos, getting plastic ranges going is a huge milestone, but no way of stopping support of STLs or moving away from being a miniature agnostic
Initial
game.
promises one step at a time. So it remains to be seen how long their promise that you can use any miniature you want in their tournaments will hold up. And I bet that when they eventually stop supporting that, it will happen the exact same way.
Trench Crusade keeps saying they're a tiny team. Maybe they are a tiny team. I know I've said in this video I thought they'd grown big from based on what I've been mentioned, but maybe that was misinformation. So if that was the case, then that's my bad. But is it? Oh, I don't know who to believe at this point. I don't know who to believe. How can you make GW look good? Yeah, you know how low that is? Exactly.
Itself is nothing more than the developers restating their own copyrights. You were not allowed to touch or use anything even remotely close to their IP. It doesn't grant their community any rights whatsoever. It doesn't even matter if you're doing it for free or not. The weird thing is that since you are not allowed to mention or use or base it on anything that has anything to do with Trench Crusade in the first place, the license doesn't even apply to anything. And that is how we get to the actual
and people calling it out,
license, which is also extremely limiting, and the only thing it grants creators is the right to put compatible with Trench Crusade on their items. This comes with a boatload of caveats to potentially be used against you.
But wait, it says Trench Crusade compatible. But wait, Brand Shield was nuking people for saying compatible with Trench Crusade. So the community license says you can put this on your thing, and then when people do it, they get nuked.
Because by applying for this, you submit yourself to their basic community license, which for example contains clauses that explicitly allows them to use your work however they want. I quote, "You agree
it
that
gets
you may
worse?
use, copy, modify, distribute, or..."
How can it get fucking worse than this, man? Okay.
Make derivative works of your project.
How does it get
royalty
worse?
Free, non-exclusive, irrevocable, transferable, sub-licensable, worldwide basis for any purpose, and without having to credit you, pay you anything.
Wait,
or obtain
what?
Your approval. So obviously, as a creative, this is
You agree that we may use, copy, modify, distribute, and make derivative works of your product on a royalty-free, non-exclusive, irrevocable, transferable, sub-licensable worldwide basis for any purpose and without having to credit you to pay. Wait. No. So if you use the community license, you basically give them your design. And then they can do whatever they want with it. They could make if they saw it was doing really, if they saw it was doing like gangbusters, they could be like, well, we'll make it in plastic then. What the fuck, man? What the fuck? So don't you fucking dare use anything that might be compatible with our game. If you use our community license, we can use everything you make. We can use everything that you make. What a bunch of shitheads. This is exactly what the Coast did during the OGL scandal. Kill D&D. What's OGL scandal? I know D&D is basically dead now. People just go back and play like 3.5 edition, right? It's amazing. 3.5 best D&D, 3.5 best Warhammer codexes. There you are. We can copy and sell your shit forever. And furthermore, you agree we can stop you from selling anything else forever. Oh my God, man.
It's extremely bad because you grant
open
them the
game
right
license.
to
I don't know much
work
about that. I'd
wherever
have to look into
and
it.
However they please. Obviously, developers know this, so they then try to sugarcoat it with another paragraph. That's a lot of scary words there, but to clarify, this does not mean that we own anything you make, just that we can share it in different formats, such as on social media, community gallery, and on our website. We are consistently blown away by some of the amazing things our community puts out, and sometimes we want to share and amplify the ones that impress us the most. Also, despite this clause, we always try to reach out to ask for permission to share projects and always give credit whenever possible.
Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. This is what I'm talking about. Your most valuable commodity is trust. Your most valuable commodity is community goodwill. The problem is that Trench Crusade could be absolutely truthful here. Say we're not gonna nick it. It looks scary, but it's just like boilerplate shit. But trust us, guys. We're actually going to be on the level with this. And they could absolutely be telling you the truth. But the thing is, why would you believe them? Why would you? They haven't proven themselves trustworthy. That's the problem. This is why community goodwill is so important. Look, you guys know I wank off Warlord a lot, right? You know that, right? But when Warlord fucked up the Soviet starter set, and they did, and do you want to know what's funny? I actually was talking to some of the Warlord guys after that happened, and the original statement was going to start off with, "We fucked up, we're sorry." And they had to that was what one of the guys said. And they were like, okay, no, we need to be a bit more professional about this. That was what the guy, I was literally, it was going to be that. And then they'd get into the next page and it was going to explain it. And they're like, no, we can't be doing that. But they messed it up, right? But the thing is, they said, we're going to do right. And we're going to do right. And we're going to bring the Soviets to forward in plastic. And people were like, okay, we're not happy, but you've got our trust, so we're going to believe you, but you better deliver. You better deliver. And Warlord Games very clearly knew that they had to fucking deliver, because they can't just say something and then not do it. So now, not only have they been like, hey, the stuff that we promised, we said we're going to 3D print some of these things, that is coming out. That's shipping out soon. All right. They actually released a date for when that was coming out and everything. Awesome. And they were like, look, here's the roadmap. All of your Soviet stuff that was meant to come in plastic in year 2, we brought it forward to year 1 so you can see it coming. And so, if you're a Soviet player now, and then they released the web bundles, and the 2 web bundles that are probably in the top 3 web bundles, 2 of them are the Soviet ones, the Muscle Mummy one and the armored platoon one. And they were like, that. And this is just rumor, but the scuttlebutt on the street is that the Soviets are going to make out like bandits with the basic infantry changes, but that's not confirmed. That could change. That's me saying it, not them. All right. So thing is, Warlord fucked up, but they earned some community goodwill, and then they made a promise and they fucking kept it. That's the difference. So that's why, that is the value. That is the value of community goodwill. That is what makes it so important, because it would have been entirely possible for the shit that happened with the Soviet starter set, right? It would have been entirely possible for that to have blown up, Discourse Miniatures. The Soviet starter set scandal just got worse. You know what I mean? That could have happened. But people are like, we've got this company's earned our goodwill, so we're going to give them a chance here. If they fucked up and not delivered, then unleash the discourse, right? Yeah. Right? But there's been no need for that video, because they made sure there was no need for that video. So what I heard is Warlord said the Soviet Union is going to be a beast in Game 7. God damn it. No, Russell W, no. Yeah, MH01439, 100% agree. As someone who wanted a Soviet starter set, Warlord's response and their history is why I'm still interested. Exactly. That is what you cannot put on a spreadsheet. Yeah. Joe, they burned all their goodwill right off the bat and had the goal to put out shit like this in their community agreement. Exactly, right? And the thing is, Trench Crusade have shown that they will go back on their own statements. Trench Crusade have shown that that even if they have a lofty goal, they will turn their back on that if it benefits them. Okay, they won't take the L, even if they're like, oh man, we made the statement, but we can't really keep it. You know what? You made it, you keep it. You take the L, you made it. They're willing to go, oh no, we're not taking the L. We're not taking the L. So what is stopping Trench Crusade from just deleting that paragraph after 6 months, after a year? And being like, yoink, yoink.
I think it's interesting to note that they will
nothing whatsoever
try to reach out for permission and give credits, but this means that if you don't respond, they can just give themselves permission to do so anyway. They also demand you conduct yourself according to their personal moral standards and politics, and if you ever say anything...
We will not tolerate conduct as illegal that's considered hateful, obscene, or of moral turpitude, including but not limited to anything that we are also determined to be sexist, racist, homophobic. I mean, fine, whatever. That's just like, you don't want. I'm not going to hold them up on that. You know, words like transphobic and stuff can get people like, woke, woke crusade. It could, at the end of the day, that's fairly standard company stuff. Like, we are not a company that wants you to go around being a dickhead. I'm not going to pull them up on that one.
Too critical about Trans Crusade, that will be reason to revoke your third-party license and force you to take down your models. Overall,
again,
everything in
if you got a community license and then you start speaking mad shit about them, yeah, they can pull you up on that, of course.
License is designed
like, I don't actually have a problem with that.
To claim the maximum rights while granting the community absolutely nothing. They want to hold absolute control over the individual creators and basically just outright dissuade people from making proxy models for Trans Crusade in the first place. Since you cannot use any of their titles to describe your models, it becomes a very tiresome game of cat and mouse to find ambiguous names so that people know what it is intended for, but Trans Crusade will not be able to come after you legally. You never have any guarantee of safety unless you agree to their horrible one-sided terms, which they can also change or revoke if they no longer like you. And if you get in the way or become a liability to their corporate goals, one way or another, you can be sure you will get absolutely screwed.
And again, a lot of that stuff is like standard boilerplate stuff, but why would you get involved with Trans Crusade and risk it? Why would you risk it when there's this hammer hanging over you? Why would you risk it?
Comparison.
Remember, piracy is a service issue. If you are losing vast amounts of money to piracy, the fault is not of the pirate. The fault is that they're providing a better service than you. The way you beat piracy is not through any of this. The way you beat piracy is by selling an absolute fucking great product. It's that simple.
A real license would apply permanently to the work from the moment it was approved, or at the very least for a guaranteed period of time. Anything else would just open the door for copyright trolling in the future. For example, what happens on YouTube when people buy the license to music and then start stealing the monetization of creators by claiming these videos. Perhaps the current day factory fortress won't do this, but there's no guarantee what will happen if they suddenly feel incentivized to do so, or think that they can get away with it. And it seems that they have deliberately gone out of their way to not grant people any rights or security. So yes, I don't think it's actually that useful to argue about the context or the semantics of their community license itself. Because in the end, its entire usefulness depends on whether or not you can trust the developers to be.
We're going to watch till the end of the community license bit, and then I think we'll call it there.
Creators, which they've already demonstrated they will not. Any changes to the license in reaction to a public response is just performative to make it seem like they are listening to feedback.
It concerns the community license. Overall, the feedback's been overwhelmingly positive, but some people have latched onto the idea that the right to share clause some sort of means for us to take whatever anyone makes and set it as our own, despite the clarification below saying that's not what it's for. I mean, do you know what this sounds like? This sounds like when that stupid bitch that ran fucking Cracker Barrel was like, oh yeah, we've had loads of people that love the rebrand. They love the rebrand. And it's just like, really? Because isn't it funny how you said loads of people love the rebrand and then you undid it all? Yeah.
When they're really not. I know this
fucking
because
stupid idiot.
License from several creators before releasing the license publicly, despite being told repeatedly that claiming compatible with Trans Crusade was a bad idea and that they should use a more exclusive label like approved by Trans Crusade instead. They were insistent to go ahead anyway. Diceverse has been in direct contact and always on good
Pure
terms
cope,
with
agree.
The creators. Despite having previously been told that his stuff was fine and would be approved, once he actually applied for the compatible with Trans Crusade license, had pretty much 99% of his entire range of miniatures denied, with the developers demanding he change almost all of the names and remove several
So he contacted to get the community license and they were like, no.
listings due to them claiming it is too close, and I quote, "Me contacting them did not go exactly very well, rather it went very bad. In addition to them denying practically all of my opportunities for Trans Crusade compatible, here's a summary of claims and statements by Factory Fortress. I was very surprised that as a sculptor who has made trans style miniatures and terrain since beginning of the game, they still instantly demand removal of these STLs without any sort of discussion.
So basically, he was like, oh, sick, the Trench Crusade community license is out. I'll reach out and get it. So that we're all above board. We're all above board, no dramas. And do you know what that got him? A big fucking shit sandwich. Whoever this guy is talking about, if he hadn't reached out, he would have been better off. If he hadn't tried to do the right thing, he would have been better off. All he did is put a light on himself. That's all he did.
Situation where I approached them on my own accord and out of goodwill. This does not seem very cooperative or building bridge type of behavior. In a situation where I've offered to help them in multiple occasions behind the scenes, and my intentions have never been to hurt or bring harm to them. Clearly the developers either had a change of heart regarding what would be allowed, or they are trying to punish Diceverse for publishing the information that Trench Crusade was hiring Brandshield to target its merchants. And considering the following statement, it definitely seems like an act of pettiness on their behalf. I had thought my Rangers would be fine, as in similar cases people have been granted licenses. Wargames Crew also has the compatibility license, and their designs operate in the same space as mine, original sculpts that can fit into the Trench Crusade universe. So yeah, obviously it doesn't come as much of a surprise that Trench Crusade would approve projects.
Are those the minis that guy's talking about?
So yeah,
Those are cool, man.
obviously it doesn't come as much of a surprise that Trench Crusade would approve projects for the license inconsistently and exclude creators for...
Yeah, I mean, of course they are. Of course they're going to prove it inconsistently. Because they've proven that they're a fucking half-job fucking can't be bothered doing the fucking doing it properly company. Why would they suddenly develop a great amount of competence around applying the community license? What? Oh, this is the one bit they got right.
petty reasons. As a history enthusiast, I find this
All right,
one...
we'll keep it there. Like I said, I'll link it down in the chat. But yeah, that fucking community license, man. Oh my god, man. Oh my fucking god. Like literally, Trench Crusade, all you had to fucking do was just make a good game and release good models. That's all you have to do. What is even the fucking point of this community license, man? People like it's do you know what? It's one of these like fucking it's just fucky wucky. Like no one the community license is pointless. What you think you're gonna stop people from making designs that might be compatible with your game? Oh, you get to continue with our blessing. Sheer fucking hubris. All this does is basically fuck off a bunch of people, and all people are going to do is make a bunch of models that are like, oh yeah, these are completely in no way related to Trench Crusade. Yeah, makes no difference whatsoever. It's just a one-way ticket to burning community goodwill. Yeah, it's stupid, man. The fucking amateurs, man. The thing is, like, this is one of those things where, like, if you just take 1 second to think about it, you realize it's a complete waste of time. It's a complete waste of time. Oh, yeah, why don't we come up with this, like, community license? And that way we can, like, give people... that way people can, like, print models that are, like, you know, similar for our game, but they're not our models, and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, wait. What if people printed models that weren't our models, but were similar to... that could be used in our game? Oh, wait, what's that fucking called? Just making 3D prints. Just being a third-party alternative. You know? Like, think about this. I bet there's loads of models from War Games Atlantic that could be used in Trench Crusade. Those Le Grognard models with the fucking gas masks and the Adrian helmets and the trench coats and all that shit. I bet do they need a Trench Crusade license now? Of course they fucking don't, and they never fucking did. Of course they don't. What is the point of the community license? Yeah. It does nothing. And if you just took one moment and actually fucking thought, you'd realize it's a bunch of bollocks. Taking that into account, if of course people are going to make third-party mods anyway, what is the purpose of the community license? Obviously, it's for enforcement purposes, not for anything else. The point of the community license is not so they can grant permission for people to make models compatible with their game. It's so they can point to something and go, we're using this to fuck you. And if you're big enough and you can fight it, they won't go near you. But if you're a small one-man band, they're going to fuck you with it. It's a control thing, 100%. This is it. They will never go. This is like when people do like, what's it called? Like, is it like patent trolls or patent goblins or something like that? Where people like make patents for stuff and then like go and like sue companies, and basically companies just pay them off to get rid of the lawsuit essentially. And someone's tried to do that to Steam recently, haven't they? And Steam's like, we're actually sitting on an infinite amount of money, so you know what? We're not going to sell. And they're completely shitting themselves. That actually happened recently, yeah. Yeah. Patent trolls, buy out patents and lawfare companies. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, news got out today. I believe that lawsuit was shut down. Exactly. This is it. It's just fucking bullshit, man. Yeah. Fucking hell. Yeah. Oh my god. Like, who goes after Steam? Steam are lovable. If you're going after Steam, you're the problem. You know, Steam is like, and it sounds bad, but Steam is basically the benevolent dictator of the video game industry. They sit on the industry. Everyone basically sells by them. They've got a pseudo monopoly, but they don't abuse it. They just sit there and they just facilitate everything, and they just make things. They just make things go. They just make things work. If you're trying to fuck with Steam, you're not doing it for the good of the community. You're not doing it for the good of the industry. You're doing it because you're trying to get a piece of the fucking pie. You're doing it because you want a bit of that fucking cheddar. That's the only reason you're doing it. Yeah. Steam literally is fucking... It's like, if you're going off Steam, you're the baddies. It's that simple, yeah. All they want to do is have sales, summer sales, winter sales, a day that ends in Y sales. Exactly. Yeah. Anyway, long story short, 2 helpings of beef. 2 helpings of beef. A double beef helping. My God. Yeah. My God. That's a lot of beef. But everyone who is in the stream right now, I'm going to be wrapping my stream up after these super chats, right? So everyone's in the stream right now. If you've not done so already, go over to Yanovich's channel. Go and like that video. Go and leave a comment. Go and support it. It's a very good video. It's not a grift. It's literally not a grifting video, even slightly. My man went and turned up and got fucking receipts. That is how you do a fucking beef video right there. That's primo beef, boys. That's primo beef. Yeah. That's it. What have we got? Squawk, you want a third? I'll take a third side of beef, but you gotta let me catch my super chats first, alright? You gotta go get, yeah. You gotta get me catching my super chats, alright? What have we got here? I think Trooper or Cosmic. Oh yeah, so Cosmic. Cosmic, show us your worm again. Show it us again. You want Cosmic? If I keep getting my worm out on stream, I'm gonna have to set up an OnlyFans, man. I feel like you're getting obsessed with this fucking worm, bro. I told you. It's only gonna be a 1 or 10 time thing. Never in the house. Alright. Trooper, thank you for super chat, man. 07 sir, hobby update in stream discussion. I love a good Trooper update. Let's have a look. Just got this kit as part of a trade. My buddy owed me these from a few weeks ago. Yes! Fuck yeah! New inbox fucking sealed, bitch! So jealous. You're as beautiful as the day I lost you. Oh my god. You just glue the body onto the legs. And you just glue the head onto the neck. Oh my god. Oh, look at that, boys. Oh, I don't like the Arcadians. The heads were too big. Fuck off, you fucking idiot. GW shield detected, opinion rejected. That's good. That's my new. That is literally going to be my new sale on the channel. GW shield protected. GW shield detected, opinion rejected. That's it. This arm goes with this gun. Do you know how you know? Because they're next to each other. How can I possibly work out which arm this and which gun this goes with? They're fucking next to each other. Oh man. Yeah. Literally, just all of this just fucking works, man. Look at that. Look at the instructions. Look at the instructions. It's one piece of paper for the instructions, and you don't even really need them. Oh my god. Literally one piece of paper. Beautiful, man. Beautiful. That's all you need. That's all we ever needed. Perfect. Perfect. Trooper, you're making me... You know what? What if I can find any of this? I might fucking buy some, you know. I've actually run out of my own. I think I've got some left. Oh my god, someone's selling a new inbox of the old 20 boxes. Oh my god, they're actually really valuable. Holy shit, people want like 55 quid for them. People don't want... Wait, what the fuck? Huh. Glenn, stop it. Don't worry, I'll thank you probably in a moment. Someone is selling 10 of the new Cadians on sprue with bases for £20 free postage. That's like 35% off, roughly. And they've got 6 available. That's crazy. That's actually a good fucking deal. It's from a... they've got 100% positive feedback. Charge! Oh my god. There's a lot of the old Cadians, but they're pre-built. Which is obviously a bit different. Cadian Infantry Squad, that's what I want. Wow, 80 infantry for £100. Oh no. Someone is selling a box of the old Snap Fit Guardsman for £50. £10 per Snap Fit. Holy shit, why are people selling the new Cadians for so... Guys, why are people selling the new Cadians for cheaper than the old Cadians? This is very strange. People are literally selling the old models for more than the new ones. The market dictates the price. It's just that simple. Holy shit, man. Like, holy shit. Old is gold, man. Yeah. All right, shall we... Combat Patrol magazine. It's currently on guard. Oh! Siriade, you're a genius. There's no conspiracy. No conspiracy. It makes sense. Okay. So how much is the Combat Patrol magazine? Like a tenner or something? It's not expensive, is it? Okay. It makes more sense now. I'd love for it to fit the narrative that no one wants the new ones, but the reality is that the new ones are currently basically available for like a tenner. Okay, fair. Siriade, good for keeping us grounded, man. I knew there had to be a reason. It couldn't have been for the... I wanted it to be for like old as gold reasons, but you know what? That you know, I'm totally okay with it being for legitimate reasons. For lack of a better term, you know what I mean? Yeah. Wonder how much more than Iron Guard are. Whew. £589 for a new in-box more than Iron Guard squad. Chat, don't fund it. I'm not going to buy it. it's 10. I've got plenty of them. I'm just looking because I'm curious. Hey, you know what's funny? It's making me realize that maybe I should I just like sell all my Metal Mordians and just retire? Probably could do. Probably could do. People want... Jesus, man. But can you put a price on... Can you put a price on the old Mordians? I don't think you can. I don't think it's possible. But then what would you pay with the retirement? Good point. I'm just going to have a look at Valhalla and Ice Warriors. They're also pretty pricey. It's just such a shame the old metalies are so damn expensive. But, I mean, it makes sense. Eventually, they'll all get bought up, you know? Eventually. I'm just having a look at what... I mean, yeah, they're all so expensive, man. You're looking at £10 per model, easily. For basically any of the old guard regiments. £10 per rifleman, £20 per special weapon. Yeah, it's literally unfeasible unless you are willing, unless you're just adding to your current collection, basically. Yeah, they're all expensive. It's a shame, but it is what it is. Steel Legion. No, I already have a Steel Legion army. But someone is selling a fully painted Steel Legion army. 9 squads, Officer Yarrick, 3 lads cannons, 3 heavy bolters, and 5 spare bozos for £465. It's actually like cheaper than buying I don't know, it's cheaper than buying new inbox from GW, to be fair. It wouldn't get you a full army either, to be fair. And I already have all the steel leasing that I need, so there's literally like zero reason. What's the one that I actually... I'm going to stop looking in a moment because I've got some more super chats to catch up on. But I'm kind of... What was the one I was thinking of? Talan. Wonder what Talan are going for these days. Reasonable. Not reasonable, by the way. £150 per 10-man squad. But when you've seen a £500 Mordian one, £150 suddenly seems eminently affordable. There are a few Talana Metleys. They seem to be one of the more affordable-ish. Like someone is selling like Talar models for like 99p, zero starting bid sort of jobby. But they've only just gone on, so they'll probably go up a bit. Yeah. Talan seem like they might have a bit more affordability, but not by a lot. Just if you get lucky on a few bids, I think. Yeah. But fuck it, I'm probably not gonna bother. Yeah. It's just cool seeing. It. I tell you what. How much do we think Praetorians are going for? Last one. How much do you think Praetorians are going for? I bet that'll be the most expensive. Oh yeah. Ooh, hang on. Are they actually... Okay, they're not painted well, though. Someone is selling the limited edition Praetorian Imperial Guard box with the guys inside, plus extra. Because you get in there 10, 20, 50 models in total. For £618. 50 Praetorians. That is expensive. It's a lot of Praetorians, though. I mean, that's like 360 points worth of models. Don't worry, honestly, guys. I'll just 3D print them. All right. Let's have a look here. Trooper, what have you done? But Trooper, getting those old plastic Cadians. That's a fucking gold mine right there. Yeah. Chicken Detonator, thank you for super chat, man. The Cloister's forces gather for their quest and stream discussion. All right, let's have a look. Oh, 07 Sah, the Cloister's forces gather their strength for the upcoming pilgrimage. Below is a painting of their encampment, a missive detailing their actions as far, and the second half of Cosmic's 8th Hammered Beak Cult. P.S. I have a game upcoming next week. We're doing 1,000 points, and I'm looking for suggestions on how to structure the force. It will be the first Battle of the Cloister of this quest, where they are crossing the Blood River into the Badlands. The first step to find the relic of Saint Chicken. Nice. Love the picture, man. I love the fucking octopus, bro. Hey, that's cool, man. Nice. They look great, man. Loving the models. Yeah, they're really badass. Yeah, that's cool, man. I love it. That's proper old school, that is. I like it. Yeah. I really do. Deus fucking Cluck, boys. Deus fucking Cluck. Alright. To the most vigilant and anointed chicken detonator, first apostle Saint Chicken, defender of the faithful. By the blessing of the Crimson Rooster and under the watchful cluck of Saint Chicken, I send thee this missive from the high wall tower. Set firm upon the banks of the river Treblex. Know that the 8th Hammered Beat cult has made orderly camp beneath the tower's shadow. Our banners are raised, our watchfires burn true, and our ranks stand in good discipline. Have set about the stockpiling of grain, salt meat, iron, oil, and shot, that the host may not falter upon the road. Arms are counted, harnesses mended, and stores sealed against spoilage for the days ahead. For the days ahead shall test both body and spirit. We stand prepared for the coming pilgrimage, and I have made provision to receive reinforcing companies without delay. Let it be known that the grounds are cleared and the quarters readied for the arrival of our brothers, the penitent Ashbeaks, and the wardens of the Scarlet Yoke. Their captains shall find order, supply, and command awaiting them. Yes! Shouldst thou will it, then send further instruction by swift hand or rider, and it shall be obeyed. Until then, we keep faith, sharpen beacon blade, and await the signal to march. May Saint Chicken guard thy counsel and steady thy hand. Written and sealed this day, Cossack Drew, confessor of the last clucks, initiate the first malt, warden the sacred hatchery, commander of the 8th Hammered Beak cult, at High Tall Tower, River, Treblex. All right, nice. That's cool, man. So, suggests how to structure the force. I mean, just take what you think's cool. If you're running them as renegade crowns, I guess, you know, you probably, if you're running as renegade crowns, basically you just want to be like a couple of bricks of infantry. I'd go for a brick of infantry, 20 or 30 strong. Have a captain, have a combat character and a BSB in there. And then, you know, you could either go for like maybe like a cheap squad of like ranged infantry and a bombard and a unit of knights. I don't know if you'd be able to fit all that in though. Yeah. But something like, you know, brick of infantry, or you just go 2 bricks of infantry and 2 cannons. And just be like, motherfucking shield wall and guns, you know? Depends what vibe you want to go for. Depends what models you want to use. A couple of different options. You know me, I love infantry. Yeah, I love them. So it really comes down to, comes down to what vibe you want to get from the game. Yeah, it depends. Like, are you playing like a vibes game with a mate, or is this going to be like the beginning of like something more competitive or something? Yeah. I think either go. I mean, I would ask, you know, vibes game. Do you know what your opponents bring him? I guess it's a big question. Not to list Taylor in a bad way. No idea. I guess you don't know who you'll encounter on the campaign, right? Who knows who you'll encounter on the pilgrimage? I'd go for either go for 2 bricks of infantry, 2 guns, or go for brick of infantry, like 20. Like if you went for like 20 to between 20 and 30, veteran cell swords in either heavy armor and shield and hand weapon, or full plate and like halberds or something. Do you know what I mean? Like, make sure they've got a good save. Have a unit of cheap, like dirt cheap crossbowmen or probably crossbowmen to support them. 5 to 10 strong. 1 gun and a unit of cavalry, either light or heavy, whatever you can get your hands on. Then I think that'll be good. I think you should be able to fit all that in, even if it's just like 5 cavalry. Yeah. That's how. That way you've got a nice brick of infantry, and you've got that way you've got a little bit of everything, so you can get a feel for what works and what doesn't work and everything. Yeah. There you go. Chicken Detonator, I love it, man. And may the sacred chicken guide your pilgrimage to victory. What about wizards? Is a level 1 good enough? Level 1's fine. 1,000 points, I'd take a level 1. Yeah, level 1 or level 2. Yeah. I'd probably take a level 1, give him a spell familiar, put him on elemental discipline, and just pick earthen ramparts. Just pick it. And then all you're trying to do is just get earthen ramparts on your block of infantry each turn. Yeah. That's what I would do. You could probably get away with having like a renegade. You probably don't know if you need a BSB at 1,000 points. Yeah. You probably can't get 3 characters in. You could probably afford 2, one expensive, one cheap. So bear that in mind. You could try no wizards if you wanted to, but that could be tricky. Yeah. Yeah. There you are. What we got next? Chris K. Hey, Mordian. Question in Discord. Thank you for super chat, man. Hey, Mordian. I need to know. I know I need infantry, but I can't help myself. I want more vehicles. Shivan Firefly, more M18 Hellcat, Studebaker US6, Jeep 3-pack. Guide my devil impulses, Mordian. My challenge to impulses aside, what recommended troops for US, UK, or Axis that go well between Bolt Action and K-47 would you recommend? I'm only limited by what my local game store has in stock and what my patience for Warlord game shipping time is. Also, I still haven't given up on your Space Marine 2 Fleeker's review. Don't worry, I know I keep saying I'll get to it. It's just been there's been so much delectable beef, man. But I do intend to watch it. Don't worry. So when you ask what infantry, do you mean like you want infantry that's compatible between the two, right? So for the Americans, there's no doubt in my mind, you want the new US paratroops, the D-Day, the Currahee ones. There's no doubt in my mind for those. For the Axis, you probably want I'd either go for the winter infantry because they've got great coats, and they've got assault rifles and everything, or I would go for the Grenadiers or the SS. And the reason that I've chosen those is because they are all in non-winter gear, and they all come with everything from rifles, assault rifles, SMGs, LMGs, everything. So it's just pick an aesthetic that you prefer. If you like, if you want to do lots of like camo, like P dot and oak leaf camo, go for the SS. If you want to go for a mixture of like normal field uniforms with like camo, like schmock, go for the Grenadiers. If you just want to go for blokes in trench coats, go for the winter infantry. For the UK, I think the Marines are the best kit. I'd go for the Royal Marine Commandos. Yeah, I think they're called like International Commandos, and I can't quite remember. But yeah, go for the Commandos. Yeah. As for your vehicles, look, buy whatever you want, man. But if you want to get more vehicles, get more vehicles. You're only one box away of basic infantry. Do you know what I mean? For getting what you want. So yeah. But yeah, buy what you want. Be happy. Hobby first. Worry about playing second. You know, just have fun. Enjoy painting what you enjoy. Next, we've got Ubermax. Thank you for the super chat, man. I finally got my 40k theme tattoo today. Hey! Amazing, man. You got a picture you want to share for it? Or is it not ready for sharing yet? Because I know that like sometimes tattoos can take a... If they've only just been done, they can take a moment to heal and all that kind of stuff. So, well, you know what I mean? They got like the cling film over them and all that kind of shit. So, so yeah, if you want to show it, if you want to show it, like, put it in the Discord. If not, then dude, I hope you like it, and I hope it looks awesome as fuck, man. Yeah. Glenn Lee, thank you for the super chat, man. On topic, off topic. If you get a chance to chill in the weekend, but easy, chill for the weekend. Red 2 for the Steam Deck, you will love it. It runs. Is that like Red Dead 2 for Steam Deck? It runs pretty smooth on deck, super fun. Love the stream. I hope you're off to a good start on the weekend. Glenn Lee, is that Red 2 or Red Dead Redemption 2? Because I've always wanted to play Red Dead Redemption 2, but I've never got around to it. So if it's good on Steam Deck, strong recommendation. Yeah. I probably won't get a chance to play it this weekend, but I could definitely see myself, because I've got a Battleport tomorrow tournament. A battle report tomorrow and a tournament on Sunday, but maybe next week or something. Red 2? World War 2 game. Oh, I've never heard of it, man. I'll have to check it out. I've never heard of it, but yeah, love a good bit of World War 2. Yeah. Obviously, you know. Also, Glenn Lee, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Yes! We are going in with the first wave. These are bugs for us to kill. You smashed the entire area. You got more than 2 legs. You get me? We get you, sir. Oh, thank you for the generous super chat, man. Thank you for the amazing injection of memberships. You're an absolute giga chad, sir. 07, you crazy magnificent bastard. We've got Umex, who's for a new channel membership. Amazing, man. Thank you, bro. And we've got But Mountain. Thank you for the super chat. Konflikt 47 British starter plus support platoon, or for Konflikt 47, the British starter and plus support platoon, or Commonwealth assault platoon plus Commonwealth war platoon. Looking to expand into Commonwealth. Let me have a look. Konflikt. Date new to old. Commonwealth assault platoon and Commonwealth walker platoon. Ooh. Oh, that's strong. Or the support platoon, the British starter. Oh, I think assault platoon plus walker platoon. I think assault platoon plus walker platoon. Because even though the robots are very good, and they are very, very, very good, I think the Merlin plus Hornet combo is going to absolutely slap the fuck out of people. Is the new game going to be hardcover? I think so. I don't know, but I think so. Yeah, that's what I would go for. Yeah, butt mounted. I would go for walker platoon plus assault platoon. Because then you've got an officer with 2 bozos. You've got a big squad of power armor guys. 2 5-man squads of grenadiers. Have a couple of Tesla rifles in there. And a dog squad. I mean, that should be 1,500 points. Easily. You might have too much. You might almost have too much. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I'd go for Commonwealth assault platoon. And then what I would do after that, I would then consider going like British starter set. And maybe, I don't think it's a case of which one you get. I think it's a case of which one you get first. Yeah. I think if you basically bought Commonwealth Walker Platoon, Commonwealth Assault Platoon, Commonwealth Support Platoon, and Commonwealth Starter Army, you would have an infinite amount of British and you'd complete the faction. I think so. If you want to go that route, obviously. That might be too much. I know I'm saying a lot of boxes there. So maybe that's not the way you want to go. But yeah, I think Walker Platoon plus Assault Platoon is a good shout. Yeah. Just getting started. Then Walker Platoon plus Assault Platoon, no questions. No questions asked. Because you'll still benefit from your army rules because of the Merlin and the Hornet. Yeah. There you go. All right. That's a really good shout out. Good starter set combo. What do we got next? Commander HHL, thank you for 20 months, but X-Force. Master 07 for Glenn Lee. He's been doing his part. He has. Big shout out to Glenn Lee. Big 07 down in the chat. Massive shout out to him for all of his support, for being super generous on the channel, for being an absolute fucking giga chad. Totally fucking agree, Commander HHL. Good lad for doing a community shout out, bro. Yeah. Keeper the Imperial Salt. Thank you for super chat, man. Goodwill in stream discussion. Yeah, speaking of goodwill, thank you for the free minis Warlord games. Nice. Let's have a look. So you got Daughters of the Motherland. Oh, he bought the Muscle Mummy box set. Yeah. Honestly, probably the best box set right now. Yeah. And then you got a freebie as well. Nice. That's cool, man. Yeah. Speaking of goodwill, but you literally bought like a 50 quid bundle, gets a free fucking sprue of minis. How nice is that? Cool, man. Yeah. Very, very cool. We've got Robert M. Thank you for renewing your channel membership, man. Thank you for doing your parts there. And then we've got Glenn Lee. Thank you for the Bane Blade, the double Bane Blade. Yes. Thank you for the very generous support, man. Buy it. I'm trying to be good. I'm trying to be good. Nothing would make me happier than finding a box of old Cadian shock troops, building them, painting them. I know, man. I just have so much on the painting desk. I cannot keep up with the demands of the community. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh. Glenn Lee, just support. Nah, dude, I'm definitely... I tell you what. Bolt Action Belgians. I got the Belgians as well. Exactly right. I'm just having a look. Let me try something here. Ah, fuck. Just clicked my knee. Ow. It's crazy seeing some of the old minis on the old eBay, you know. What's kind of interesting me, in a weird sort of way, is there's quite a lot of the old metal Cadians. I'm kind of wondering if, yeah. I kind of always wanted like a metal Cadian army. I might have a little look. Yeah. It would be great to... I really hope one day I like wander past like a hobby shop or something and just see like an old box just sort of sat there, just like, oh my god, and just like, just get it. Yeah. That's cool. I think there's some... Oh yeah, there's some War Games Atlantic thrown in there. That's the thing. It's not quite as good a deal as it looked. Yeah. I'm just having a quick look at a few bits, but I don't think there's anything I can... Warhammer is just so expensive even secondhand these days, isn't it? 'Tis the nature of the beast. But there's some alright stuff, you know. There's some alright stuff. It's not all it's not all bad. That much of it's very good. It's kind of cool. Rogue Trader, Imperial Guard. model with auto gun. Or Imperial Army model with auto gun. That's kind of cool. That's a little slice of history right there. There's some the old models were just so good. Yeah, crazy boys. How times change, I say how times change. Yeah. Anyway, I'm getting sad. I must stop looking. Just look at the rift, Mordian. We're gonna get the alfalfa in the rift. We're gonna get the alfalfa in the rift, Mordian. Oh man. God, JJL, thank you so much for the super chat, bro. But can it fit the hole in a piece of paper? What, community goodwill? I mean, Trench Crusades can. Hey, you don't even need a hole in a piece of paper to fit their goodwill through it. And then we've got Trooper, my boy! Trooper! Thank you so much for the double Beyblade, baby! Yeah, buddy! Yeah, buddy! Yeah, buddy! Oh! Trooper, sorry, I did the yeah buddy, then it made me stretch. Fund it, lads! Stop it! Trooper, I tell you what I'll do. Thank you for the very generous support. I tell you what I'll do. I've got a few trees I can shake. Got a few contacts I can talk to. Few people I can reach out to. Maybe I'll be able to get a few old guard models together, you know? We'll see how it pans out. But I have to say I am really feeling the old guard vibes. I'd love to put together a 1500 point. I've said this before, but I'd love to put together a 1500 point army for each of like the old guard regiments. Just full Steel Mania it. Never touch it, never change it. Just make them like themed. Obviously, my Steel Legion already done, and my Steel Legion already done. My Mordian's already done. So that comes down to like some Destroyans, Valhallans, Talan, Cadians. I think those are the big six. I'll have to have a look. Catachans as well, obviously. Yeah, Valhallans, Mordians, Catachans, Talan. Not all of them are here, actually. 1 minute. Cadians, Valhallans, Talan, Iron Guard, Steel Legion, Catachans. And they're all the OGs. So I've already got the Mordians. I've already got the Steel Legion. So it'd be 5 armies. Catachans, Cadians, Valhallans, Talan, and Destroyans. It would be kind of cool to get an old school army for those. For each one of those. Yeah. But it might be that we have to like 3D print some models or something like that. I mean, Monley, that would be amazing if you drop into my DMs. Anything you've got would be great, man. Appreciate it. But yeah, like that would be great. And because I am feeling like it'd be great to just bust out. It'd be great just to paint them, you know. It'd be great to just paint them, Steel Mania them. Yeah, that would be cool. Just 1,500 points. The army never changes or anything like that. Just lock it down. That would be cool. That is the way. This is the way, right? Yeah. So Trooper and Glenn Lee. Don't worry. You're one way or another. Whatever it gets used on, whether it's mid-hammer, or maybe it's some more K-47 or something, whatever it might be, we'll make sure that the funds go on something cool. Yeah, or maybe even if that's too big a commitment, maybe we just get like a squad. Like it would be cool to just like paint a squad of guys. Remind us what made the Imperial Guard just great. Not the Ashman of Time, the Guard. It's time to return to the Guard, boys, I think. Yeah. I think it's time to return to the Guard. For sure. All right. Trooper, Glenn, thank you. You guys have been very, very generous, and I really, really fucking appreciate it, boys. Bottom of my heart, tip of my toes, end of my big rubbery nose. Yeah, one squad from each OG Guard regiment. That's how we could start it, yeah. Yeah. That's how we could start it, and then see where it goes from there. Yeah. We'll see where it goes. Glenn Lee again! 5 good messages, man. Holy shit, the guy cannot be stopped. Thank you, man. Macon, thank you so much, bro. For summer, thanks for super chat. For summer US Starter Army bought action, which is best? For a summer US Starter Army in action, which is best? What, like, which Starter Army is best? I tell you what I'd recommend. Okay. So it's a bit of a weird one. I don't know if it's like a fault on the Warlord website, but you can never find it unless you search Kurahi. So if you go Kurahi US Airborne D-Day Starter Army, this is the box that I'd recommend. I think this will get you 1250 points, because you get 36 plastic infantry, you get an officer and a heavy weapon platoon and an artillery platoon, and you get literally everything you need. Like that's like, you could definitely make 1250 points out of that, because I've basically done the same thing with German paratroopers. Just have like a rifle platoon of dead hard bastards, and support them with some heavy weapons and shit. Yeah. It's and also, like, I will say, you don't get quite as much bang for your buck as some of the other starter armies for the US, but these models are impeccably beautiful. Like, because this is, you know, like, if you look at this and then go, like, I wouldn't get the US starter army here, but I think there is a winter starter army for the US. But you obviously didn't want winter, but I mean, this is a good deal, to be fair. Like, it's not a discount. You just get it's just a bundle. You get the book on top. It's basically the same thing with the book. I think this one, you just get a Lee as well. This one's not bad. You actually get an extra mini thrown in as well. Here's a winter mini, but I think if you just don't do him on a snowy base, you'll be fine. Like, he just looks like a guy in a trench coat. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. That gets you an extra officer. So I'd get that, to be honest. But the other one I was looking at. Okay. I know it's winter, but this is a very, very good deal if winter is on the table, because basically you get the equivalent infantry and support team, in the airborne starter arms. You get 36. You actually get more officers and stuff, and you get the weapon teams, and you get an artillery piece. The only thing you're missing out on is the medium anti-tank gun, but you get a Hellcat and an Easy 8 instead. So this army, you do get more bang for your buck, I won't lie. But it's winter, so you might not want it. you might not be interested in it. Yeah. So that's the only thing. But if you're willing to go winter, I'd say US Starter Army. If you don't want to go winter, I would say start US Airborne D-Day Star Armory with United States book. Fair enough, Macon. Fair. You mean you could get the Lee and then get an extra tank, but you'll be well over 1250. This will be 1250 points. Like if I give you an example here. Hello again. Wait a minute, where's my list? Oh shit. So, a minute. Go on, me. There we go. So this list here is 1250 points. So you can see 2 MMG teams and a mortar and an officer. And then you can see I've got I haven't got the artillery that you would have. I've got 1, 2, 3. I've got 7, 14, 28, 34, 39 infantry plus some like officers and shit. So I don't have the artillery you've got. So if you imagine like, okay, you've got 36 infantry, you know, you'd have slightly less. This is, you can see a similarly sized force to what you get in that box, and this is 1250. So you can see I'm not bullshitting you. You would be able to get a 1250 point army relatively easily. Yeah. There you go. It's kind of crazy that bolt action, like, I know I say this all the time, so I won't go on about it. But that bolt action video, when I first put it out, got like 1,000 views. And over the course of the last year, it has literally last year to almost to the day, it has ticked up to 11,000 views with, 11,000 views, like 436 likes and all that kind of stuff. Now, considering that's bolt action, that's actually got more views than some of my 40k videos. I say it all the time, but bolt action really is like the evergreen slow burn content. Because the difference is, if you watch a 40k video from 6 months ago, what's the problem? It's out of date. It's out of date. If you watch a bolt action video from 6 months ago, every piece of information in there still relevant. Maybe like 1 or 2 small, like, multi-launchers do something like slightly different now. But unless you know, but that's if you're running the cheesy meta bullshit. As long as you just basically just make nice normal videos, that they're literally completely evergreen. It's mental, that, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. That's the great that's the great thing about action content. It just keeps ticking up. I actually want to see how this video is doing. Nice. My last bot action battle port 5 months ago just trickled up to 16k views. That's all right. That's all right, you know. Just keep trickling, boys. Just keep trickling. Yeah. Yeah, trickling up. And it's when I say trickling, so obviously trickling on views could mean nothing if it doesn't translate into subscribers and money. But it's actually, not only has it got 16,000 views, it's actually gained, that bolt action battle report got me 53 subscribers, and it made a decent chunk of money. I'm not bragging. I don't want you guys thinking I'm flexing here, and I know to talk about money can always be quite uncouth, so I don't mean it in that way. But just to give you an idea, like, it's made like over 100 quid. Like, well over. Like for, you know, a chill battle port that took Simon and I, like, you know, a couple of hours, literally like a couple of hours to, it only took us like 3 hours to film that game. You know, Evan probably spent, you know, a little, you know, didn't spend that long editing it either, because it just sort of just stitched the turns together. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. It's not like we're rolling in the money, but that's from a bolt action video. That made more than my last 40k battle report by fucking miles, man. Yeah. What do we got next? Silent Warrior, thank you for super chat, man. Received and painted a Kazakh today. Pictures in Discord. There you go. Wow. Look at that. Holy shit, man. Holy shit. That's a fucking good looking Kazakh, that is right there. That's a damn good looking Kazakh. Digging that. Yeah. Clean, crisp. Just fucking works, man. Love the transfer as well. Is that I haven't actually got any of the new Soviet transfers yet. Factory fresh, yeah. Very, very smooth. That's cool, man. That's super cool. Yeah, give that a big fucking like. Yeah, cool. I like that, Silent Warrior. Factory fresh, yeah, I love that. I need to get more Soviet armor. I really do. My Soviet armor literally has a Kazakh and a T-34 and a Mammoth. Yeah, I'm just, every time I go to paint more Soviet tanks, I end up painting more infantry. I've got so much infantry for K-47. I just like paying infantry, man. I just like paying infantry. I need more conscripts. I really don't, Jenny. I have 200. Yeah. Thank you, Monley. I'll check it out in a bit. Yeah. Not having a Soviet armor mech bundle is a little bummer. I think it's because a lot of the stuff's gonna. I mean, it should have. Yeah, I think there should have been like a double Kazakh T-34 bundle or something, or 2 T-34s and a KV. There should, yeah, there should have been something. Yeah. I think more web bundles will come though. I think they will. I've got so much German armor for K-47. I've got shitloads of British. My British armor, I've completed my British armor. I'm happy with. Oh no, that's not true. I need my Percival. Yeah. I got shitloads of German, shitloads of British, shitloads of American. I've got shitloads of Japanese armor, and then I've got nothing for my Soviets. Yeah. Yeah. So. Yeah. I hope they don't remove those bundles. I'm saving money to get more bundles. I don't think they're going to remove them, man. Like, truthfully, I don't think they're going to remove them. They're not FOMO as far as I'm aware. They are not FOMO. They're permanent. As far as I'm aware. Yeah. All right. Now, we're all caught up. I was going to go to bed, but I was promised maybe a third helping of beef. A third helping of beef. If there's a third helping of beef, I'll look into it. If there's not, I'll probably go to sleep. What are we 4 a.m. here. Squawk, you've got it? What's the beef? Give me the beef. I'll just determine if it's we'll need to determine its beef con level. Because it is late and I am tired. Yeah. But I'm always willing to stay up for a bit of beef. My beef involves epoxy on this very channel. This sounds like BeefCon 1. Alright, I'm ready. Lay it on me. So is your beef with me? Am I getting beef? Am I the beef? My God. Alright. I'm ready for it. When don't chat and Morning have beef. That's true. Yeah. MG Civil War. The beef involves this very channel. Ban him. MG on trial. Yeah. Midwinter mini trials. I'm held that if apparently they're going to be held in Nuremberg. I didn't know if I would get away with that one. That's probably. I don't know if I still will. Oh man. My heart says go to bed. My gut says beef. Squawk is Q here. Every video ends with you thanking your biggest supporters. Cacto is personal and heartfelt. And then it's pre-recorded. That's what it's going to be. All right. That's all. Is that going to be the beef? You made me stay up 3 minutes longer for that. God damn it. And you hand the job off to AI? I don't think I've handed the job off to AI. Evan might have handed the job off to AI. Yeah. But I haven't done shit. Yeah. There you go. Squawk, you know what, man? You know what? You know what? You know what? Get your robotist. That's right. You're a robot racist. Robotist ass out of here. Maybe there's some AI involved. Fuck off. Fuck off. Got some pearls for you to clutch. They're over there, mate. Go and get them. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get the fuck out of here, man. You fucking Luddite. You fucking, you know. The automatons are going to win this war. You might as well just sign up and accept it at this point. Oh my God, man. Oh my fucking God. Jesus. There you go. Anyway, Squawk. Literally, you know what, Squawk? Literally. 0. That's like BeefCon 5, man. Oh my God, that's BeefCon 5. Not even, it's actually reduced the BeefCon level. There you go. There you are. Oh my God. Anyway. I think Heresy, Abominable Intelligence. Yeah. Anyway, I'm on that note, I thought, you know what, I'm a little anticlimactic. I was actually thinking there was going to be some like nice, like juicy wargaming related beef. Yeah. But you fucking blue balled me there, Squawk. You fucking blue balled me. AI will cause a massive catastrophe and set us back to old world. We are not going towards 40k. We are going back to old world, man. I mean, chance be a fine thing. Helen Jedi. Thank you for super chat, man. Good night, Mordian. Picture in stream discussion. Let's have a look, man. Hey! There we go. There we go, man. Nice. We got Eyeball Panther, a couple of the old Vogels, and a shitload of Style Trooper. This is the way, buddy. This is the way. I like it. We've got a good selection of gear there, man. I like it. A couple of AT rifles. Cool, man. Cool. Cool. I'm getting tired, you can tell. All right. There we are. And on that positive K47 note, let us wrap this bad boy up. Oh, not quite. Chicken Detonator. Quick list review to close out. I'll take a look, man. 1,000 points. Renegade Prince. Great weapon, full plate, shield. Nice. Outcast Wizard, level 1. Lawfare Elementalism. Nice. 24 Sellsword Infantry. Thrusting Spears, Heavy Armor. Yeah, cool. 10 Sellsword Infantry. Handguns, Heavy Armor, Shields. Nice. 10 Sellsword Infantry, Crossbows, Heavy Armor, Shields. 24 Sellsword Infantry. Heavy Armor and Shields. And then you've got 5 Veteran Free Blades. And you've got the Border Prince Bobbard. Wow, you fit a lot in. I'd say you fit a lot more in than I was expecting. My God. That's cool, man. That's so cool. Look at that. That's actually like a lot of guys. That looks sick, bro. That actually looks like a proper little patrol. It reminds me of like the intro to like Storm of Chaos when like the Empire like soldiers are like marching forward and they've got, yeah, man, that's really, really cool. Yeah. That's really, really cool. I like it. I think it looks great, and even if you win, you win, and if you lose, you'll look good doing it. Yeah. Feels very proper as well, you know? Yeah, it feels very proper. That's cool, man. Yeah, I like that. I like that. All right. Anywho, let's wrap this bad boy up. All right. There's so much character and lore on that little piece of tape right there. Exactly, man. That's the cool thing. So many little bits, so many characters, so many things that you can keep track of and be like, you know, Cosmic's line, like Cosmic's forces held the line, or, you know, or I can't remember some of the other characters are. Do lambast me. People like Commander HHL's, Pikeman crumbled in the face of the enemy. Like, you know, there's all sorts of little bits you can say, you know, heady heights, terrible lows, bits of lore you can start adding to the force based on like their battlefield results, all that kind of shit. Yeah. It's cool, man. Damn Legion the Wizard. Exactly, yeah. I like the little cannon thing as well, the little bombard. That's cool. Yeah. We know more about the Claws of Chicken than the Rogal Dawn. Exactly. Literally, like, exactly. It's mad that when you think about it. Anyway. Gentlemen, ladies, small folk creatures from Alpha Centauri, I want to say a big thank you to all of you guys for your incredible support. This not only this stream, but like this week. It has been it's been a busy week. I feel like there's been like beef every day, but also like heady heights every day. It's been great. Lots of like there's been hype and beef in like equal measure, and it's been awesome. Yeah, it's been absolutely awesome. So I want to say a huge thank you not only to everyone who joined today's stream and liked and subscribed and all that kind of good stuff and chat away, of course, but also a big thank you to all of you beautiful bastards who supported throughout the week and who I know I say it every week, but who make it possible for me to do this gig like full time. I'm constantly like reminded by just how fortunate I am. Yeah. Constantly reminded about how fortunate I am to have you guys. I'm constantly reminded that I'm constantly just reminded like how generous you guys are, and it gets to the end of every week, and I'm just like, I like to get a little soppy at the end of each week because I'm just like, yeah. I know I've said it before, but like I do really enjoy doing this, and I do find that I do appreciate that I'm very lucky to be able to do it, and I couldn't do it without the support in these streams. Yeah. So just thank you. Thank you for letting me do this for another week. You guys are amazing. Thank you, boys. All right. Now, it's time to wrap things up. What song should we have players out? I'm feeling the classic Dawn of War theme. We've been loving a bit of Midhammer recently. It feels like that would be right. Want to end on a happy note. Oh, fucking Erica. Yeah. On a happy note. Yeah. That's what I think we'll go for. That's what I think we'll go for. And, yeah, that's it. I don't think there's anything else. Yeah. All right. Gentlemen, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you all have an amazing weekend. Have lots of fun. If you're in the Discord, I'll try and keep you updated with Konflikt Battle Report and Konflikt. Not only Konflikt Battle Report, but also Konflikt Tournament Report stuff. And until then, of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.